At this moment, the sun was blazing overhead. In the palace training grounds, a eunuch was kneeling pathetically on the ground, his hands and feet bound. He could only tremble helplessly, sweating profusely in fear. The eunuch furrowed his brows tightly, staring in terror at something in the distance. Nearby, other eunuchs whispered among themselves, "How could someone so noble come to a place like this?" That person was none other than the current crown prince, Fanchengzi. He moved with graceful precision, taking out an arrow from his quiver and drawing his bow, aiming directly at the small eunuch. With a release of his 2 fingers, the arrow shot out like a cheetah, fiercely striking the small eunuch's shoulder. Blood instantly splattered, but with his mouth gagged, he could only let out muffled cries of pain. Seeing this, Fanchengzi rubbed his forehead, lamenting, "My aim is getting worse and worse." A nearby official flattered him, saying, "Without practice, one naturally becomes rusty. A bit more practice and you'll be fine." The small eunuchs, standing guard beside him, whispered, "The prince's unpredictable temper is really unbearable." Someone nearby warned them to lower their voices. The crown prince wasn't like this before, but ever since he injured his leg, rumors spread throughout the palace, saying that the emperor wanted to depose the crown prince. Since then, his temperament changed dramatically. That gentle and refined crown prince was long gone. His temper became unpredictable, and he grew increasingly tyrannical. He became more and more willful. Qiu Xiaobei, standing to the side and hearing everything, felt heartbroken. It was all because of her that he had to suffer so much. She was determined to save him, so she disguised herself among the eunuchs. But unexpectedly, Fanchengzi noticed her among the many eunuchs. He casually lifted Xiaobei's chin with his arrow. As if discovering something interesting, he couldn't help but tease her. With a fierce and gloomy gaze, he said, "Do you know why I had that servant tied up over there?" Xiaobei, terrified by his demeanor, trembled uncontrollably. She tightened her lips in fear and quickly showed weakness, stuttering, "This slave doesn't know." Fanchengzi said gloomily, "Because he's a spy. Why don't you tell me? Should I give him a chance to find his accomplices?" Hearing these words, even the naive Qiu Xiaobei realized that her identity must have been discovered. She furrowed her brows, her expression serious, and said, "It's all up to your highness." Fanchengzi was pleased with her obedience, so he asked her to go and question the spy. Qiu Xiaobei approached the spy, seeing him about to speak. From his high position, Fanchengzi smiled slightly. Seeing her seemingly unaware, he casually took out an arrow and shot it straight at Qiu Xiaobei. She keenly felt a gust of wind coming straight for her face. Sensing something, she turned her head, only to see an arrow. In panic, she hastily dodged. The arrow grazed Qiu Xiaobei's back and precisely hit the target behind her. But unexpectedly, she suddenly collapsed, having fainted from shock. Fanchengzi didn't expect this accident. How can someone be so easily frightened, he thought. So he instructed the nearby imperial physician to check on her condition. The physician hurriedly went forward, bent down, and carefully checked Xiaobei's pulse. After a while, he suddenly widened his eyes, filled with disbelief. He nervously walked up to the crown prince and whispered in his ear. After hearing these incredible words, Fanchengzi was merely curious and puzzled. Gently stroking his chin, he spoke with mild interest. "A eunuch can actually get pregnant? How interesting. In a person's life, there are countless instances of good and bad luck, but Qiu Xiaobei's life seemed to be composed only of misfortunes. People spoke ill of her, saying she was a curse, a bringer of bad luck. But one day, she was fortunate enough to meet the one who controlled fate. She remembered that night, under a bright moon and sparse stars. He smiled gently at her. Qiu Xiaobei asked confusedly, "Which star up there are you? Where are you hiding?" Fanchengzi just patted her head. "I'm right here. Why would I hide?" Hearing these words, Qiu Xiaobei couldn't help but nestle in his arms and act coquettishly. "Then I've caught you. You can't go anywhere. You can only stay by my side." But what he didn't expect was that this would be the beginning of the deity's misfortune. Because his fate was extremely inauspicious, Fanchengzi, in order to save him, gave him his own good fortune. Now only a depressing, rebellious, and dark contract remained. Qiu Xiaobei helplessly cried out, "Then what can I do to save him?" Someone heard her plea, so they spoke. "I will send his soul to another world. Only if he reaches the top of that world and gains the fortune of that world can he repair the wounds of his soul. Only then can he return. Although he's just an infant now, you will eventually meet again." Xiaobei, you must help him go to that world. Help him reach the top. The girl lay flat in a silent lake, sinking deeper and deeper, gradually reaching the bottom. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, urgently asking, "Then how can I find him?" The voice slowly faded away. "You will certainly find him. After all, you have half of his soul in your body." Xiaobei suddenly sat up. Not far in front of her was a man with his back turned. That figure looked exactly like Fan Chenxi. Xiaobei was confused. She called out to him, but he didn't respond. So she hurriedly stood up and ran towards him, desperately reaching out to grab him. He seemed to be getting further and further away. She suddenly sat up in bed, calling out in a frightened voice, "Chenxi." Still not fully awake from the dream, she sat dazed on the bed. The crown prince beside her saw that she had woken up. Xiaobei was startled, covered in cold sweat, breathing heavily. Hearing a voice nearby, she turned her head in confusion. Fan Chenxi was actually sitting in the room. She immediately reacted, hurriedly getting off the bed and kneeling down to kowtow to the crown prince. She kept begging for mercy. "This slave deserves death. Please forgive me, your highness." Fan Chenxi was quite puzzled. "You slaves are really interesting. On one hand, you say you deserve death. On the other hand, you ask me for forgiveness. If you really think you deserve death, why not just die?" Hearing this, Xiaobei became even more terrified. She stuttered, "This slave can atone for her sins." Fan Chenxi approached with interest. He slowly lowered his head, staring at her. "How will you atone? With that piece of flesh in your belly?" Hearing this, Xiaobei's face showed terror. Her whole body froze in place. She didn't immediately understand the meaning behind this. She just fearfully backed away, asking in panic and helplessness, "Do you want to cut the flesh from my belly? This slave is so thin, there's hardly any flesh at all." The nearby imperial physician Lin stepped forward and bowed. "Your Highness, I am certain. This young eunuch is already about 1 month pregnant." Xiaobei couldn't believe what she heard. Her face showed panic. She thought helplessly, "How could I be pregnant? It was only once. How could it be so certain?" She nervously broke out in another cold sweat, tightly covering her lower abdomen. "This is terrible. A pregnant eunuch. Won't I be executed as a monster?" Seeing her frightened state, Fan Chenxi surprisingly offered some comfort. "Don't worry, this is a good thing. It's rare for the Eastern Palace to have such a joyous event." He crossed his arms, looking around the room. "It's perfect to dispel the gloom in this room." Xiaobei dared not speak. She saw him turn his wheelchair, preparing to leave. Before leaving, he unexpectedly said, "I'm promoting you to an internal attendant. You will serve by my side from now on. From today, Imperial Physician Lin will be responsible for all matters concerning your pregnancy. You just need to focus on taking care of yourself and the baby." As he spoke, he suddenly turned his head, staring at Xiaobei with a gloomy look. "I'm hoping you will give our Eastern Palace a big, healthy boy." Xiaobei crouched on the spot, on the verge of tears, completely dazed. "It's all over now. What should I do?" The head eunuch couldn't help but worry, feeling something was amiss. Imperial Physician Lin, however, was more open-minded. "Is your highness really curious about a child born from a man? The world is full of wonders. Now that your highness is surrounded by crises, any small movement must be taken seriously. Don't be fooled by this little eunuch's act of playing dumb. He's actually quite clever." Fan Chenxi silently listened to their words. He couldn't help but chuckle, comfortably resting his chin on his hand. He only said, "This prince has his own arrangements." He lightly tapped the armrest with his hand. The head eunuch understood. He was just an impersonator, originally the lowest-ranking young eunuch from the night-secluded palace. A few days later, in the crown prince's chamber, Fan Chenxi was seriously looking at the memorials on the desk. Suddenly, he called out, "Xiaobei," asking him to sit nearby. Xiaobei hesitated, thinking it wasn't appropriate. But unexpectedly, Fan Chenxi's mood changed instantly. He glared at him gloomily. Does this prince's words not even carry weight with a eunuch now? Surprised by his unpredictable temper, Xiaobei quickly sat down nearby. Fan Chenxi casually tossed a memorial to him. "It's written in a mess. Why don't you read it for this prince?" Xiaobei was a bit flustered. He had only received 9 years of compulsory education and didn't understand these things at all. Fan Chenxi heard this and was puzzled. He turned his head. Xiaobei quickly made up an excuse. "It must be folk miscellany." He said this out loud, but in his heart he thought, anyway, it's all Chinese, math, English, geography, biology, everything. Fan Chenxi found it somewhat interesting. Resting his chin, he looked at him, Then read it to this prince. Let this prince see how well you've learned this folk miscellany. He nervously swallowed and opened the memorial. To his surprise, it was all in classical Chinese. He couldn't understand it at all, so he begged the crown prince, please spare this slave. Hearing this, Fan Chenxi refused to let him off. Instead, he rested his chin on his hand, closed his eyes, and casually said, just read whichever characters you recognize. Seeing no escape, Qiu Xiaobei could only swallow his disappointment and started reading stutteringly. He couldn't help but think painfully, why is this scene so strange? Outside the hall, the head eunuch suddenly entered bowing. His voice was full of panic and fear. Your Highness, a big problem has occurred. Consort Zhou has passed away. The Emperor is summoning you now. Fan Chenxi arrived at the Great Hall. A woman was weeping to the Emperor. Shinner, she was so young. She hadn't even had children yet. How could she die? You must seek justice for her. The woman's crying was pitiful. The Emperor held her tightly in his arms. He turned his head, his eyes full of disgust, glaring at the person below. Crown Prince, do you know your crime? Fan Chenxi lowered his head and said calmly, this subject doesn't know. The Emperor became even more angry. You don't know? Your own consort dies in the palace, and you have the audacity to tell me you don't know. He didn't back down at all. Raising his head to look at the Emperor, he said, so Father Emperor means that someone came to this son's palace to kill this son's wife, and yet it's this son's fault. The Emperor was so angry he gritted his teeth, cursing, you unfilial son. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The woman dared not cry anymore and weakly said, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Then the Emperor pointed at Fan Chenxi. The Crown Prince is entirely responsible for this matter. He is no longer fit to be the Crown Prince. Now, immediately issue. But before he could finish, he was suddenly interrupted. Qiu Xiaobei burst into the hall, immediately kneeling and kowtowing to plead. The Crown Prince is innocent in this matter. This is the Eastern Palace, which is part of the entire Inner Palace. If you say the Crown Prince is entirely responsible, then what about your Majesty? In other words, someone dared to harm the consort in the Crown Prince's Eastern Palace. Then he suddenly raised his head, his expression very serious, frowning. He boldly shouted at the Emperor, This is a contempt of your Majesty's imperial authority. Hearing this, the Emperor was instantly enraged. He shouted at Qiu Xiaobei, Impudent! Where did this slave come from? Who gave you the right to speak here? Son, take him away. Take this damn dog of a slave away and behead him. Several soldiers immediately rushed into the hall, dragging Qiu Xiaobei out. At this moment, Fan Chenxi spoke up. You can't do this. He can't die yet. The soldiers immediately stopped. The Emperor didn't expect him to dare defy him like this. He glared at him fiercely. But Fan Chenxi wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he spoke slowly and confidently. According to this son's knowledge, Consort Zhou summoned him before her death. Therefore, this son believes he has a significant connection to Zhou's death. But the Emperor stared at Qiu Xiaobei with unfriendly eyes. What does the Crown Prince suggest? Should we let him go? Fan Chenxi refuted, Of course we can't let him go. If we're to investigate, naturally, it should be handed over to the internal court. Hearing these 3 words, Qiu Xiaobei was so scared that cold sweat kept dripping down. The Emperor, however, was quite surprised. His face showed a rare hint of happiness. You're quite willing to sacrifice. Fan Chenxi lowered his head in silence. Then the Emperor stood up, satisfied. He left the hall with the consort, not forgetting to instruct people to hand his slave over to the internal court. Make sure to thoroughly investigate the death of the Crown Prince's consort for me. The Crown Prince can't escape responsibility either. Then he turned his head with a vicious expression, frowning and staring at Fan Chenxi with disgust. From today, the Eastern Palace is confined for 3 months. The Crown Prince is not allowed to participate in state affairs. Fan Chenxi didn't care at all. Seeing the Emperor leave, he even had the leisure to stare at Qiu Xiaobei, stroking his chin, smiling, as if he was holding back some mischief. Soon, Qiu Xiaobei was imprisoned in the internal court. He couldn't help but think, just 3 months of confinement, the loss wasn't too great for him. This game wasn't lost too badly. Just as he was deep in thought, suddenly a heavy footstep came from outside the prison. Qiu Xiaobei turned his head and found an old man standing there. He told him to come over quickly and handed him a bowl of rice. Qiu Xiaobei hurriedly reached out to take it, but the old man hesitated to let go, gripping the bowl tightly. He looked up in confusion, but unexpectedly, the old man suddenly lowered his head, lowered his voice, and slowly said, "What do you want to do? How does this benefit you?" Qiu Xiaobei looked at the person in front of him and suddenly had a flash of insight. He remembered when he first transmigrated here. He was in the knight's secluded palace and found a young eunuch who had hanged himself. And he took the opportunity to replace his identity, using it to sneak into the Eastern Palace. But Qiu Xiaobei only later realized it was completely beyond his expectations. He looked at the letter in his hand and found that this person committed suicide because he was afraid of being sent to the Eastern Palace as a spy. But according to the clues, it didn't say who sent him. Qiu Xiaobei thought about this and suddenly widened his eyes. Could this be the person they sent? It's really unlucky. He could only play along. Then he slightly turned his head and said meaningfully, "I have my own intentions." The old man looked at him suspiciously. "Is your intention to come to this hellhole to die?" He coughed lightly and spoke seriously. "I took this blow for the crown prince. No matter how cold-hearted he is, he should see my loyalty now, right?" The old man seemed to understand. Qiu Xiaobei confidently stepped forward. "Now it depends on whether you have the ability to rescue me from here and return me to the crown prince's side." At night, in the Eastern Palace, the head eunuch quietly advised, "Your Highness, the night is cold. It's better not to stay outside for long." Fan Chenxi looked at the carp in the pond and responded. But the head eunuch couldn't help but be puzzled. "Regarding Xiaobei, we've done as you instructed. You clearly know he's an actor, and you found out he risked himself to help you just to make you feel indebted. Why do you still want to help him? Wouldn't it be better to leave him in the internal court?" Fan Chenxi slowly scattered the fish food in his hand. His eyes were deep as he said an ambiguous sentence. Keeping him naturally has its use. The head eunuch didn't say more. After all, he only listens to his master. But he couldn't help but worry. Can this young one withstand the torture of the internal court? According to the news this slave just received, the internal court has already started taking action. Fan Chenxi casually rested his chin on his hand and spoke indifferently. If he can't even endure this tribulation, then he's not worth this prince's effort. At this time, Lord Zhang of the internal court sat sternly at the table. A soldier stood behind him, holding a whip, ready to interrogate the prisoner. Lord Zhang was quite leisurely, casually picking up the teacup on the table. Without even looking at the person below, he asked, "Since you're here, do you know the rules of the internal court?" Qiu Xiaobei was tied to the rack at this time. Hearing these words, he kept his head down and remained silent, not taking the bait. Seeing him so unappreciative, Lord Zhang turned his head with a gloomy expression and ordered the soldier beside him, "Since that's the case, go and teach him a lesson." Hearing the order, the soldier smiled grimly, viciously stretching the whip in his hand. He then quickly stepped forward and lashed out, striking Qiu Xiaobei's body. He groaned in pain and turned his head, anxiously thinking he couldn't fall here. He still needed to help Chenxi reach the top. Just then, he suddenly saw a wisp of a ghost appear in the distance. Qiu Xiaobei couldn't help but mutter, "Why am I seeing this thing again?" Then he heard the woman's low whisper. He guessed the identity of this person, but at least there was a way now. It seems this genetic constitution has some benefits after all. Then he spoke eerily, "Lord Zhang, your first wife passed away many years ago." He suddenly raised his head and angrily questioned Zhang, "Have you ever thought of her?" Hearing this, Zhang frowned deeply, looking confused. But Qiu Xiaobei continued, "That butterfly hairpin on your wife's head, was it really beautiful? It's a pity, though. It seems one corner was broken. Why didn't you have it repaired?" Lord Zhang finally reacted, his face showing shock. His expression quickly darkened, and he stood there stunned with his mouth wide open. He asked tremblingly, "How do you know these things?" Qiu Xiaobei suddenly smiled sinisterly. "Your wife told me herself." Lord Zhang finally couldn't bear it anymore. He shouted in fear, "Shut up!" He was so scared that he flipped the entire table over. But Qiu Xiaobei wouldn't let him off. "Who are you telling to shut up?" A vengeful spirit attached to his back, crying out in pain. Zhang Qingli, for the sake of his career, married his superior's daughter, killing me and our son. I now want you to pay with your life. Hearing this, Zhang Qingli could no longer hold himself up and collapsed to the ground. His face was pale, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Seeing him so frightened, Qiu Xiaobei smiled and said, "Perhaps we can have a proper talk now." Zhang Qingli tremblingly ordered the soldier to release him. By this time, candles had already been lit in the Eastern Palace. Fan Chenxi was seriously reading documents with his head down. After a while, hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the hall. A commander came to report the situation to him. The consort had a secret lover. We can't know who this person is for now, but we can be sure that this lover must have a high position in the palace. The one who killed the consort should be this lover. That's why there were no signs of struggle at the scene. Fan Chincy lightly tapped the table, instructing the commander, if that's the case, then secretly spread all the information you've found. He was somewhat confused, not understanding why this should be done. Fan Chincy didn't say more, just told him to do as instructed. In his heart, he was thinking, killing Consort Zhou. Isn't it just to provoke conflict between this prince and noble Consort Zhou? Since the show has already begun, why not make it bigger? After giving these instructions, he couldn't help but ask the eunuch beside him, how's the guard from the internal court doing? The head eunuch, hearing this, quickly raised his head and bowed to report the situation. His face couldn't help but show some fear. It said he's been screaming quite miserably. Hearing these words, the commander beside them couldn't help but be curious. He leaned forward and asked, are you talking about that little eunuch who helped the prince and was locked up in the internal court? Is it the small eunuch who was locked up in the internal court? Fan Chincy gave him a warning look and asked coldly, what have you found out? The commander hurriedly replied respectfully. Zhou Sifei called Bebe Gong over at that time. He wanted him to do something. He wanted Bebe Gong to die in his place. Hearing this, Fan Chincy's face instantly darkened. His fingers crushed the armrest with force. Meanwhile, in the internal court, Qiu Xiaobei was extremely relaxed. He sat in the chair like a lord, with people fanning him and massaging his back on both sides. They kept saying nice things. Zhang Qingli, seeing him in a good mood, tentatively asked if he could help him. He begged Xiaobei to tell him, one must pay for one's own sins. Some people may have died, but the status they deserve should still be given. The first wife is still the first wife. Repair her tomb, bring her tablet back to the ancestral hall, burn the hairpin for her. Best of all, return the things you stole from the dead. Then he stretched lazily and started to dismiss people. Don't disturb my rest. Soon after, Qiu Xiaobei returned to his own cell. He heard someone laughing. It's been a long time since I've seen something so interesting. He turned back vigilantly, coldly questioning who it was. But the man seemed to be able to see him and called out flippantly, girl, where are you looking? I'm right here. Qiu Xiaobei started searching and immediately noticed a fist-sized hole in the wall not far away. It seemed to be in the next cell, but why did this person call him girl? This was a bit troublesome. How did he figure out his identity? So Qiu Xiaobei looked into the hole. He saw a red-haired man sitting there. After a while, the two were sitting back to back, talking through the wall. I just heard you say you're from the Eastern Palace. Fan Chincy, this crown prince hasn't been deposed yet, huh? Qiu Xiaobei originally didn't want to respond, but this person actually mentioned Chincy. The red-haired man slowly began to speak. It's quite a pity for the crown prince to end up like this. He's the son of the Empress Yuan, a legitimate heir. But his mother is gone, his father doesn't love him, and he ended up disabled. Someone with a disability can inherit the throne, but he's supported by many ministers. Deposing him could easily arouse sympathy from the court. So the emperor keeps his position as crown prince, but doesn't let him succeed. He's occupying a position that doesn't belong to him. Over time, the original sympathy will turn into resentment towards him. He clicked his tongue. The emperor is truly clever, able to use even his own son to this extent. But his downfall is just bad luck. Otherwise, in terms of ruthlessness, even his father couldn't match him. Didn't he send you to this internal court? With your constitution, you're in for a tough time here. He really has no mercy, huh? Qiu Xiaobei couldn't listen anymore and angrily shouted at him to shut up. The red-haired man was stunned for a moment. Qiu Xiaobei threatened in a low voice, if you make another sound, I'll cut out your tongue. But in his heart, he was thinking, his luck is bad. How could I not know his luck is bad? Qiu Xiaobei's eyes became determined. No matter the outcome, I will help him regain his lost destiny. Just then, a eunuch came to the cell door, opened it, and said respectfully, you can leave today. Li Gong from the Eastern Palace is waiting for you outside. The red-haired man didn't expect him to leave so soon. He turned his head and said in a low voice, it's not in vain that you protected him so much. He still knows to get you out. He looked through the crack, seriously promising Qiu Xiaobei, if you need anything outside, remember to come back and find me. My conditions are very negotiable. Qiu Xiaobei quickly left the cell and arrived at the Eastern Palace. As soon as she entered, she saw Fan Chincy sitting at the table, fiddling with flowers and plants. He asked, you're back. The imperial kitchen has already prepared a meal. As he said this, he turned his head to look at the person before him. She was absolutely radiant, without a scratch. He swallowed the rest of his words. Quickly turning back, he said, "Just eat a little. Save some food." Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei reached out pitifully, wanting to hold on a bit longer. Fan Chenxi asked softly, "How are you? Is your stomach okay?" Seeing this, Qiu Xiaobei eagerly moved closer. "This slave is fine, just needs some nourishment. I just need some supplements." He relented. "I'll have someone go to the kitchen to get you some." Then he lowered his voice and leaned closer to Qiu Xiaobei. "Just give me a plump, healthy son, that's all." Afterwards, Fan Chenxi quickly retreated, lowering his head to hide his expression. He began to change the subject. "This time I owe you a favor. Think about what reward you want." Qiu Xiaobei couldn't help but get excited, but still tentatively asked, "Can this slave have anything?" Fan Chenxi didn't refute this, but instead told her to say what she wanted. So she immediately bowed and knelt down. Then she suddenly raised her head, looking straight at him. "This slave wishes to request your permission to treat your illness." Fan Chenxi's face immediately darkened. He violently smashed the teacup on the ground. He stared at Qiu Xiaobei with a gloomy expression. He didn't expect this little eunuch to be so bold. Fan Chenxi frowned, approaching her gloomily. He was somewhat suspicious. "I didn't know you understood medicine." Qiu Xiaobei stammered. "This slave only knows a little bit. Perhaps I can help your highness." Hearing this, Fan Chenxi smiled pleasantly for a moment. Then he quickly changed his expression. He reached out and tightly gripped Qiu Xiaobei's neck. She immediately couldn't breathe, her face turning ugly as she choked. But Fan Chenxi paid no attention to this. He stared at her with a gloomy expression, coldly questioning, "What do you take me for?" Qiu Xiaobei persisted in begging his highness to allow it. Fan Chenxi thought angrily, "Those eyes, on the verge of tears, pleading, really make me angry. Just a little more force, and I could easily strangle her." But he finally let go. Looking at Qiu Xiaobei coughing continuously, he said, "It's just a physical examination. I allow it." The head eunuch, hearing this, immediately became nervous. He worried inwardly. How can His Highness's body be examined by a little eunuch? What if he has ill intentions? Fan Chenxi warned her from above. "But you should know, even among the imperial physicians, only Dr. Lin has the qualification to treat me. If you want this privilege, you must pay a certain price." Qiu Xiaobei bowed, respectfully kowtowing. This slave is willing to pay any price. Seeing her so determined, Fan Chenxi began to ponder. What exactly was she after? If she wanted to use this opportunity to get close and harm him, to make a move against him, she was already an internal servant. There were plenty of chances to serve him any time. Why take this risk? So he spoke, concluding, "The price is that within 5 days, I want to see effective results from your treatment. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. You can still back out now." But Qiu Xiaobei suddenly kowtowed on the ground. This slave will definitely do her utmost. Fan Chenxi was infuriated. Such a promise to do your utmost. You really don't know life from death. He impatiently turned his head to dismiss her. "Then get out. I don't want to see you now." Late at night, Qiu Xiaobei suddenly sat up in bed. She had been awakened by a nightmare. She had almost forgotten something. The culprit who had her sent to the internal court, she couldn't sit still either. So she got up, dressed, and went to Zhou Sifiai's chambers. Just as she hid in the bushes, she was discovered. "What are you sneaking around here for?" Qiu Xiaobei was startled and quickly turned her head. She found that the person who came was actually Fan Chenxi. He asked, "Planning to do something bad?" Qiu Xiaobei hurriedly tried to find an excuse to explain. "Your Highness said you didn't want to see this slave, so I had to hide. I can't help but complain. You were so angry this afternoon, but now you're fine. You're really unpredictable." Sure enough, the next moment Fan Chenxi's face darkened. Not knowing what had offended him again, he said, "Then never appear before me again." The soldier pushed him away quickly. Qiu Xiaobei was stunned for a moment. She hurriedly approached to act cute, circling around him to coax him. "Please have pity on this slave. If I don't see you for a day, I can't eat or sleep." Fan Chenxi still tacitly allowed it. He followed along. As soon as they entered the bedchamber, the soldiers seized a palace maid. This palace maid was actually on the bed in the consort's bedchamber. The palace maid kept begging for mercy, but Qiu Xiaobei still recognized her identity in the moment she raised her head. This was Xiao Chui, the personal maid of the consort. Fan Chenxi waved his hand, ordering people to take Xiao Chui away. He then asked Qiu Xiaobei, "What do you think this person encountered here?" She stammered, not daring to speak. Fan Chenxi didn't believe this. "What nonsense are you afraid to say?" Qiu Xiaobei rubbed her chin, pretending to think. This slave feels there's a lingering soul here. Hearing this, the soldiers couldn't help but burst into laughter. Fan Chinsi obviously didn't believe it either. Is this what your 9-year compulsory education taught you? All this superstitious nonsense? Qiu Xiaobei was also helpless. She was telling the truth, but no one believed her. Fan Chinsi led everyone out of the hall. Since you say so, then I'll trouble Xiaobei to stay here and catch that soul for me. Qiu Xiaobei didn't expect this turn of events. She hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. Fan Chinsi ordered people to close the main door. After he left, he arranged for the soldiers behind him to watch her carefully. I don't allow anything to happen to her or the child in her belly. Qiu Xiaobei was left alone in the bedchamber. The room was empty, making her shiver with cold. She thought to herself that she couldn't go on like this. She had to find clues quickly. She needed to leave this haunted place. After just a few steps, she noticed something odd about the cup on the table. She recalled what happened that day. When Zhou Zifei saw her that day, he poured water just like this. But this cup and its position were exactly the same as that day, as if it hadn't been touched. It was really strange. Just as she picked up the cup to examine it closely, a pair of hands suddenly reached out from under the table and grabbed her ankles tightly. Qiu Xiaobei was startled. She kept comforting herself that she must stay calm. With this broken constitution, what situation hadn't she encountered by now? But when she prepared herself mentally and looked down, there was no one there. A silk scarf was tied to her foot. Qiu Xiaobei suddenly understood. It was asking for her help, so she returned to the Crown Prince's hall and handed it to Fan Chinsi. This is made Xiao Chui's handkerchief. That day when she delivered a message to the consort, this slave saw her wearing this handkerchief. She continued, this handkerchief is stained with a kind of anesthetic. This drug can make people dizzy and temporarily blind. So this slave suspect, Xiao Chui, was the one who drugged her. Fan Chinsi casually handed the item to Lin Tai. I'm more concerned about how my people and the noble consort's people, even the inner court eunuchs, searched so many times without finding it. Yet you managed to find this handkerchief. Qiu Xiaobei panicked for a moment. She could only say she found it by chance, because this couldn't be explained by common sense. Imperial physician Lin carefully examined the handkerchief. The anesthetic on it is very rare. Ordinary doctors might not even recognize it. How did you know about it, Eunuch Bai? Qiu Xiaobei nervously said, this slave learned a bit from my father before entering the palace. I have some basic knowledge. Hearing this, Fan Chinsi chuckled. I see. Fan Chinsi asked the imperial physician Lin beside him. What do you think about her treating me? Lin Zi respectfully bowed. As they say, many minds are better than one. It might actually have a miraculous effect. It's not bad to have one more person to examine your highness. Hearing these words, Fan Chinsi finally extended his hand, revealing his wrist and gesturing to Qiu Xiaobei with his eyes. Then we can start now. Qiu Xiaobei hurriedly and carefully approached, reaching out to touch his pulse. Her face quickly darkened. This was clearly a case of poisoning. It wasn't something that developed in just a year or two. The poison in this body is a chronic poison accumulated over many years. The poison that injured those legs is merely triggering the toxin that was already in the body. His expression became increasingly grim. He bit his lip hard, thinking sadly how this could happen. He thought he could make it in time, but was he still too late? He was very perceptive and quickly noticed Qiu Xiaobei's unusual emotions. Fan Chinsi smiled and asked, what's wrong? Is this prince already beyond hope? But he was so careless with his own body. Qiu Xiaobei couldn't help but glare at him. Please don't say such things, your highness. This slave will save you. You will live a long life. Seeing him like this, Fan Chinsi fell into a rare silence. What exactly was this person's purpose? Why did he care so much about him? Qiu Xiaobei turned to leave, going to get the prescription. Lin Tai also followed. Fan Chinsi lightly tapped the table. Seeing the secret guard jump down from the ceiling beam, he asked how the investigation into the child's matter was going. The secret guard immediately apologized. This subordinate couldn't find any men who had contact with the eunuch. Except for his few attempts to approach your bedchamber, there was nothing unusual. Fan Chinsi didn't expect that his background couldn't be uncovered at all. So he ordered the secret guard to receive 20 lashes. But in his heart, he couldn't help but recall his expression just now. What secrets are you hiding? Can I really trust you? Fan Chenxi himself didn't realize he was falling deeper and deeper. Qiu Xiaobei had already sunk into it. Fan Chenxi heard movement behind him. Without turning around, he knew who it was. Didn't I tell you to finish writing and go rest? Why are you here again? Qiu Xiaobei eagerly approached, speaking in a flattering tone. This slave isn't tired. Why don't I keep watch for you tonight? But Fan Chenxi refused outright. This palace doesn't lack you. I heard from Imperial Physician Lin that pregnant women need more rest and shouldn't stay up late. Although you're not pregnant, it should be about the same. Qiu Xiaobei refused to give up. He wanted to persist a bit more. He patted his biceps. This slave's body is very strong. My hands are fine too. Then he shamelessly continued. Please let this slave stay. Just leave a small space outside for this slave to curl up in. Fan Chenxi's hand paused. He didn't expect him to want to stay so badly. He reached out and gripped Qiu Xiaobei's chin, pulling him close. You can stay, but you must first honestly tell me. Fan Chenxi stared at him with deep eyes, as if trying to see through him. What exactly are you afraid of? Qiu Xiaobei couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect him to ask this. Pretending to be calm, he turned his head aside, casually breaking free from his grip. Stuttering, he said, You're so powerful. I feel safer by your side. Seeing that he still wouldn't tell the truth, Fan Chenxi decisively turned his wheelchair and shouted towards the door. Someone, throw him out. Qiu Xiaobei panicked and reached out to stop him. He fearfully rushed forward, crouching beside him. Actually, this slave is just afraid of the dark. This slave just came from the bedchamber. When the consort was alive, this slave had a tiny conflict with her. Fan Chenxi seemed confused hearing this. Qiu Xiaobei thought he was displeased and quickly held up 2 fingers, carefully gesturing, just this little bit. He continued to flatter. This slave is truly afraid. Your Highness is the true dragon son of heaven. Evil spirits dare not approach. Your bedchamber is the safest. Let this slave keep watch for you. Hearing this, Fan Chenxi didn't know what to do with him. He sighed helplessly. If you want to keep watch, then do it. Have someone set up a couch for him in the bedchamber. However, Fan Chenxi reminded him, True dragon son of heaven, don't say such things again. Qiu Xiaobei quickly nodded happily. This slave has only said it once in front of you. Late at night, after Fan Chenxi took off his outer clothes, he sat on the bed. He turned his head to remind Qiu Xiaobei, who was not far away, don't forget to put out the lights. He quickly nodded obediently, gently blowing out the candles. Qiu Xiaobei thought excitedly to himself, I can't believe Chenxi actually agreed to let me keep watch and even arranged a soft couch for me. The room was dark. Qiu Xiaobei carefully tiptoed towards the soft couch, but because he was too excited, he accidentally kicked a chair and let out a cry of pain. Fan Chenxi could hear all of his little movements clearly even with his eyes closed. Seeing him trying hard to move, he couldn't help but smile with pleasure. The next morning, Qiu Xiaobei was awakened from his sleep by noise inside the room. He heard someone announcing that the 1st prince, 4th prince, and 5th prince had all come to visit you. Fan Chenxi wasn't very surprised. It was about time they came. They must come to comfort this prince now. Qiu Xiaobei suddenly opened his eyes and struggled to get up. Hearing the sound, Fan Chenxi turned his head and sarcastically commented that he finally woke up. He didn't expect that as a servant, you could sleep even more than this prince. Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei couldn't help but feel a bit guilty and scratched his head. I guess I dozed off without realizing it. Fan Chenxi wasn't that petty and didn't dwell on it. He just told him to quickly tidy himself up, have breakfast, and then come to serve. Qiu Xiaobei hurriedly agreed, but was full of confusion about why the 3 princes would suddenly come. Soon the princes arrived. Everyone sat in the outer chamber of the bedroom, consoling Fan Chenxi. They said not to be too sad and to find a way out after the storm passes. The 5th prince kept making indirect criticisms. After saying these words, he pretended to apologize, severely poking at Fan Chenxi's pain. He looked at him meaningfully. I'm also doing this for your own good. Think about why Consort Zhou died. Fan Chenxi listened to these words in silence, not saying a word, just quietly drinking his tea. The 1st prince interrupted him. Consort Zhou died because she didn't behave properly as a wife. It was her own doing. What does it have to do with second brother? Yang Zhuang unknowingly came to humiliate Fan Chenxi. The 5th prince then spoke up kindly. If second brother were a healthy person, would consort Zhou have left him? If this gets out, it will bring shame to the entire royal family. The fourth prince smirked and said it's not unreasonable. If one can't even control his own woman, it ultimately shows one's incompetence. But is second brother really willing, but unable? Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei stepped forward, wanting to rush over. His face turned dark with anger, biting his lip hard and glaring. He couldn't help but curse these bastards in his heart. But the head eunuch stopped him, shaking his head seriously. His eyes signaled him to be rational and not to stick his neck out in this matter. Fan Chenxi naturally noticed their little actions. He stared at the people in the corner with a gloomy face, his eyes warning them not to cause trouble. Qiu Xiaobei could certainly understand, but he was still displeased. He coldly snorted, but ultimately didn't act impulsively. Fan Chenxi suddenly put down his cup forcefully. But come to think of it, this prince feels most sorry for the fourth prince. My consort was your cousin after all. I heard you two had a good relationship. There was even a marriage arrangement before she entered the Eastern Palace. The fourth prince became nervous hearing this and hurriedly denied it. I don't remember any marriage arrangement. Fan Chenxi's expression completely darkened. He couldn't help but laugh coldly. Look at what this prince is saying. How could the fourth prince kill his own cousin and frame this prince? He then immediately pointed at the fifth prince. That kind of woman you mentioned was highly praised by consort Zhou back then, and she urged Father Emperor to assign her to this prince. Fan Chenxi frowned hard and slammed his hand on the table, cracking it. According to what you're saying, could it be that consort Zhou was deliberately harming this prince back then? The princes were instantly left speechless. Their faces turned ugly, not saying a word. Qiu Xiaobei watched the whole process from the side, praising in his heart that this was indeed worthy of his highness. The current emperor's fifth prince was actually consort Zhou's adopted son. The crown prince's words made him panic, and the folding fan in his hand fell to the ground. Fan Chenxi stared at them with a vicious look. The fourth prince hurriedly stood up, waving his hands to explain. Crown prince, please don't be angry. Fifth brother is straightforward by nature. He often speaks without thinking. Hearing this explanation, he didn't want to say more. He was never on the same side as them anyway, and didn't want to pay too much attention. The fourth prince and fifth prince bowed together. We only came to visit the crown prince today. Unfortunately, we have many matters to attend to recently. We'll take our leave now. This was the excuse they had prepared. Then the first prince also stood up and persuaded Fan Chenxi. Fourth brother and fifth brother just have that temper. Don't take it to heart. Taking care of your health is more important. Fan Chenxi looked at the first prince expressionlessly. He said he wouldn't take it to heart, but in his mind, he cared very much. Not only would he care, but he would repay them 1,000 times over. The first prince turned around and sighed, following the fourth brother out of the crown prince's bedroom. Fortunately, the matter wasn't exposed. At this time, the eunuch Xiaobei came to Fan Chenxi's side. Xiaobei suddenly knelt beside Fan Chenxi, looking up at him. Let this servant massage your legs. Seeing Fan Chenxi's tacit approval, he carefully began massaging his legs. As he massaged, he advised Fan Chenxi, you should often exercise your legs to keep the blood flowing. This way, your legs won't atrophy too much, and you'll have a better chance of standing up. Hearing this, Fan Chenxi turned his head to look at him. Tai also said this, that people should massage this prince more often. But does this prince still have a chance to stand up? Xiaobei suddenly looked up, assuring him with confident eyes. This servant will definitely help your highness stand up again. Fan Chenxi's lips curved slightly upward. He reached out and patted Xiaobei's head, showing great affection. Then I'll trouble our eunuch Bei. Xiaobei firmly told him, you will not only be able to stand up and be healthy, but you'll also have your own children. Many women will beg to marry you. Then, Fan Chenxi reached out to caress Qiu Xiaobei's abdomen. He lowered his voice near his ear. This prince already has one here. Qiu Xiaobei nervously lowered his head, wanting to explain about the child in his belly. Seeing this, Fan Chenxi quickly withdrew his hand. He looked at him affectionately. At this moment, Fan Chenxi leaned down, raising his hand to pinch his chin, as if reminding him, this prince doesn't care whose it is from now on. It's this prince's. Hearing these words, Qiu Xiaobei felt very surprised. So he didn't know whose child it was. He just wanted to use this child. Seeing her not responding, Fan Chenxi assured her, this prince won't harm your child. On the contrary, this prince will treat her well, give her wealth and honor, even interpret. He suddenly reached out to help Qiu Xiaobei up. Qiu Xiaobei, with a gloomy face, thought the crown prince's promise was good, but she couldn't feel happy at all. Fan Chenxi then dismissed her. Seeing this, Qiu Xiaobei bowed to him and turned to leave with a heavy heart, leaving only the crown prince watching him go. Qiu Xiaobei came under a tree, looking up at the dazzling sunlight. He sighed in his heart about how much one has to do when they make a mistake, how much price one has to pay to make up for it, and what kind of nightmare cycle that price paid would lead to. He was still in his thoughts when he was interrupted by the fifth prince behind him. He originally didn't want to deal with him, but he didn't expect that the principle of don't offend if not offended wouldn't work with the fifth prince. The fifth prince asked him where he was going. Seeing he couldn't avoid it, Qiu Xiaobei stepped forward and bowed to the fifth prince. With his head lowered, he replied to the fifth prince's words. This servant was ordered to go to the imperial hospital to get medicine for His Highness the Crown Prince. The fifth prince arrogantly mocked Fan Chenxi. With his body, taking any amount of medicine is a waste. Then he stepped on the medicine. Qiu Xiaobei frantically begged him for mercy, but he never expected that the fifth prince would show an evil smile. I can spare you, but you have to shout in front of everyone that the crown prince is useless. How's that deal? A nearby eunuch tried to persuade him, but the fifth prince didn't care. With a gloomy face, he questioned the eunuch. So what if he hears? Can he crawl out of the eastern palace to accuse me? After he finished speaking, he turned around and kicked Qiu Xiaobei hard in the chest. The fifth prince was throwing his weight around with his own status. The fifth prince closed his folding fan. Looking at the person he had kicked to the ground, he warned with a gloomy face. If this prince lets you die here, even His Highness the Crown Prince can't do anything to this prince. Soon someone came up behind the fifth prince. He spoke up to stop their actions. These were the crown prince's people. What were the fourth prince and fifth prince doing? When they turned around and saw who had come, they waved dismissively. The fifth prince said it was just disciplining an ignorant servant. Royal brother shouldn't meddle in others' affairs. Qiu Xiaobei didn't want to listen to their conversation. He then looked up at the sky. At this time, the sun was about to set. He was thinking about what to do if he couldn't make it back in time. He suddenly noticed that behind the fifth prince and the crown prince, a ghost appeared. The two of them were unmoved, still arguing loudly. Just then, a gust of demonic wind blew, disrupting everyone's footing. The wind was so strong they could barely open their eyes, and their bodies felt unsteady. The fifth prince suddenly turned his head and found that the little eunuch behind him had disappeared. At this moment, he felt very surprised. Qiu Xiaobei had been avoiding the ghost behind him. He didn't expect Zhou Sifei to be so troublesome, actually chasing him here. Just then, he tripped over a stone. At this moment, he was grabbed by the ankle by Zhou Sifei. Qiu Xiaobei hurriedly took out a talisman from his body, wanting to repel Zhou Sifei. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. He turned his head to look. It turned out the voice came from Fan Chenxi. Qiu Xiaobei, as if seeing his mainstay, excitedly shouted, "Your Highness!" Fan Chenxi, with a stern face, stared intently at Qiu Xiaobei, sitting on the ground. He sighed helplessly. "Get up. You can even fall while just walking." At this time, Qiu Xiaobei's attention wasn't on him at all. He kept turning his head to check the ghost behind him, but the ghost had disappeared when Fan Chenxi appeared. Seeing this, Fan Chenxi went over and pulled him up directly. Then the two returned to the crown prince's palace. Qiu Xiaobei still looked back to check for traces of Zhou Sifei. Qiu Xiaobei remembered that before he came to this world, whenever Fan Chenxi appeared, all the indignities, mockery, and dangers around him would dissipate. When they arrived at the crown prince's bedchamber, Fan Chenxi took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands. He concernedly asked Qiu Xiaobei why it took so long to get medicine and if someone had bullied him. But Qiu Xiaobei turned his head, not wanting to answer his questions. At this moment, Fan Chenxi teased that he couldn't speak anymore, not even knowing how to complain. Suddenly, Fan Chenxi noticed the wound on his hand. He felt something indescribable in his heart. It was just getting some medicine. How did his hand get injured? What happened to him? Fan Chenxi approached and grabbed his hand. Qiu Xiaobei cried out in pain. Fan Chenxi retorted, "So you know it hurts? If you know it hurts, why don't you say who did it? Covering up for the person who hurt you." Qiu Xiaobei was a bit thin-skinned. This slave just feels ashamed. He didn't expect Fan Chenxi to say, "Your face has already been stepped on. What's there left to be ashamed of?" Then Fan Chenxi ordered the guard beside him to call for Imperial Physician Lin. The guard received the order and nodded in agreement. After the guard left, he ordered Qiu Xiaobei to go to the bookshelf and bring over a few books. Qiu Xiaobei was confused. What did he want the books for? At this time, he brought the books over and handed them to Fan Chenxi. Fan Chenxi was somewhat surprised. "This is for you. I see that your 9 years of compulsory education clearly wasn't enough. Hearing these words, Qiu Xiaobei's face instantly turned ashen. He was somewhat incredulous. He didn't expect Fan Chenxi to not let him read the books, but to balance them on his head. He was puzzled and confused. At this time, Fan Chenxi explained with a gloomy face, "You're too stupid. Sometimes you don't know how to complain, and you're stupid enough to get bullied." Fan Chenxi saw that Qiu Xiaobei still wanted to explain. He angrily closed the book and stared at him viciously. "Do I need to tell you about the rumors outside that I am cruel and merciless?" Now his lips curled up slightly. "If that's the case, what do you think a eunuch by my side should be like?" Qiu Xiaobei looked at him, speechless. Fan Chenxi suddenly pulled Qiu Xiaobei into his arms. His hand caressed her chin. "Shouldn't you be more arrogant? More domineering?" Qiu Xiaobei looked at him and nodded. Then he released Qiu Xiaobei and asked seriously, "If another prince tries to harm you again, do you know what to do?" Qiu Xiaobei, balancing a book on her head, angrily shouted, "Next time this happens, I'll kill him first, then think about other things." Seeing this, Fan Chenxi flicked her forehead. "You've got some nerve, daring to mutter about killing a prince. Do you think life in the inner court is so comfortable?" A moment later, Dr. Lin arrived. Fan Chenxi immediately ordered, "Stop making faces and let the doctor check your injuries." After Dr. Lin bandaged her, he advised, "The bone isn't injured, but it will hurt for a few days. Your current condition isn't suitable for taking medicine. You can only apply external treatments. Change the dressing daily." When Dr. Lin wanted to examine her entire body to check for other injuries, Qiu Xiaobei turned her head and yelled at him. This scene left Dr. Lin very confused. Hearing Dr. Lin say she was like a little girl, Qiu Xiaobei turned back reluctantly and explained, "I don't have any other injuries. No need to check." But Dr. Lin wouldn't give up. Like an old father, he persuaded her that the examination was for her own good. It wouldn't hurt. Fan Chenxi also agreed. Late at night, Qiu Xiaobei lay on the bed, reflecting on the day's dangers. When she had encountered Consort Zhou in the consort's chambers before, he hadn't been as angry as today. She suddenly remembered that at that time, the crown prince, fourth prince, and fifth prince weren't by his side. But today, when Zhou Sifei appeared, they were all there. Qiu Xiaobei sat up abruptly. She could hardly believe it, but she had to consider the possibility. The killer of Zhou Sifei might be among the three princes. Suddenly, a pillow was thrown at her. She groaned in pain. Then Fan Chenxi warned her, "Are you going to sleep or not? If not, get up and continue balancing the book." Qiu Xiaobei turned her head nervously, looking at Fan Chenxi, who had been awakened. This slave just had a nightmare. "I'll sleep right away." Then Qiu Xiaobei lay down, staring at the ceiling. She had almost forgotten Fan Chenxi was beside her. But the 5-day deadline was approaching. It was time to find that medicinal herb. The next morning, Qiu Xiaobei reported her plans to Fan Chenxi. She wanted to go to Bixin Palace to look for a medicinal flower. Hearing this, Fan Chenxi's lips curled slightly. Little Bai knows the palace quite well, even aware of what flowers are in Bixin Palace. Qiu Xiaobei scratched her cheek awkwardly. "Everyone gossips a bit. This slave happened to overhear. I'm not sure, but I want to check for your highness's sake." Fan Chenxi lowered his head slightly, continuing to write with his brush. "If that's the case, do as you please." But he was still worried about Qiu Xiaobei. After Xiaobei left, a guard reported that the maid Xiao Cui was missing. Fan Chenxi's face darkened. "Under your strict watch, how could a maid simply vanish?" The guard hurriedly knelt down. This servant doesn't know how maid Xiao Cui disappeared, but before she vanished, a palace maid had approached where she was being held. Fan Chenxi put down his brush, looking at him with a gloomy face. "First find that maid, then investigate who told Xiaobei about Bixin Palace." By this time, Qiu Xiaobei had arrived at Bixin Palace. She searched through the grass persistently. After much effort, she finally found the medicinal flower. She carefully picked it. Just as she felt excited about finding the flower, she heard two people arguing in the distance. Qiu Xiaobei quickly hid behind a tree to observe. When she saw the two clearly, she couldn't believe it. The maid was actually Xiao Cui. The man reached out to caress Xiao Cui's face. He immediately asked her, "On your way here, were you followed or seen by anyone?" His face suddenly darkened. Looking at the girl who kept shaking her head, he said in a low voice, "It's good that no one saw you." The man kept coaxing Xiao Cui, saying sweet words while harboring cruel intentions. You're the most obedient, and the one I'm most reluctant to part with. Do one last thing for me. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed Xiao Chui's neck. When Xiao Chui stopped moving, he directly pushed her to the ground. He didn't expect he would kill Xiao Chui. At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei made a noise in the bushes. The man nearby noticed it. He darkened his face, turned his head, and angrily shouted, "Who's there?" Then he walked towards Qiu Xiaobei. Qiu Xiaobei quietly moved her body. She absolutely couldn't be found by that person now. Just as the man approached, he paused for a second under the tree, but then turned and left. Qiu Xiaobei listened to the footsteps getting farther away behind the tree. She then got up to check on the man's situation. She leaned on the tree, feeling very confused. Why did the man turn and leave after approaching? Suddenly, Qiu Xiaobei was grabbed by the neck from behind. Just as her life was threatened, she felt like the world was playing a joke on her. At the most dangerous moment, a stone flew from a distance and hit the man's hand. Qiu Xiaobei seized the opportunity and escaped from his grasp. The man still wanted to go forward and grab Qiu Xiaobei. He suddenly sensed something unusual behind him. A guard jumped in from outside Bixin Palace. Feeling the situation was not good, he fled sheepishly. Only Qiu Xiaobei was left sitting on the ground. At this time, Qiu Xiaobei also saw who had come. It was Fan Shi who saved her. Smiling, he patted the back of Eunuch Bai's neck. "Are you all right? His Highness was worried about you leaving the palace alone, so he sent me to protect you." Qiu Xiaobei slowly stood up from the ground and asked the person in front of her what to call him. He waved his hand. "My name is Fan Shi. You can call me Xiao Shi." The two of them came to Xiao Chui's body together. Qiu Xiaobei asked Xiao Shi to help find a place. She wanted to bury Xiao Chui. At this time, Fan Shi was worried he would bring people back. But Qiu Xiaobei had already figured it out. This Bixin Palace was his lair. He wouldn't bring people here. Although Xiao Chui deserved to die, it was better to let her rest in peace. In the Crown Prince's bedchamber, Fan Chenxi was sitting in the main seat, seriously practicing calligraphy. But Qiu Xiaobei's voice kept coming from outside, making it impossible for him to calm down. Qiu Xiaobei, holding a box, excitedly ran in from outside. "I found the flower!" But she didn't expect the eunuch in front to stop her. Li Gongong slowly spoke. "His Highness said you don't need to keep watch tonight. You can go back to your room to rest. The medicinal flower is not needed." Qiu Xiaobei nervously asked, "Is His Highness feeling unwell?" At this time, Fan Chenxi was still writing, pretending to be indifferent. But his thoughts had already fallen on Qiu Xiaobei. Qiu Xiaobei stood straight there, quietly looking at Fan Chenxi. She felt a bit disappointed. He had always asked her to keep watch before, but now he wanted her to go back. She was very unwilling in her heart, not wanting to be pushed back to square one. She seized the opportunity and rushed past Li Gongong. "Li Gongong Shota, Xiao Weizi, come back quickly." Qiu Xiaobei ran forward and snatched the brush from Fan Chenxi's hand. At this moment, he stared blankly at Qiu Xiaobei in front of him. When he came to his senses, he slammed his hand on the table. His face immediately darkened as he shouted angrily at Qiu Xiaobei. "Who gave you the courage?" But at this time, Qiu Xiaobei's expression changed quickly. She looked at him with those aggrieved eyes. "Wasn't it you? You promised this slave." Hearing these words, Fan Chenxi's emotions also stabilized. "How long do you intend to hold on to my brush?" These words immediately brought Qiu Xiaobei back to her senses. Qiu Xiaobei hurriedly offered the brush with both hands. Fan Chenxi turned his head and saw her wrinkled hands. Then he waved his hand. "Keep it as a reward." Then Fan Chenxi suddenly ordered Li Gongong, "Go get a cushion." After Li Gongong brought it, he respectfully placed it next to his Highness. He said he wouldn't dare, but his body honestly sat down. Then Fan Chenxi reached out his hand to him. At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei was still smiling with his eyes closed. Fan Chenxi leaned back in his wheelchair, resting his chin on his hand. "Weren't you clamoring to help me with my illness? Why aren't you looking now?" Qiu Xiaobei came to his senses and reached out to check his pulse. The toxins in Chenxi's body were still the same. The medicine prescribed by Imperial Physician Lin had started to develop resistance. Sitting on the cushion, he seriously asked Fan Chenxi, "Did someone make you angry? If you have any discomfort, you should speak it out. Keeping it bottled up inside will harm your body." Hearing this, Fan Chenxi instantly bristled, glaring at Qiu Xiaobei with a gloomy face. "You want to know what anger I'm keeping inside?" Qiu Xiaobei was so frightened he kept backing away. Suddenly, Fan Chenxi grabbed his ear. He hurriedly explained, "This servant knows his mistake. Let's talk it out. This servant will listen to everything you say." Fan Chenxi, now placated, leaned down and looked at Qiu Xiaobei. Who was it that promised me they were just going out to gather herbs, guaranteeing nothing would happen? He grabbed Qiu Xiaobei's chin. Letting that palace maid Xiao Chui out, was that an accident too? Didn't you dig a hole and bury her body because you felt guilty about her losing her life because of you? Fan Chenxi raised an eyebrow. The old workers at Bixin Palace wouldn't mention new workers. Who told you Bixin Palace had the medicinal flowers you wanted? At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei was a bit flustered and made up an excuse. I didn't lie. It was just some friends who told me. He knelt beside Fan Chenxi. Friends I made here in the Eastern Palace. They've been in the Eastern Palace for many years and know quite a bit about the palace. Qiu Xiaobei thought of the eunuch's ghost. There's nothing special about them. They just know a lot. It's just that their clothes are different from ours. He stroked his chin, thinking hard. He remembered details about the clothes. There are stripes on their sleeves, and the color is darker. Seeing this, Li Gonggong directly told him, "What you're describing is the old uniform from the previous emperor's reign." Then Fan Chenxi also questioned him, "How did you let Xiao Chui out?" Qiu Xiaobei was a bit embarrassed. He raised his hand to scratch his head. "I just used a bit of sleight of hand. I didn't expect it to actually work." What a coincidence, right? Fan Chenxi immediately asked again, "You went through all that trouble to let that palace maid out. Did you get any results?" Qiu Xiaobei raised his hand to gesture to her. Just a little bit more. She was so angry looking at Qiu Xiaobei. He didn't get any results and nearly lost his life. Fan Chenxi directly turned away, really not wanting to deal with him. He hadn't expected Qiu Xiaobei to not leave, but instead stay by his side and rest his head on his leg, looking at him lovingly with shining eyes. Seeing this, Li Gonggong hurriedly reminded, "Your Highness prepared lunch for you. He's been waiting for you to return and had it kept warm. You should go quickly." Fan Chenxi turned his head away in disgust. This prince might as well have them feed it to the pigs. Qiu Xiaobei sprang up like a carp. He shouted, "I'll go eat right away." After Qiu Xiaobei had gone a distance, he turned back to ask, "Can I still keep watch for you tonight?" Fan Chenxi didn't answer him, instead turning the question back on him. "Do you remember those books I had you order the other day?" Seeing the excited Qiu Xiaobei nodding vigorously, he barked. At this moment, Fan Chenxi was thinking of a mischievous idea. He told Qiu Xiaobei to choose one book himself and recite it to him in full in 10 days. When Qiu Xiaobei heard he had to recite a book, his mood plummeted. He hadn't expected Fan Chenxi to use night watch to threaten him. Reciting books was such a headache. He felt very helpless now. Why did eunuchs need to be literate and read books? The classical Chinese from his school days still gave him a headache just thinking about it. Li Gonggong was a bit confused. Fan Chenxi slowly spoke. He must be hiding something else. "There are actually people in this Eastern Palace that I don't know about." Fan Chenxi explained to Eunuch Li the reason for letting Qiu Xiaobei study. If he had a chance to leave the Eastern Palace, it would at least give him some means of making a living. He looked in the direction Qiu Xiaobei had left, revealing a smile. "You and Z both think I'm too good to this little eunuch. But what if I really don't have much time left?" At this moment, Fan Chenxi thought of Qiu Xiaobei's face and felt very warm inside. The child in his belly is the future hope of this prince. The night was very quiet. Qiu Xiaobei, holding lit incense, came to Fan Chenxi's bedside. Seeing him already asleep, he added a double insurance. Qiu Xiaobei saw with his own eyes the incense surrounding Fan Chenxi. Although this box only had half an hour's effect, it was enough. The incense had filled the entire room. Even the hidden guards on the roof beams fell asleep due to the incense. Qiu Xiaobei stood there watching this scene. Qiu Xiaobei stepped forward and suddenly kissed Fan Chenxi's forehead. "I'm sorry, Chenxi. I'm borrowing some of your dragon aura for protection. You're not losing out anyway." Soon he arrived at a gloomy back garden, chatting with ghosts hiding in the shadows. Qiu Xiaobei told them to come out quickly. The ghosts hiding behind the trees were trembling. Qiu Xiaobei hurriedly explained, "Don't blame me for scaring you. It's for self-protection, isn't it?" Qiu Xiaobei knelt on the ground, bringing them new clothes. "I made a set for each of you according to your sizes. Consider it as my thanks to you." The two ghosts looked at the new clothes they had changed into, their hearts already blooming with joy. These fourth-rank clothes they had never worn before. The ghosts reminded him that Consort Zhou was waiting for him outside the crown prince's bedroom. He definitely wouldn't let him go. Qiu Xiaobei dismissively waved his hand. Not looking for his killer. Why come after me? Why come after me? Qiu Xiaobei thought seriously. What evil spirits dare not approach are, first, evil people. Second, those with strong yang energy. Third, those with dragon aura. It seems I still need to find him once more to have a good talk with him. After figuring out these things, Qiu Xiaobei said goodbye to the ghosts. It's getting late, let's chat another day. He sparsely crawled back into bed, but this scene was seen by Fan Chenxi behind him. He thought Qiu Xiaobei was planning to get up and go out. Discovered, Qiu Xiaobei froze on the spot. He hurriedly explained, "Did I disturb you?" This servant felt a bit hungry and wanted to go out to find something to eat. Fan Chenxi, supporting his heavy forehead, slowly sat up. Getting hungry while sleeping? Don't go out to look. Let the people below send some food in. The next morning, Qiu Xiaobei was brewing medicinal soup in the courtyard. The maid beside him bent down slightly. "Let this servant help you brew this medicine." He had to let the maid help pour it out. While pouring the medicine, she chatted with Qiu Xiaobei. "Have you heard? The murderer of consort has been found. Rumor has it that it's the fourth prince." Hearing this news, Qiu Xiaobei was somewhat incredulous, thinking of the fourth prince's cowardly appearance. How could he dare to kill someone? Eunuchly looked at the delivered medicinal soup and sighed again. With a worried face, he looked at Fan Chenxi. "I hope this medicine can really help your highness." At this moment, Imperial Physician Lin also arrived at the bedroom. Qiu Xiaobei told him his thoughts. "This servant thought of you trying acupuncture for his highness, as I suggested." Imperial Physician Lin looked at those needles with surprise. "It's actually purple bamboo needles. Purple bamboo has the effect of clearing heat, detoxifying, and calming the mind. This subject has only heard of it. I didn't expect it to really exist." He looked at Qiu Xiaobei, coughed lightly, and said with certainty, "With these purple bamboo needle incense sticks, we have more confidence in treating His Highness's illness." Qiu Xiaobei put her hands on her hips angrily. "So you never trusted me before. This bowl of medicine can't be left for too long. Let's start quickly." Fan Chenxi trusted Qiu Xiaobei very much. He looked at him with shining eyes. "Then, this prince wants to see little Bei's medical skills." Fan Chenxi, lying on the bed, woke up. He pulled back his hand that Qiu Xiaobei was holding. Qiu Xiaobei felt his hand empty and immediately woke up, startled. He was a bit groggy. He raised his hand to rub his eyes. Looking at Fan Chenxi, who had already woken up, he asked concernedly how he was feeling. Fan Chenxi remembered before he passed out. Qiu Xiaobei instructed manager Li to brew a pot of water according to the prescription. Then he told him to personally watch over and not let anyone approach. After manager Li left, Qiu Xiaobei respectfully said to Fan Chenxi, "Your Highness, please undress. You should prepare to let Imperial Physician Lin lose his confidence." When Fan Chenxi noticed Qiu Xiaobei's gaze, he immediately stopped what he was doing. He looked at him with a gloomy face. At this time, Qiu Xiaobei's face was already beet red. He turned away pitifully, feeling very angry. "Imperial Physician Lin can see everything. Why yell at me? I'm at least half a man too." Imperial Physician Lin picked up the needle and looked at Qiu Xiaobei. "We can start now." He directly inserted the needle into Fan Chenxi's Fengmen acupoint. Then he inserted another needle into the Danyu acupoint. The third and fourth needles were inserted into the Jishur and Gaomong acupoints. Qiu Xiaobei held the acupoint chart while Imperial Physician Lin precisely inserted the needles into Fan Chenxi's acupoints. After losing confidence, Fan Chenxi passed out. The servants helped him to the bed. Qiu Xiaobei stayed behind to monitor his condition. When Fan Chenxi woke up, he saw Qiu Xiaobei holding his hand. Such a bold little eunuch. Did I fall asleep during the treatment? When he turned his head and saw Qiu Xiaobei still sleeping, an image of a girl suddenly appeared in his mind. This feeling was somewhat familiar. Do we know each other? Just as he was pondering, the door of the room was opened. Imperial Physician Lin and Manager Li walked in from outside. Imperial Physician Lin was holding medicine and inquired about His Highness's condition. Qiu Xiaobei, awakened by the commotion, slowly helped Fan Chenxi sit up. He looked at him nervously, eager to know about his physical condition. Imperial Physician Lin stepped forward to take the Crown Prince's pulse. "Although the illness in your body hasn't been completely eliminated, it has been controlled. It won't flare up in the short term. Some of the poison has been cleared." Manager Li expressed his thoughts but was immediately rejected by Qiu Xiaobei. This kind of acupuncture is very powerful. It needs to be combined with the medicine I found, but this medicine can only be used once. Qiu Xiaobei's expression suddenly became determined. The real medicine for His Highness is not easy to obtain. We can only stabilize His Highness's condition for now. Only after stabilizing the condition will I have more time to find the medicine. Qiu Xiaobei knelt on the ground, looking at him affectionately. I will find the medicine His Highness needs as soon as possible. Fan Qinci slowly spoke. Z is also tired. I'm fine now. Having little Bei watch over me is enough. You go rest first. Then he ordered Manager Li to go rest as well. Imperial Physician Lin and Manager Li walked out of the bedchamber one after another. He only left little Bei to look after him. At this time, Qiu Xiaobei was massaging his legs. Recently, there's a rumor that the fourth prince is the murderer who killed the imperial concubine. Hearing these words, Fan Qinci sighed. Qiu Xiaobei always felt there was something fishy about this. Someone must be manipulating him behind the scenes. Isn't that just what you want, to pamper him like that? Seeing Fan Qinci's expression, he smiled happily. You know what I'm going to do. You disagree verbally, but still help me secretly. Just as Qiu Xiaobei was lost in thought, Fan Qinci lifted his chin, teasing little Bei. How do you plan to thank me? The crown prince was admiring the beautiful scenery in the pavilion. At this time, a secret guard came to report. The fourth prince has already lost his composure. The current imperial consort Zhou is still keeping her cool. Fan Qinci waved his hand. Then add more fuel to their fire. Push it on a Fan Qinxian. If imperial consort Zhou can endure it, this prince's fourth brother doesn't have such a good temper. After he finished giving instructions, he began to inquire about Qiu Xiaobei's whereabouts. Manager Li hurriedly replied, "He's in the Western Garden, collecting dewdrops." When he turned around, his face was quite frightening. That place is close to that unfortunate imperial concubine Zhou's palace. Isn't he the one who dislikes going near that area the most? Fan Qinci slowly lowered his head. Let him be. It's just today's holiday. By the way, catch 2 fish for the kitchen to cook. Make it a bit sour. He likes to eat sour food. Hearing this, Manager Li looked at the crown prince's retreating figure, somewhat incredulous. These fish are very precious. In the Western Garden, Qiu Xiaobei sat on a swing, glaring viciously at Zhou Sifei. They were discussing their respective conditions. Qiu Xiaobei felt it wasn't worth it for him. Qiu Xiaobei looked disdainful. I have Qinci's dragon aura protecting me. If you want to fight me to the death, you'll also be hurt. We don't have any deep grudges. Why do this? After hearing this, Zhou Sifei's face instantly darkened. How can there be no hatred? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have died. Qiu Xiaobei didn't even bother to respond. A dark aura surrounded Zhou Sifei. As long as you're willing to die in my place, I originally didn't need to die. With your status in the Eastern Palace, your fate will be worse than death. He moved closer to Qiu Xiaobei. You think Fan Qinci is what kind of person? When you're no longer useful, he'll flay you alive, not letting you rest even in death. Qiu Xiaobei couldn't bear to listen anymore. He got off the swing and sighed helplessly. You're already dead. Saying these things now is useless. Zhou Sifei heard Qiu Xiaobei say he would help avenge him and couldn't believe it. How will you avenge me? I don't even know who killed me. Actually, he already had an answer in his heart. He just didn't want to say it. Zhou Xian turned around and said that treacherous maid betrayed me, drugged me unconscious. How would I know who it was? Qiu Xiaobei's face darkened. He was about to leave when Zhou Sifei waved his hand. What do you think? Do you want to cooperate with me? To find out who's really behind this? The fourth prince came to Imperial Consort Zhou's chambers. Soon, a eunuch walked in, reporting that the crown prince had obtained evidence of Zhou Xian's murder and sent it to the imperial court. Imperial Consort Zhou hurriedly asked the eunuch, "Do you know what it is?" He quickly replied, "The evidence was sent to the court by bees." This servant didn't see it clearly. The fourth prince slammed his hand on the table, shouting loudly, "It must be forged. I've never entered the crown prince's consort's chambers. How could I possibly leave evidence there?" He darkened his face, reminding his mother. They must take action immediately. Imperial Consort Zhou was still worried. What if Fan Qinci is just bluffing? At this time, The fourth prince patted his chest. Whether she's bluffing or not, she's so confident in handing over government affairs to the imperial court. That will definitely be disadvantageous to me, the fourth prince said through gritted teeth. Naturally, it's to make him unable to explain himself. Make any evidence he presents become a joke. Hearing her son say this, Imperial Consort Zhou's lips curled slightly upward, calculating her own way out in her mind. Then let's have this debate. At night, His Majesty came to Imperial Consort Zhou's chambers. The three of them had dinner together. Imperial Consort Zhou said, "What I envy most are ordinary people. A family happily together, eating meals he personally cooked. That's enough for him." This is what Imperial Consort Zhou looks forward to the most. At this moment, Imperial Consort Zhou noticed a maid, but she had never seen this palace maid before. She felt very surprised. Imperial Consort Zhou looked at the dish she was carrying, then at the ones on the table. "I personally prepared all of tonight's dishes for His Majesty. They've all been served. Where did this dish come from?" The palace maid suddenly dropped the plate in her hand. She took out a dagger and lunged at the emperor. The emperor hurriedly shouted, "Guards, come quickly. There's an assassin." The guards rushed in from outside and quickly pinned down the maid. The fourth prince, with a gloomy face, questioned her. "Who are you? Who sent you?" The maid, with tears in her eyes, looked up at the emperor. "It doesn't matter who this servant is. The crown prince is your son with the empress. How could you treat him like this?" Hearing these words from the maid, the emperor's face instantly darkened. "You were once the empress's maid. Did the crown prince send you?" But this maid didn't reveal anything about who was behind her. "This servant just can't stand your majesty. Can't stand that bitch Imperial Consort Zhou." The maid continued shouting, each word stabbing at the emperor's pain. Just then, a guard came in from outside, shouting, "Your Majesty." The guard stood behind the emperor, muttering softly. The emperor, hearing his words, was very surprised. He couldn't believe the Eastern Palace would have an army. Then the guard firmly replied, "Dozens of people suddenly gathered in the Eastern Palace. Judging from their skills, they seem to be from a military background. They've disguised themselves as eunuchs to enter the Eastern Palace." Hearing these words, the emperor could barely contain himself. He stood up, wanted to go to the Eastern Palace to check. He wanted to know why Fan Chenxi had gathered a volunteer army and what he intended to do. But at this time, the Eastern Palace was not as the guard had described. Fan Chenxi was reading books and eating grapes with Qiu Xiaobei. There was no gathering of troops at all. When Qiu Xiaobei heard Fan Chenxi's question, she nervously stepped back a bit. "Your Highness, can you not say such discouraging things?" Fan Chenxi directly questioned. "You find me discouraging?" Seeing he was a bit unhappy, Qiu Xiaobei quickly waved her hands to explain, "This servant is working hard on studying." Suddenly, Manager Li ran in from outside, looking troubled. He hurriedly reported to Fan Chenxi, "There are many people outside." At this moment, Fan Chenxi's face darkened. "It seems my fourth brother is even more impatient than I imagined. The game begins now. Push me out to sea." When Fan Chenxi and his group walked out, they saw a group of armed guards approaching the Eastern Palace's main gate. His Majesty is really making a big fuss, not trusting the crown prince even once. Qiu Xiaobei's face darkened. These are the guards who protect the Imperial Palace. Now they're standing guard at the Eastern Palace gate. Are they treating Chenxi, the crown prince, as an enemy? She clenched her fist and slammed it on the crown prince's wheelchair. "This is too much." Fan Chenxi sensed her anger. He directly reached out and held her hand. Fan Chenxi spoke up, breaking the deadlock. "What crime has this prince committed to warrant such a grand mobilization to surround the Eastern Palace?" The Imperial Guards completely ignored the crown prince. Then the Imperial Guards split to both sides, leaving the middle position for His Majesty. At this moment, everyone bowed respectfully to him. "Long live the Emperor!" The Emperor walked directly to the crown prince's side. With a gloomy face, he questioned the crown prince. "I heard that several people of unknown identity have entered the Eastern Palace. For safety reasons, we should search thoroughly." Fan Chenxi pretended to be wronged in front of the emperor. "The Eastern Palace has been confined for 3 months. Not even half the time has passed. How could anyone of unknown identity enter?" As a father, the emperor had never trusted his own son. He only listened to the slander of petty people and came to rebuke Fan Chenxi. He had always wanted Fan Chenxi dead. He waved his hand, ordering the Imperial Guards. "The crown prince is unwell. Send him to the bedchamber and guard him well. Don't let Xiao Zhao's followers take advantage of the chaos to harm my crown prince. Qiu Xiaobei resisted desperately. The imperial guards, hearing the emperor's order, shouted, "Wait!" Seeing this, they also released her. Qiu Xiaobei stepped forward and pushed his highness away. They returned to the bedchamber. The door was forcefully closed by the guarding imperial soldiers. At this moment, Fan Qinci sensed the murderous intent in the room. There might be a tough fight coming soon. Fan Qinci looked at the girl crouching beside him. He worried that he might not be able to protect her in a moment. She might get hurt. She shouldn't have come in. Seeing Qiu Xiaobei's determined expression, he could only remind her to stay far away in a moment. As soon as Fan Qinci finished speaking, he noticed the men in black on the roof beam. The fourth prince persuaded the emperor, "Don't upset yourself. Trust that Commander Qinjing will search thoroughly. Why don't you go rest first?" Then he turned and hinted to the imperial guards, "No matter what tricks the crown prince plays, don't let anyone in or out. If anything goes wrong, watch your head." It turned out that the men in black in the crown prince's chambers were arranged by the fourth prince. He only wanted to eliminate the crown prince. The men in black jumped down from the roof beam with knives. Without a word, Fan Qinci took out the sword at his waist and stood in front of Qiu Xiaobei. He watched the movements of the men in black, but told Qiu Xiaobei to find a place to hide. Seeing the men in black swinging their knives, Fan Qinci grimaced and used his sword to block their attacks. Qiu Xiaobei was startled by this thrilling scene. When she came to her senses, she thought of the imperial guards outside the door guarding them. She rushed over and pushed open the door, shouting to the guards that there were assassins inside, trying to kill the crown prince. She had intended to seek help, but unexpectedly, the guards didn't care at all. The imperial guards simply closed the door from the outside. Without the emperor's orders, no one was allowed in or out. Qiu Xiaobei knocked on the door and scolded them for standing by and watching. In an instant, a man in black jumped out from behind Fan Qinci. At this moment, Fan Qinci was fighting with another man in black. Qiu Xiaobei lunged forward, crashing into the man in black in front of Fan Qinci. Fan Qinci shouted at her, "What are you running over here for?" He grimaced silently, directly taking out a packet of powder from his bosom. He threw it at the men in black. Qiu Xiaobei stood right in front of Fan Qinci, telling him to hold his breath. The men in black who inhaled the powder all fell down. Only one was still struggling to stand, trying to complete his mission. Fan Qinci looked at the swaying man in front of him, his face very gloomy. He was calculating how to bring down those who wanted to harm him. He planned to let himself get injured to satisfy the mission of the men in black. Otherwise, how could this play continue? Fan Qinci was injured while protecting Qiu Xiaobei. After hearing the commotion inside, the people outside kicked open the door and shot the men in black. Fan Qinci's perfect plan had succeeded. The group standing at the door was stunned by the scene inside. No one could believe that someone would try to assassinate the crown prince. However, the emperor's face looked even worse. He looked at the injured crown prince on the ground, his mind full of doubts. Weren't those rebels summoned by the crown prince? The prime minister knelt down and pleaded with the emperor. The crown prince has been intelligent since childhood. He should have had a great future, but he was ambushed by villains. He is the empress's only son. After hearing the prime minister's speech, everyone knelt down and begged the emperor for mercy. The emperor realized his thoughts had been exposed and turned around, scolding them. The emperor directly berated the guarding imperial soldiers. Unexpectedly, the soldiers said this was all the emperor's arrangement to prevent the crown prince from using tricks. "You even told us not to enter no matter what happened." Fan Qinci looked at the emperor with a wronged expression. "If you really want your son to die, I won't say a word. You don't need to assassinate me secretly." Hearing this, the emperor became furious. "How dare you say such things? Do you believe I'll cut out your tongue?" Qin Tongling was very surprised. He turned his head to look at the fourth prince kneeling behind him. At this moment, the fourth prince didn't dare to meet his gaze. Seeing Commander Qin hemming and hawing without saying anything, the emperor directly accused him. "Do I look so muddle-headed in your eyes? Why would I harm my own son for no reason?" After saying these words, he left. Then the prime minister chased after him. He knelt down, wanting the emperor to thoroughly investigate this matter. However, the emperor entrusted this matter to the prime minister to handle. After respectfully seeing off the emperor and the fourth prince, their faces looked extremely unpleasant. The emperor was also calculating in his mind. Only by handing this matter to the prime minister could he have a clear conscience. The fourth prince followed behind the emperor, worried and afraid. He kept worrying in his heart whether the emperor knew about what he had done. The emperor suddenly stopped in his tracks. The fourth prince stepped forward in surprise and asked, "Father Emperor, why have you stopped?" What greeted the fourth prince was a hard slap. Seeing this, the fourth prince hurriedly knelt down, manipulatively begging for the emperor's forgiveness. The emperor directly punished him with 3 months of confinement. The injured Fan Chenxi was resting in bed. "There's a price for everything. Grandfather, you've watched me grow up. Which of these experiences I've had over the years hasn't been dangerous?" The prime minister saw Qiu Xiaobei enter with medicine, then stroked his beard. "You need to rest well now. Leave the rest to your grandfather to handle." Fan Chenxi said to the prime minister, "Thank you for your hard work." But his eyes never left Qiu Xiaobei. He couldn't believe Qiu Xiaobei just put down the medicine and left. At this time, the prime minister hadn't noticed Fan Chenxi's unusual behavior. Then Fan Chenxi started coughing. Seeing this, the prime minister stood up and advised him, "You need to rest well. Your grandfather will come to see you another day." After the prime minister left the bedroom, he instructed Li Gonggong nearby to take good care of the crown prince. Li Gonggong came in after the prime minister left. At this time, Fan Chenxi asked him about Qiu Xiaobei's whereabouts, which made Li Gonggong feel awkward. After receiving Fan Chenxi's order, Li Gonggong went out to call Qiu Xiaobei, telling him to go in and see the crown prince. Fan Chenxi watched Qiu Xiaobei walk in, the corner of his mouth slightly raised as he teased Qiu Xiaobei. "Why are you standing so far away?" Qiu Xiaobei reluctantly moved his feet. At this time, Fan Chenxi was still not satisfied, wanting Qiu Xiaobei to come even closer to him. Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei sighed. With a gloomy face, he strode to the edge of the bed. He looked down at Fan Chenxi, secretly thinking to himself, "Is this close enough for you?" Just as he was stunned, Fan Chenxi directly reached out and pulled him onto the bed. He patiently comforted, "If you make any more fuss, I'll have you dragged out and beaten. If you have something to say, say it. Why are you being so difficult?" Seeing his expression, Fan Chenxi's lips curved into a smile. He helplessly reached out and poked Qiu Xiaobei's forehead. Qiu Xiaobei felt somewhat moved by his action. Then he caressed Qiu Xiaobei's face. But Qiu Xiaobei remained silent. Fan Chenxi became a bit suspicious. The usually carefree person was so quiet today. At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei was still angry at Fan Chenxi. He disregarded his own life, concealing the assassin in his room. Now he was pretending not to know. He reached out and pinched Qiu Xiaobei's aggrieved face. "You ungrateful little thing. I give you good food and lodging, even let you treat my illness. How am I bullying you?" Qiu Xiaobei angrily swatted his hand away, revealing his aggrieved little face. He loudly questioned him, "Did you deliberately let the assassin in?" But Fan Chenxi didn't care. He didn't expect him to be so angry. Qiu Xiaobei was furious. He didn't say there was more than one assassin, nor did he tell him that the Imperial Guards would ignore the assassins. Qiu Xiaobei suddenly covered his face and cried. He dared not imagine the consequences if Fan Chenxi were killed. Fan Chenxi looked at him with great distress. "I had already arranged for the Prime Minister and others." Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei became even more afraid. Nothing is absolute. What if they don't make it in time? What if the assassins are more skilled? What if they really succeed? "Your Highness, have you considered the consequences?" Qiu Xiaobei became angrier as he spoke. Seeing that Fan Chenxi didn't care about this matter at all, he felt very aggrieved in his heart. Fan Chenxi looked at the silent Qiu Xiaobei, his tone softening slightly. "If we only let the assassins encounter the Imperial Guards, then it might be said that I am rebelling. Only when truly in trouble will the play continue. Do you understand him now?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qiu Xiaobei burst into tears. "This servant only wants you to live well." At this moment, Fan Chenxi was a bit confused. Wasn't Qiu Xiaobei just acting? Why does he care so much about my life? Is it true feelings or fake? If it's fake, he'd better not let me find out. Afterwards, Fan Chenxi promised Qiu Xiaobei that he would live well. Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei smiled. But unexpectedly, Fan Chenxi suddenly pulled him onto the bed. Qiu Xiaobei looked at his hands towards me, his face instantly turning red. He was also a bit shocked in his heart. Isn't the Crown Prince's bed also a dragon bed? How could he let me sit on it again and again? Fan Chenxi looked at him, noticing his discomfort. So he closed his eyes and spoke helplessly as the author to respond. Just looking at his nervous appearance made him want to laugh. At this moment, Fan Chenxi eased the tense atmosphere. You said you wanted to catch Zhou Xian's killer. Did you succeed? Did you succeed? Meanwhile, on the other side, a eunuch knelt on the ground, hurriedly begging for mercy from the person in front of him. He explained to his master the reason for not reporting in time. Now 3 of our trained men are dead, 2 are unconscious in the inner court, and the assassination interrogation failed. How do you think I should punish you? Then he drew his sword and pointed it at the eunuch. The eunuch panicked and shouted, begging the master to spare him. He didn't want to die now. Coincidentally, he couldn't kill this eunuch now. So he withdrew his sword and revealed an evil smile. In a low voice, he said, I don't have to kill you, as long as you redeem yourself. Qiu Xiaobei woke up and found himself on the crown prince's bed. He sat up abruptly. Fan Chenxi teased him. You're awake but not getting up? Are you waiting for me to serve you? Fan Chenxi sat up, playing with his hair. He stared at Qiu Xiaobei affectionately. How was it? Did I satisfy you? He suddenly leaned closer to Qiu Xiaobei. You're not waiting for me to dress you, are you? Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei was at a loss. He looked at Fan Chenxi and actually blushed. Qiu Xiaobei, with a blushing face, reached out to undress Fan Chenxi. Fan Chenxi looked at his actions expressionlessly. I told you to dress yourself, not to undress me. Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei laughed awkwardly. Shaking his head, he explained, I'm really sorry. I was confused from sleep. Please don't mind. Then Xiaobei hurriedly took the clothes and helped Fan Chenxi dress. Sitting on the bed, Fan Chenxi continued to tease him deliberately. Did you sleep well last night? Was the bed comfortable? At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei wasn't really listening to what he was saying, but agreed to everything. When he came to his senses, he realized how ridiculous what he had said was. He came to his senses and waved his hand, saying, This servant knows his crime. Please have mercy, Your Highness. After he said these words, Fan Chenxi wasn't angry. On the contrary, he was very happy. Suddenly, Eunuch Li walked in with a gloomy face. He reported, Your Highness, the princes have arrived at Shan Hall. Hearing the voice, Qiu Xiaobei looked back at Fan Chenxi, who heard these words. He pulled out a mischievous smile. Now the show is about to begin. Xiaobei, get ready. Come with me to greet these brothers. The 3 princes sitting in the upper hall had faces that looked worse than each other. The 5th prince felt that this matter wasn't simple. How could the crown prince be so kind as to invite us for a meal? These words were heard by Fan Chenxi, who had just walked in. He clasped his hands and looked at them calmly. Even if it's a trap, what can the 5th prince do about it? The 5th prince fearfully closed his fan. He felt cold sweat running down his back. At this moment, he didn't dare to refute Fan Chenxi. Then Fan Chenxi sat in the main seat. He ordered Qiu Xiaobei behind him to help pour wine for the 3 princes. When Qiu Xiaobei came to the 5th prince's side to pour wine, the 5th prince looked nervous. He felt uneasy in his heart, not knowing how he would deal with him after hearing those words. After making a round, Qiu Xiaobei filled everyone's cups with wine. Finally, he returned to the crown prince's side, smiling and telling him that all the wine had been poured. Fan Chenxi, without a word, directly picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. He looked at the already delighted little eunuch and coldly asked him how it tasted. Qiu Xiaobei nodded vigorously, feeling that the taste was different when fed by the crown prince himself. Then he frantically hinted at Fan Chenxi with his eyes and tugged at his sleeve. Fan Chenxi thought Qiu Xiaobei was quite like a pet, so he entered feeding mode. The 3 princes sitting nearby watched this scene, expressing their utter speechlessness. Seeing them act out their master-servant intimacy, they felt very bored. In the end, the 1st prince and 5th prince started drinking together. By now, they were already tipsy. The 8th prince Fan Qingjing came to the crown prince's side. He pointed at the 2 princes opposite, saying they seemed to have drunk a bit too much. Fan Chenxi put down his chopsticks after hearing this. He looked at the 2 lying on the table, his expression immediately turning unpleasant. The Eastern Palace may not have much, but it certainly has many rooms. He then ordered Manager Li to take them away. The 1st prince groggily pushed open the door. After entering, he saw a woman. How could there be a woman in my room? What exactly does Fan Chenxi intend to do? The woman turned around with a gloomy face, looking at the 1st prince before her. She slowly spoke, Let me dance for you. The 1st prince was somewhat surprised, feeling that this woman looked familiar. She smiled wickedly, making the whole room feel eerie. In a low tone, she said to him, Don't you remember me? I didn't expect you to forget me so quickly. The 1st prince was shocked to hear her words. He didn't expect this woman to be Consort Zhou. He was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Consort Zhou looked down at him and questioned, "You said that if I faked my death, I could escape my identity and be with you. But you didn't tell me that you wanted me to actually die." Seeing this, the first prince immediately knelt down and begged for her forgiveness. He kept saying he had no choice, that he truly loved Zhou Xian. Then he turned around and slapped Zhou Xian. Is this what he calls love? The first prince reached out and grabbed Zhou Xian's neck, shouting loudly, "I'll kill you. If I kill you, no one will know about this." At this moment, he hadn't realized that the person he was choking was Qiu Xiaobei. "I can kill you once, I can kill you twice." The guards rushed in, shouting stop. The guards, with gloomy faces, pulled the first prince away. At this moment, the first prince was still drunk. Qiu Xiaobei, sitting on the ground, started coughing violently. "I should have chosen a different method." Then Fan Chenxi also walked in. Seeing Qiu Xiaobei on the ground, his face immediately darkened. "First brother, can you tell this prince who you wanted to kill?" As soon as Fan Chenxi finished speaking, the first prince sobered up. He looked around the entire room, but didn't see Zhou Xian anywhere. He felt very confused. Fan Chenxi, seeing himself being ignored, became a bit angry. However, the first prince hurriedly explained that he was drunk and talking nonsense. Unsatisfied with the first prince's explanation, he decided to send the first prince to the emperor. The emperor should give this prince justice. As the first prince was being taken away, he shouted at Fan Chenxi, "You can't do this to me. I didn't do anything." At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei knelt before him. Fan Chenxi, seeing the bruises on Qiu Xiaobei's neck, concernedly asked if it hurt. Qiu Xiaobei smiled and replied, "This servant is fine. It doesn't hurt." Suddenly, he leaned close to Qiu Xiaobei, his eyes somewhat fierce. Who was it last night that wasn't afraid of death, even scolding this prince for deceiving him, telling this prince to cherish life? That overly bold eunuch wasn't you, was it? Then he caressed Qiu Xiaobei's cheek. "If you hurt yourself again, this prince will personally take your head. Do you understand?" Qiu Xiaobei hurriedly nodded. After they returned to the bedchamber, Fan Chenxi sat in a chair, seriously reading documents. He suddenly pointed at a character in the book and asked Qiu Xiaobei. Just then a guard came in. The guard whispered in Fan Chenxi's ear. The emperor was furious. Consort De and Imperial Consort Zhou were also causing chaos in the palace. After the guard finished reporting, he left. Fan Chenxi put down his documents and turned to walk towards the bed. "It's getting late. Let's go rest." Hearing these words, Qiu Xiaobei started tidying up his couch. This scene was observed by Fan Chenxi, sitting on the bed. He reminded Qiu Xiaobei with a very gloomy face. Qiu Xiaobei helplessly asked if he was feeling unwell somewhere. But Fan Chenxi said he wasn't unwell, just suddenly feeling a bit cold. How could it be cold in summer? Hearing this, he hurriedly wanted to run out to brew some medicinal soup for Fan Chenxi. Fan Chenxi directly grabbed his sleeve. "It's not that troublesome. You sit down first." Qiu Xiaobei quickly turned and asked what method your highness had. Fan Chenxi, however, remained expressionless. "The best source of warmth comes from the person themselves. You warm the bed for me, and I won't be cold." Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei became somewhat anxious. "It's a great offense for this servant to get on your dragon bed. Last time was already an exception. You shouldn't keep putting this servant in a difficult position." Then Fan Chenxi turned his head and pretended to cough. "I'm not making it difficult for you. You go rest. I'll just endure it." Qiu Xiaobei felt helpless. "Your Highness, don't be agitated." Qiu Xiaobei lay on the bed very stiffly, hoping the bed would warm up quickly. The current situation was too awkward for him. His tense body was noticed by Fan Chenxi beside him. He slowly opened his eyes and reminded Xiaobei that warming the bed should be done inside the covers. "Are you trying to warm the air by lying on top of the blanket?" Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei hurriedly crawled under the covers. Half an hour passed. Qiu Xiaobei still hadn't fallen asleep. He opened his eyes and touched Fan Chenxi's cheek, softly calling his name. Just as Qiu Xiaobei thought he was asleep, Fan Chenxi suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. He abruptly moved closer to Qiu Xiaobei. "It seems you don't want to sleep." At this moment, he felt somewhat panicked and flustered. He hurriedly said to him, "I'll sleep right away." Then Qiu Xiaobei lay down and patted the blanket. "Your Highness should sleep quickly too." After he lay down, another 10 minutes passed. He opened his eyes again, sensing the very calm breathing of the person beside him. This time, he should be truly asleep. Qiu Xiaobei carefully sat up, looking at the sleeping Fan Chenxi beside him. At this point, he planned to go out and investigate some matters. Then he took out a stick of incense, lit it, and placed it in front of Fan Chenxi. I have important things to do. To prevent you from waking up midway, I can only put you to sleep for a while. When the time was right, Qiu Xiaobei got dressed and walked out of the crown prince's bedchamber. At this moment, he sensed Fan Chenxi's people watching him from the shadows. While walking, he lit another stick of incense and threw it on the ground. The scent from the incense directly caused the guards behind him to faint. At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei arrived at Imperial Consort Zhou's palace. Standing alone in the eerie room, he shouted, "Come out! Do I have to personally clean up?" Suddenly, Zhou Sifei appeared in front of Qiu Xiaobei. "You think you can make me leave just like that? If it weren't for that bit of dragon aura, you wouldn't be my match." Qiu Xiaobei disdainfully took out a talisman. "Will you leave on your own, or do I have to make you leave? Your revenge has been taken care of. I'm giving you one more chance. Will you leave or not?" Zhou Xian retreated in fear. "You should know. Her life won't be good from now on. Her fate will be worse than yours. What's the point of lingering in the human world?" Qiu Xiaobei said in a low voice. Qiu Xiaobei's tone became increasingly sinister. "If you agree to leave, this blessing won't be used on you." Zhou Xian trembled in fear. "I'll leave now." Just then, Qiu Xiaobei called out to her. "There's one more thing. Do you remember the last time we met?" Qiu Xiaobei really wanted to know who was behind Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian recalled the day she died. Xiaobei had gone to see him, and those requests Zhou Xian made were directly refused by Xiaobei. When he recalled this, he was still very angry. Pointing at Qiu Xiaobei, he said, "Even if you escape for now, the person behind me will certainly not spare you either." After hearing these words, Qiu Xiaobei's face looked somewhat worried. At this point in the confrontation, there's no point in hiding anymore. I want to know if the person behind you is Imperial Consort Zhou. Hearing the words Imperial Consort Zhou was like a bolt from the blue for Zhou Xian. She never expected Qiu Xiaobei to guess Imperial Consort Zhou. Could this not be the real Xiaobei? At this moment, Zhou Xian started laughing. Her laughter was somewhat eerie. Then she taunted Qiu Xiaobei. "Weren't you always so arrogant in front of me? Go figure it out yourself. I won't tell you." After saying this, she vanished before Qiu Xiaobei. Only Qiu Xiaobei was left in the room. Just as she finished reflecting, she returned from Imperial Consort Zhou's chambers. Qiu Xiaobei quietly climbed into bed, but she didn't expect the person in bed was already awake. Fan Chenxi asked her where she had been. Qiu Xiaobei nervously explained to him, "This servant went to the toilet. I didn't expect your highness to wake up so early." After Qiu Xiaobei fell asleep, Fan Chenxi beside her was already gone, and she didn't hear any sound. Maybe because she was too tired earlier, she was still sound asleep. At this time, Fan Chenxi came to the back courtyard of the Eastern Palace. He asked the guard on night duty, but the guard didn't know where Qiu Xiaobei had gone. He immediately knelt down. This subordinate has failed in his duty. Fan Chenxi leaned against the wheelchair. "Keep this quiet. Since that's the case, then redeem yourself. I want to know what methods he used and what he went to do." The next day at morning court, the emperor's face darkened when he heard the minister's remonstrations. He lamented in his heart that if Fan Chenxi's position was added at this time, wouldn't it be asking for trouble? The emperor then told Fan Chenxi's guards to take good care of him, let him rest and recover. The crown prince is the crown prince. He really hoped nothing would happen to him. Do you understand? Manager Li's face darkened as he bowed and retreated. He was actually a spy sent by the first prince to the crown prince's side. He was still thinking, the emperor indeed doesn't dare to depose the crown prince at this time. In the Eastern Palace's pharmacy, Qiu Xiaobei lay on the table, worrying about His Highness's illness. Although His Highness's poison was temporarily under control, it only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. She still couldn't make the crown prince stand up. Suddenly, a ghost appeared in front of her. I once overheard someone mention, on the 5th floor of the inner court, there's a waistline. If you can pay the price, you can get the information you want. Qiu Xiaobei suddenly remembered that red-haired man. She could hardly believe it. The immortal was actually him? At this time, Fan Chenxi's medicine was ready. Qiu Xiaobei poured the medicine into a bowl, blew on it to cool it, and turned to the ghost saying, I'll go give His Highness the medicine first. We'll talk when I come back. Qiu Xiaobei placed the medicine beside Fan Chenxi, reminding him it was time to take his medicine. This servant has already cooled it. Drink it now, it won't burn your mouth. After Fan Chenxi gulped down the medicine, he put the bowl on the table. Then he wanted Qiu Xiaobei to push him out for a walk. Qiu Xiaobei slowly pushed him around the garden. Fan Chenxi was quite emotional. Have you heard a saying? The crown prince is good in every way, except his luck is a bit poor. Fan Chenxi slowly reached out to catch a falling leaf. They say heaven has its favorites. Those it favors have endless good fortune no matter how bad things get. But I was born well. My mother was the Empress, plus the Prime Minister. At 5 years old, I had amazing talent in both civil and military affairs. Yet I'm the child abandoned by heaven. After my mother left, Father Emperor's inexplicable hostility. In this vast palace, everyone wants me dead. Fan Chenxi would always be beaten black and blue. Even though Fan Chenxi grew up with difficulty, his heart had already turned completely black. Fan Chenxi was like a wild beast, using the sword in his hand to protect his territory. But later, when Fan Chenxi wanted to achieve something, his comforter beside him was mistakenly killed by Jianghu people. At this moment, only he was left alive in the world. Fan Chenxi recalled his tortuous experiences again. The important witness he had found with great difficulty also died while drinking water. Even in the iron-walled Eastern Palace, Fan Chenxi could be poisoned. In the end, he was crippled. Am I particularly unlucky with these legs? Seeing this, Qiu Xiaobei crouched down to persuade him. Fan Chenxi didn't show much sadness. He stroked Qiu Xiaobei's head. It's different now. I feel that since you came, everything has gone smoothly. You are truly my lucky star. Then Qiu Xiaobei nuzzled his hand. Your Highness is this servant's lucky star. All the blessings on my body are given by you. Fan Chenxi was amused by his sweet words. He poked his forehead. Your mouth is sweeter than honey. Stay by my side in the future. Let me give you more blessings. After getting a satisfactory answer, he decided to return to the Crown Prince's palace. Qiu Xiaobei stood up and chased after Fan Chenxi. Qiu Xiaobei looked at Fan Chenxi's retreating figure and secretly vowed, Please rest assured, Your Highness, I will definitely make your legs better. After sending Fan Chenxi back, he came to the inner court. At this moment, Zhang Qingli, the manager of the inner court, came out to welcome him. Eunuch Bey, you've finally come. I've been waiting for you every day. Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei said angrily, You're so eager for me to not be well? Zhang Qingli hurriedly waved his hands to explain. How dare I? It's just that I have an urgent matter to ask for your help. Then Qiu Xiaobei took out a talisman paper. It's still about that matter last time? Stick this to your bedhead when you sleep. It can keep you safe for a few days. I'll come check on you again later to help you take a look. Just as Zhang Qingli was about to reach out to take the talisman paper, Qiu Xiaobei suddenly pulled back his hand. He reminded Minister Zhang, there's no free lunch in this world. For the sake of that matter at home, he had to take a step back. Zhang Qingli patted his chest. What does eunuch need this official to do? Just tell me. A moment later, he brought Qiu Xiaobei to the 5th floor of the inner court. He stood outside watching Qiu Xiaobei walk in. Then he reminded Eunuch Bey, if you need anything, just call me anytime. At this moment, the red-haired man in the prison sensed Qiu Xiaobei's presence. He didn't expect to meet again so soon. Old friend came back to find me specially. Do you have something? Is there anything? He stated the purpose of his visit. He heard that there was a know-it-all on the 5th floor. He looked at the person in front of him very puzzled and patiently explained the meaning of know-it-all. The red-haired man suddenly leaned closer to provoke him. I like this title, but I think you've also heard that this is a palace trade. Qiu Xiaobei directly agreed to him. Qiu Xiaobei raised his hand to brush off the red-haired man's hand. When I left here last time, you said to come find you if I needed anything. I now want to know about the heaven-destroying night and star lantern fruit. The red-haired man leaned against the wall with a wicked smile. One is a deadly poison, one is for catching stars. Interesting. I know about the heaven-destroying night. For the star lantern fruit, I'll have to tell you after a while. Then, Qiu Xiaobei stepped forward to ask him where the heaven-destroying night was. The red-haired man said expressionlessly, Shouldn't you ask about the price first? After hearing these words, Qiu Xiaobei's face immediately turned ugly, but his eyes were very determined. Then what exactly do you want? He didn't expect that the red-haired man in front of him actually wanted his blood. This made Qiu Xiaobei feel very confused. However, the red-haired man said his blood indeed had this value. Unexpectedly, Qiu Xiaobei directly agreed to his request. There should be a limit to how much you need. I can't give you all the blood in my body. The red-haired man smiled, just a little bit. Without a word, Qiu Xiaobei took out a knife and made a cut on his wrist. I can give you blood, but I hope to buy information about both plants. Then the red-haired man took out a bottle and waved it in front of Qiu Xiaobei. You can rest assured, I am quite fair. I will do everything I say. At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei handed him the bottle filled with blood. She directly asked him to tell her about the Tiansang leaf. But the red-haired man didn't say a word. Suddenly, the red-haired man grabbed his wrist. He took the bottle from his hand. Finally, he even stuck out his tongue to lick Qiu Xiaobei's wound. Qiu Xiaobei angrily scolded him, hitting his chest with her hand. The red-haired man wasn't angry. I just don't want to waste it. The Tiansang leaf you want is in Bixin Palace. At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei felt a bit unwell. The red-haired man revealed a mischievous smile. Are you feeling unwell? I should have known not to take so much blood from you. Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei became furious. I'd better find the Tiansang leaf. Otherwise, you'll have to pay me back 1,000 times for the blood I lost today. Then Qiu Xiaobei turned to leave. The red-haired man reached out to stop him. At least let's exchange names. I'm Chili. What's your name? When Qiu Xiaobei returned to the Eastern Palace, he met a young palace maid. Seeing her panicked look, he felt a bit surprised. Did anything happen while I was away for half a day? The young palace maid hurriedly said yes. His Highness instructed this servant to wait here, to take you to the imperial kitchen, to see if there's anything you like. They'll make it for dinner tonight. As soon as she finished speaking, Qiu Xiaobei shyly turned to leave. The young palace maid hurriedly followed behind him. Where are you going, sir? The crown prince is busy right now. The young palace maid stood in place, watching the eunuch leave without looking back. She sensed something was off. Is it because he knows about his highness's upcoming wedding? Qiu Xiaobei arrived at the crown prince's hall. He heard that the emperor was very concerned about the crown prince's wedding. He only hoped there would be someone close by the crown prince's side. He couldn't believe it when he heard the word wedding. Then he stepped forward and heard Li Gonggong say, there will be a lot to do in the coming days. After learning about this, it felt like a needle piercing Qiu Xiaobei's heart. The pain was unbearable. He didn't want to face the reality of the crown prince's wedding. After everyone left, Qiu Xiaobei stood silently in place. He wanted to confirm this with the crown prince. But unexpectedly, the crown prince said he didn't need his service here. Qiu Xiaobei's face looked unpleasant. His heart was filled with indescribable bitterness. Is it because Fan Chenxi is getting married that he doesn't want even a servant like me anymore? There was no reason for him to stay here. Then he turned and walked out of the bedroom. Unexpectedly, he met the young palace maid on the way. Qiu Xiaobei said he had something to deal with. He walked alone on the road. Even if he marries someone else, so what? Protecting Fan Chenxi is my duty. At this time, Qiu Xiaobei arrived at Bixin Palace. When he opened the door, he saw the dilapidated furnishings inside. This room was eerily cold. Qiu Xiaobei sensed the strangeness in the room. He immediately took out a talisman from his body. Just then, a ghost appeared behind him. What exactly happened here? Just as he sensed the eerie air behind him, a gust of wind whistled past. He couldn't see clearly who was behind him just now. He only felt his body becoming dizzy. When Qiu Xiaobei woke up, he found himself being carried on Fansher's back. He urgently wanted to know what had just happened, but Fansher didn't know either. Fansher found Qiu Xiaobei already unconscious. Qiu Xiaobei lay on Fansher's shoulder, recalling what had just happened. That Bixin Palace must have a problem. After hearing Fan Chenxi's voice, he hurriedly jumped down from Fansher's back and ran over to explain. His face showed no change. Since there's nothing wrong, then go have a meal. After speaking, Fan Chenxi turned and left directly. The two people behind were left standing there stunned. They felt that the crown prince was so scary just now. When Fan Chenxi returned to the room, he ordered the head of the secret guards. Are there any missions outside recently? Arrange for Fansher to go. A jealous Fan Chenxi was really quite amusing, comforting the manager. Unexpectedly, the master sent little aid. He was thinking to himself, could it be that his highness did it on purpose? Actually sending a disfigured dark agent to protect Eunuch Bei. Qiu Xiaobei lay on his soft couch. That Bixin Palace was so full of yin energy. Many people must have died there. If Tianshengyi was really in Bixin Palace, he must be near the corpses. Suddenly, he fell into a deep sleep. He dreamed of Fan Chenxi. In the dream, he said to Qiu Xiaobei, "You don't need to worry about my legs anymore. From today on, I no longer need you." He immediately asked Fan Chenxi why. Fan Chenxi's words were heartbreaking. "My legs are like this because of you. I don't want to see you again." Qiu Xiaobei fell into a black abyss in his dream. At this moment, he kept talking in his sleep. He wanted to help the Crown Prince heal his legs. But in the dream, the Crown Prince pushed him away. The Dark Agent and Fan Chenxi noticed Qiu Xiaobei's abnormality. Fan Chenxi reached out to touch his forehead. Finding that Qiu Xiaobei had a fever, he asked Anwei to call for Dr. Lin. At this time, Fan Chenxi discovered the wound on his wrist. His face instantly darkened. He could hardly believe it. Qiu Xiaobei had been injured without his knowledge. Then he questioned the Dark Agent in front of him. "Didn't I tell you to watch him? How did he get injured?" The Dark Agent slowly spoke. "Eunuch Bei must have been injured on the 5th floor of the inner palace." Moments later, Dr. Lin arrived at the Crown Prince's palace. He bowed to the Crown Prince. Fan Chenxi impatiently said, "Quickly, see how he is." Dr. Lin stepped forward, bending down to examine Qiu Xiaobei's injuries. His hand was not badly hurt, but he had lost too much blood. Evil wind had entered his body, causing high fever. His life could be in danger. Hearing these words, Fan Chenxi was very worried. For Qiu Xiaobei now, he only asked that the young one be safe and sound. "Dr. Lin, do you understand?" Dr. Lin was somewhat fearful. To save Eunuch Bei, only the 1,000-mountain snow lotus would work. Then, Fan Chenxi ordered a palace made to fetch the 1,000-mountain snow lotus from the pharmacy. Seeing the Crown Prince in this state, Dr. Lin understood in his heart. His Highness truly cared for this little eunuch. Then he planned to wipe Qiu Xiaobei's body to reduce the fever. Just as Dr. Lin took out a towel, he was stopped by Fan Chenxi. He still had a dark face as he reminded Dr. Lin and the palace maid. He told them all to turn around. Then, Fan Chenxi helped Qiu Xiaobei unbutton his clothes. He carefully wiped his body. At this time, he noticed something unusual about Qiu Xiaobei's body. Fan Chenxi curiously removed the thing on his chest. He could hardly believe it. Qiu Xiaobei was actually a woman. The sleeping Qiu Xiaobei was still talking in her sleep. His face instantly turned red all over. He hurriedly covered Qiu Xiaobei with the blanket. Fan Chenxi thought about how he had shared a bed with her for so many days without realizing she was a woman. The next morning, Qiu Xiaobei slowly opened her eyes. Looking at where she was a bit surprised. "How did this servant end up here?" Fan Chenxi looked down at her affectionately. "You were sweating. I moved you to a better place to sleep. Are you hungry now? I'll have someone bring in some food." Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei suddenly sat up. At this moment, he was very happy. He had previously thought Fan Chenxi was going to marry Zheng Fei and wouldn't want him anymore. Fan Chenxi stared at him puzzled. "What does whether I marry a principal consort or not have to do with wanting or not wanting a servant?" At these words, Qiu Xiaobei's face instantly fell. Seeing Qiu Xiaobei's aggrieved face, he reached out and patted his head. "Can you first tell me, what did you trade with Qi Li?" Qiu Xiaobei found the name Qi Li unfamiliar. Suddenly he remembered that red-haired man. Could the person locked on the 5th floor be Qi Li? Then Qiu Xiaobei got out of bed. "Please forgive this servant, Your Highness." Fan Chenxi, seeing him like this now, patiently asked, "You don't plan to tell me?" Suddenly Fan Chenxi grabbed Qiu Xiaobei's injured wrist. "Your deal with Qi Li was about medicine, right? And the price for the medicine was your blood." Fan Chenxi got his affirmative answer. His face immediately darkened. "If you dare to do anything that hurts yourself again, I'll twist your head off first." Qiu Xiaobei was frightened by these words. He hurriedly withdrew his hand. Fan Chenxi, seeing him startled, spoke with concern. "Your illness hasn't fully recovered. Quickly get in bed and lie down." He sensed that Fan Chenxi was a bit angry. Qiu Xiaobei very obediently laid down in the blanket. After lying flat, he sighed. Fan Chenxi, seeing this, asked him what was wrong. Fan Chenxi heard that he wanted to go to Bixin Palace, and he wanted to go alone to find Tiansheng Yi. Fan Chenxi stared at him with a vicious look. "This prince will send servants to find the antidote." Qiu Xiaobei immediately refused him. "This servant went there yesterday. There might be many accidents hidden there, and when Tiansheng Yi encounters accidents, it will cause plagues." At this moment, Fan Chenxi thought of a plan. If a plague occurs in the imperial palace, it would be a real joke if it spreads. Then he asked Qiu Xiaobei, Is there a way to resolve this plague? Qiu Xiaobei was somewhat incredulous. There is a way, but it's quite troublesome. However, it can be avoided with early prevention. But this time, Fan Chenxi wanted to use the plague to complete his plan. As they were talking, the door was suddenly opened from the outside. Two palace maids walked in carrying meals. This is a major matter. We'll discuss it after you've eaten. At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei stared at Fan Chenxi. He didn't expect him to care so much about himself, and he seemed to have everything under control regarding this matter. Could it be that he already had a solution in mind? After Fan Chenxi received this news, when he woke up the next day, he invited Yu Yi to examine everyone in the Eastern Palace. Unexpectedly, they discovered an infectious disease. At this time, the Crown Prince had a dream. The imperial ancestor told him in the dream that today there would be a calamity arising from illness, and it needed to be prevented early. The next day, the Crown Prince reported this matter to everyone. However, he felt that once he entered the Eastern Palace, this matter could be resolved. Fan Chenxi had no choice but to seek help from the favored Consort Zhou. Consort Zhou also had her own calculations and refused his request. At this time in the Eastern Palace, Qiu Xiaobei came over carrying a pot of tea. Aren't you afraid that this servant's estimation is wrong? Now you have to act in front of people, enduring everyone's mockery. Fan Chenxi closed the document and slowly closed his eyes. This prince was born to gamble. It's either success or becoming a person. There's no second choice. But if someone with ulterior motives takes advantage of this, wouldn't all efforts be in vain? Fan Chenxi smiled and comforted her. At most, I'll be dismissed from the position of Crown Prince. Then he pinched her cheek. Besides, this prince believes that even if your judgment is wrong, it's right. Hearing these words, Qiu Xiaobei became happy. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. Please have some tea. Manager Li suddenly walked in, reporting to him about his marriage. It was said that the daughter of the Marquis of Wei was seriously ill. The marriage arrangement with Your Highness might have to be delayed. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Send some health supplements over and express this prince's condolences. Let Miss Wei rest well. Manager Li said helplessly, but the Wei family won't let people from the Eastern Palace in. Fan Chenxi, with a gloomy face, told him, then just shout a couple of times at the door. Whether they accept it or not is their business. After Manager Li withdrew, Qiu Xiaobei snorted coldly and spoke angrily. That Wei Jia is clearly just avoiding suspicion. It's too much. Hearing these words, Fan Chenxi felt like laughing. This prince knows about these things. But what does Wei Jia have to do with this prince? This prince doesn't care about that woman. At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei was already beaming with joy. He was also very enthusiastic about work. This servant will go find Dr. Lin to prepare the antidote, only leaving a very puzzled Fan Chenxi behind. Seeing that he was about to leave, Fan Chenxi suddenly reached out and grabbed Qiu Xiaobei. He instructed him to come back early. If you're not back before dinner, this prince will personally come to catch you. Then he went to the pharmacy. Dr. Lin teased him that his speed was really slow. Little Bei, come quickly and take a look at the medicine I just developed. I had no choice. His Highness wouldn't let me out. He only let me come after I promised him many times. Being favored by the master is also a source of trouble, Qiu Xiaobei said proudly. When Qiu Xiaobei finished speaking, the room fell into silence. He awkwardly came to Dr. Lin's side to ease the awkwardness. Didn't Dr. Lin want me to look at the medicine? Then he looked at the medicine powder on the table and bent down to sniff it. He only smelled it once and knew that the dosage of the true drink liquid in the powder was incorrect. Dr. Lin was surprised that he could tell the dosage was wrong just by smelling it once. He slowly said, I have other medicines here. Can you smell them for me? Qiu Xiaobei agreed without hesitation. He was calculating in his mind. I want to ask you about the Duke of Wei's demon girl. I just want to know what kind of person she is. Dr. Lin's face looked troubled as he advised him. What does it matter to you what the Duke of Wei's demon girl is like? Hearing Qiu Xiaobei's words, he was worried for him. In the future in this palace, you can't do whatever you want. Do you think you won after what happened recently? Dr. Lin reminded him of his current situation. He felt it was quite the opposite. The better the situation seems, the more difficult it will become later. Fan Chenxi can't go against the Emperor's wishes at this time. He must make concessions. even if the alliance brings other troubles. For the temporary harmony of the Eastern Palace and the lives of others, this alliance must be formed. At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei's face looked worried. Dr. Lin patted him on the shoulder. Don't you understand? This marriage must happen. Fan Chenxi has no room to resist, and you have even less. I know what you're thinking, but you can't ruin His Highness's wedding. Do you understand? Qiu Xiaobei angrily shook off Dr. Lin's hand and shouted that he didn't understand. Then Qiu Xiaobei turned and left. Everyone is against Fan Chenxi. Why should I work hard to make medicine for their survival? Why do they all demand things from me? Dr. Lin squatted down and sighed, looking at the medicine Qiu Xiaobei had thrown on the ground. He noticed something was wrong. That once timid person now had such a big temper. Qiu Xiaobei came back silently and knelt on the ground, helping Dr. Lin clean up the scattered medicine. At this moment, he faced reality. Fan Chenxi didn't need him. He was very hurt inside, but didn't know who to talk to. Some things seem possible when you think about them, but in reality, we can't just run away. Qiu Xiaobei thought that Fan Chenxi still needed to survive in the palace and continue to deal with various forces. And I should stand by his side to help him now. Watching the angry Qiu Xiaobei leave, Dr. Lin sighed softly. The hardest thing is not when people with good tempers accommodate you, but when someone with a bad temper is willing to endure everything. Dr. Lin raised his hand to stroke his beard. Could such a person really be an actor? And Qiu Xiaobei's temper didn't seem like that of a child from a poor family at all. Qiu Xiaobei suddenly turned his head and shouted at Dr. Lin, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take the medicine." Dr. Lin was surprised to hear this. He didn't expect him to still be thinking about making medicine. Time flew by, and 3 days later, a group of imperial guards holding weapons came to the Eastern Palace. They said they were ordered to thoroughly investigate the Eastern Palace. "Please don't obstruct us, sir." Qiu Xiaobei saw these soldiers, but didn't know what had happened. He took out a piece of gold to ask the imperial guards what had happened in the Eastern Palace. Then the soldier took him to a secluded place. "It's all over the public now. Do you really not know, sir?" At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei remembered Fan Chenxi's plan. He awkwardly scratched his cheek. "I've been out on business these past few days." Actually, Qiu Xiaobei had been busy working on the antidote and had no time to pay attention to public affairs. The soldier shook his head helplessly. "You've come back at a really bad time. The palace is in chaos now. The plague is spreading everywhere in the palace. This all started 3 days ago. To celebrate being 5 months pregnant, consort, he invited other consorts for a meal. She waved her hand, ordering palace maids to serve all the dishes. Consort, he held a grand banquet. She suddenly scolded a palace maid at the banquet, but that maid just stood there motionless. No one present expected it. That palace maid suddenly dropped dead. This scene frightened everyone present, and they were all contacts of the infectious disease. The guard's face looked somewhat fearful, because after the imperial physician examined the dead maid, they found something unusual on her body. Since that night, everyone in the palace has been in a state of panic. These past few days, he had been focused on developing medicine with Dr. Lin. He really didn't expect that the disease had already started spreading outside, nor did he expect it to become this serious. Qiu Xiaobei waved his hand. "What does this have to do with you coming to the Eastern Palace?" But the guard replied that now people in every palace have been infected. Everyone suspects it came from the Eastern Palace. The captain of the Imperial Guard stood not far away, shouting for everyone to assemble. He asked if they had found anything. The guard who was chatting with Qiu Xiaobei hurriedly waved his hand. "I have to go now." After the Imperial Guard assembled, they all answered the captain's questions. None of them had found anything unusual. They would soon move on to search the next palace. At this moment, Fan Chenxi came out of the sleeping quarters. He asked the captain of the Imperial Guard to stay for a moment. Manager Li stood to the side. "His Highness has something to say. Please stay." Everyone. Fan Chenxi sat in his wheelchair, looking somewhat impatient. "I heard about what happened a few days ago. I've said before, there are unclean things in the Imperial Palace that need to be prevented early." The captain of the Imperial Guard didn't quite understand the Crown Prince's words. With a gloomy face, he guessed in his heart, "Could it be that he wants to express dissatisfaction through me?" Fan Chenxi had the eunuch give him the medicine. "This is to prevent the disease. It can be sprayed around the palace. Although I don't know if it's in time, I still want to do what little I can." Just as he was about to turn and leave, Fan Chenxi behind him spoke up. up. Please do me a favor when you go back. Ask those rumor mongers for me. If the Eastern Palace really was the source, would I be announcing it everywhere? Fan Chinzi's face looked like he had been wronged. Am I crazy? Or do I think my life is too long? Or do they really think I can't do anything to them? The captain of the Imperial Guard returned to report to the Emperor. Your subject sent people to search the Eastern Palace. There was nothing unusual. Then the Emperor ordered that they no longer need to keep an eye on the Eastern Palace. The Emperor asked him with a gloomy face, "Earlier I told you to gather all the sick people at the manor in the suburbs. Have all the people been sent there now?" The captain of the Imperial Guard bowed. "They've all been sent, but just now someone reported that Consort E also showed symptoms of the disease. I don't know how to handle this." Hearing this, the Emperor's face instantly darkened. "You immediately send people to take Consort E to the manor." I said, "No matter who it is, there will be no leniency." He heard this and could hardly believe it. He wanted to try to persuade the Emperor. "Consort E is pregnant now. That manor is full of infected people." The Emperor waved his hand and scolded him. "Don't I know that? She's infected now. How can the child in her belly still be good? I don't lack sons. I certainly don't need an unborn one." The captain of the Imperial Guard could only agree. He really couldn't find that the Emperor was such a cold-hearted person. He wouldn't even spare an unborn child. Seeing that he agreed, the Emperor turned and told him to leave. "If there are any more infected people in the palace, send them all to the manor. Remember, regardless of their status." In the evening, Fan Chenzi and Xiao Xiaobei sat together. At this time, Fan Chenzi was listening to Xiao Xiaobei reading. He suddenly asked Xiao Xiaobei to read the sentence above again. Xiao Xiaobei hid behind the book, mumbling softly that he forgot a character above. Fan Chenzi leaned on his head and smiled. "Do you want me to help you?" Then Fan Chenzi made an outrageous request. If he couldn't recite it, he would touch Xiao Xiaobei's belly. Xiao Xiaobei felt this punishment was too embarrassing. However, Xiao Xiaobei didn't dare to say anything. Fan Chenzi, sitting on the other side, urged him, "Hurry up. Don't delay my communication with the child in your belly." Xiao Xiaobei's face turned slightly red with embarrassment. He slowly stood up. "Why is your highness so fixated on this punishment? Could it be that he discovered something?" Just as he was about to touch Xiao Xiaobei's belly, Eunuchly suddenly came in and interrupted. Eunuchly sensed his highness's mood and quickly informed him. "Consort Shu requests an audience." Fan Chenzi didn't want to see Consort Shu. It was already late at night, so it seemed inappropriate. Just tell her to go back. Eunuchly quickly added, "She came dressed as a palace maid." Xiao Xiaobei saw Fan Chenzi trying to avoid suspicion and felt very happy inside. "This servant is hungry now. Could your highness go eat something with me first?" Hearing these words, Fan Chenzi directly poked his head with the book. "You can't even recite properly, and you want to go eat?" But he didn't expect Xiao Xiaobei to use his trump card. Then Eunuchly came in again. "Consort Shu said that if you agree to see her, she will grant any request you make. So, shall we invite Consort Shu in?" Fan Chenzi thought for a moment. "She can grant any request?" Consort Shu really knows how to play her cards. Xiao Xiaobei turned his head to look at her. Consort Shu has always been a clean stream among the consorts. For her to come find you and make such a promise, could she be seeking protection? When Consort Shu entered, with the Crown Prince's permission, she sat down. The Eastern Palace is now the most peaceful and comfortable place in the palace, isn't it? Fan Chenzi was not satisfied with her praise. "The Eastern Palace is a place everyone despises. Don't you know that, consort? Or have you forgotten?" Consort Shu smiled gracefully. "They long for and envy it. How could they have the right to despise it? So, why does the Crown Prince pretend not to know?" She slowly stood up. "The palace is in chaos now. All because we didn't listen to your advice back then. The current situation is most advantageous to you, isn't it?" Fan Chenzi was surprised that an inconspicuous Consort Shu could be so deep. "So Consort Shu came tonight to criticize me as well?" Hearing this, Consort Shu quickly knelt down. "I came disguised as a palace maid tonight just to beg the Crown Prince to give medicine to save my son." She looked up at the Crown Prince. "Please, considering that Jeaner and I have never harmed you, save him. Only you can save him now." Consort Shu thought about her bargaining chips. The Crown Prince hates these brothers and sisters the most and despises family affection. But if even he refuses to help, then no one can save Jeaner. She had to use her trump card. "You know, my family has some influence in the Ministry of War. The Minister of War is old and will retire soon." These bargaining chips indeed convinced the Crown Prince. "As long as you can cure Jeaner, I will immediately write a letter to my family. If you don't trust me, I don't have to promise." Then Fan Chenxi waved for Qiu Xiaobei to get the medicine. When he brought it out, he handed it directly to Consort Shu. After receiving the medicine, Consort Shu apologized to the Crown Prince. Fan Chenxi's thoughts were always on the level of transaction. "We are making an equal exchange, no need to thank me." Then he reminded Consort Shu that this medicine can only alleviate, not cure completely. "My people are still preparing the antidote. When it's ready, I'll have someone send it to you." Consort Shu was so moved that tears fell. "No matter what, I must thank your highness for saving Jiner." After Consort Shu left the Crown Prince's palace, she thought, "I didn't expect the Crown Prince to really have the antidote. It seems he anticipated someone would come asking for medicine. Those people still want to fight with the Crown Prince? They are so naive." At this moment, a secret guard rushed in, shouting, "Crown Prince, something terrible is happening. We just received news that the Emperor has ordered to burn the people in the manor." At night, in the suburban manor, Imperial guards were dragging a commoner. The commoner was still cursing them. "You damned murderers! Why are you locking me up? Let me out, damn it!" Commander Ji Weijun looked at the people in the room. He felt surrounded by fear. He also felt somewhat reluctant, but he didn't dare disobey the Emperor's order. He had no choice but to comply. As he listened to these wails, his heart was filled with sorrow. He had killed assassins and rebels, confiscated property from powerful families, and slain enemies on the battlefield. But he had never done something so inhumane. Commander Jean thought of the Emperor's strict orders to him. Despite his repeated pleas, the Emperor wouldn't budge. The Emperor only felt that the longer it took, the more people would die. The Emperor directly rejected his idea. How could there be so many? If our great dynasty has so many people, what difference would a few thousand make? He didn't consider the common people at all. The commander of the Imperial Guards ordered his subordinates to take torches. At this time, a guard asked if everything was ready, but were they really going to burn them to death? Commander Chen's face darkened. Could they disobey the Imperial edict? Perhaps this was the only way to prevent more people from being infected. Then he shouted for everyone to listen to his orders. Just then, a carriage rushed up from behind. The person in the carriage hurriedly called for his assistant. Hearing the voice, Commander Chen turned around in surprise. Fan Chenxi walked towards the carriage. "If I hadn't come, you were planning to lock people inside and burn them all to death? But this is the Emperor's order." The Imperial Guards didn't dare to disobey. His face darkened as he scolded Commander Chen. "Most of the people inside haven't even fallen ill yet. This is slaughter. You're not valuing the lives of the common people at all." At this moment, the onlookers excitedly expressed their agreement. "This is slaughter. Release them quickly." It seemed the Imperial Guards were about to lose control of the crowd. Commander Chen approached Fan Chenxi and said quietly, "This is the Emperor's order. I beg your highness, let's discuss this when we return." Fan Chenxi refused without even looking up. He turned and stood in front of the manor's gate. "As long as I, Fan Chenxi, am here, I will never allow you to recklessly take lives." The Crown Prince's actions aroused public anger. The onlookers all shouted in unison, "We support the Crown Prince." Commander Chen's face darkened. "Please, your highness, don't obstruct official business." Fan Chenxi waved his hand, a fake smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "If you insist on doing this, then burn me along with them." Hearing this, Commander Chen's face darkened. Rumors said the Crown Prince had a heart of stone, but to say such things? This completely prevented Commander Chen from acting rashly. Commander Chen could only kneel down and beg the Crown Prince to step aside. But Fan Chenxi didn't move. "I have received a warning from the Imperial Ancestor in a dream, and I can find a way to save them." Fan Chenxi's face showed some grievance. He told Commander Chen to inform the Emperor. "I will definitely cure these people. If anything goes wrong because of them, I will take full responsibility." Afterwards, Commander Chen went to the Imperial study and knelt on the ground to report the Crown Prince's intentions to the Emperor. Commander Chen came specifically to ask for the Emperor's opinion on what to do. Upon hearing about the Crown Prince's actions, the Emperor flew into a rage. He smashed his teacup in front of Commander Chen. "The Crown Prince is simply making trouble. Does he really think he's a savior?" He initially wanted to say if the Crown Prince wanted to die, then let him die. But when he calmed down, he realized the crown prince couldn't die yet. At this time, 2 ministers reported to him, "There are over 1,000 people. Please reconsider, Your Majesty." One old minister said they needed to find the source of the epidemic, and the infected people must die. The 2 ministers had different opinions and started arguing in the hall. "The crown prince is kind-hearted. Why not let him try, Lord Joe? But if the crown prince can't cure them, it might cause the disease to spread further." At this point, the imperial tutor came up with an idea. They could give the crown prince a time limit and seal off the manor. If the crown prince wanted to save them, it would depend on his abilities. Then the emperor asked for the chancellor's opinion. The chancellor thought the imperial tutor's suggestion was reasonable. "I also believe the crown prince can find a cure and save these people." The chancellor continued, saying if the crown prince insisted, he thought they should give him a chance. They could lock the crown prince in the manor as well. But Lord Joe still opposed the idea. The emperor turned away, not wanting to hear their arguments. He immediately issued an edict allowing the crown prince to enter the estate. Whether he could succeed would depend on himself. This also aligned with the emperor's intentions. If the crown prince were to lose his life because of this, it couldn't be blamed on him as the father. It would also stop the ministers from discussing it further. At the suburban estate, the imperial guards announced the imperial edict. "The crown prince cares for the people. We specially permit the crown prince to enter the estate to make an antidote. Time is of the essence. Anyone who leaves during this period will be executed without mercy." Commander Chun could hardly believe this edict. After the imperial guards finished announcing it, he stepped forward to confirm its authenticity. The edict was indeed a joint decision of the emperor and court officials. Fan Chenxi saw Commander Chen's dilemma and then stated his 2 requests. "I only need sufficient clothes and food. Also, summon Lin Tei here." Commander Chun was somewhat confused, but Fan Chenxi said Lin Tei would understand. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked into the estate. Fan Chenxi turned his head to look at Qiu Xiaobei. "It's extremely dangerous. You must be careful." To avoid worrying her, Qiu Xiaobei said, "I have a special constitution. I won't be infected." Hearing this, Fan Chenxi finally understood. "I almost forgot that my little Bei is a person with great abilities. There shouldn't be any danger." When they walked in, they saw windows sealed with wooden boards. Inside were many uninfected people. This scene was truly heartbreaking. Fan Chenxi warned, "I'm letting you out, but for the next 10 days, you must follow my arrangements. Otherwise, you can try the taste of being burned alive in advance." As soon as the door opened, the people inside rushed out. They had finally gotten out and hurriedly breathed in the fresh air outside. This scene instantly darkened Fan Chenxi's face. He scolded them. "Have you all forgotten what I just said? Did you forget everything after coming out?" Hearing these words, the people were frightened by Fan Chenxi's aura and trembled, all standing still and not daring to make a sound. The outside instantly became quiet. Qiu Xiaobei shouted, "Everyone listen to my instructions. In a moment, some people will be responsible for cleaning the estate, and some will help me take care of the patients." Suddenly, a man loudly questioned, "Why should we take care of those people? What if we get sick too?" The man next to him also chimed in agreement. At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei waved her hand and helplessly explained to everyone, "Those who help others help themselves. Our goal is to be able to leave here and go home." Then a man in the crowd agreed. "If it weren't for His Highness the Crown Prince, we would have been burned to death long ago. Now only the Crown Prince can save us and get us out. If anyone doesn't listen, I, Old G, will be the first to not let them off." As soon as he finished speaking, Qiu Xiaobei happily clapped her hands. Then they all shouted in unison, "Live to get out." Qiu Xiaobei and Dr. Lin were treating a seriously ill person. This can temporarily relieve the patient's pain. Give them this to eat first, according to the method we just discussed. Then Qiu Xiaobei instructed the people around. After they take the medicine, move them all to clean rooms. At this time, the old lady weakly said, "Thank you, Dr. Lin." She asked Qiu Xiaobei what to do next. Qiu Xiaobei instead asked if he had brought the ointment. Dr. Lin hurriedly took out the ointment he had prepared. He turned and applied it to the old lady's arm. "The ointment that Dr. Lin and I developed works on the black spots on your bodies. Just apply it to the black spots like this." Qiu Xiaobei saw people nearby who weren't working and became very angry. "Those who haven't done any work don't come over." This ointment is not given for free. Hearing this, a man stood up and shouted angrily, "What right do you have not to give it to us?" The crown prince said he would save us. "You have medicine. Why won't you give it to us?" Then he rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Qiu Xiaobei. "I want to see what abilities you, a little eunuch, have. Not giving it. Who do you think you are?" He directly grabbed Qiu Xiaobei's collar. Seeing this, Dr. Lin hurriedly tried to stop him, but the man wouldn't listen to his persuasion, feeling that Dr. Lin was threatening him. After Qiu Xiaobei grabbed his neck, he threw the medicine on the ground and broke it. "That's the rule. I absolutely won't give medicine to people who don't work." He suddenly pushed Qiu Xiaobei to the ground. With a gloomy face, he raised his hand to hit him. "You really have guts. Since you're asking for death, don't blame me for being ruthless." Suddenly, a stone cut the man's cheek. The blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, he didn't know where the stone came from. It turned out Fan Qinci had appeared. He looked at Qiu Xiaobei, sitting on the ground behind him, with a very unpleasant expression. "You dare to bully my people." Afterwards, he ordered the imperial guards to throw out the troublemaker. The frightened man kept begging the crown prince to spare his life. Fan Qinci warned them with a gloomy face. "Qiu Xiaobei is my person. If anyone disrespects him again, don't blame me for being merciless. Remember this well." Qiu Xiaobei awkwardly eased the tense atmosphere. He shook the ointment jar. "Let's not waste time. Come over and continue applying the medicine." The old lady felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to ask, "Eunuch Bey, could you demonstrate again? I didn't see the specific steps clearly just now." At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei didn't put on airs. He sat on the ground with a group of people, patiently explaining to them how to use the ointment. He knelt on the ground. After a while, he felt his waist aching a bit. He reached out to rub it. This scene was just seen by Fan Qinci. He turned around and called Qiu Xiaobei. "I have something to do. I order you to come with me." Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei hurriedly got up and walked over. After returning to the room with Fan Qinci, Qiu Xiaobei looked at him, but he didn't say anything. He felt puzzled. "Your Highness called me. What's the matter?" Fan Qinci suddenly reached out and pulled Qiu Xiaobei into his arms. He slowly raised his hand and placed it on Qiu Xiaobei's waist. This action made Qiu Xiaobei a bit shy. Qiu Xiaobei sat on him, feeling somewhat awkward and shy, reminding him, "This isn't good." But Fan Qinci didn't care. "It's good if I think it's good." Fan Qinci let Qiu Xiaobei lean on his shoulder. "Just let them do those things. Don't you know your own condition? Don't tire yourself out." Just then, someone knocked on the door. Qiu Xiaobei hurriedly got up from Fan Qinci. Fan Qinci's face darkened. This person's timing is really bad. Dr. Lin walked in with medicine. "Xiaobei, it's time to take your medicine." At this moment, Fan Qinci's mood also calmed down. Then Dr. Lin handed the medicine to Qiu Xiaobei. "Quickly drink the pregnancy-stabilizing medicine. We're short-handed outside. If Xiaobei has nothing else, I'll take him away." After walking a distance, Qiu Xiaobei turned and waved to Fan Qinci. "I'll go work first. I'll be back soon." Fan Qinci looked at the closed door, feeling very unhappy. His own woman was taken away to work by others. If he had known, he would have locked the door. In the evening, Fan Qinci and two others stayed in one room. This room was just cleaned up today. "Crown Prince, please bear with it for now." Hearing the Crown Prince's words, he felt a bit confused. Is there not enough rooms now? Or does His Highness not want to stay with us? Fan Qinci didn't mind staying with them. He just didn't want Qiu Xiaobei to sleep on the floor. He wanted him to come sleep on the bed. But Qiu Xiaobei misunderstood his intention. Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei's face looked awkward. He secretly glanced back at Dr. Lin. He felt this wasn't quite right. Dr. Lin lay on his side pretending to be asleep. In fact, he heard all their conversation. Is His Highness being too nice to Xiaobei? He's even willing to sleep with him. Qiu Xiaobei didn't dare to anger Fan Qinci, so he obediently lay down on the bed. After Fan Qinci tucked him in, he told him to rest early. He held the blanket tightly with both hands. He didn't know how excited he was. He never thought he'd get to sleep with His Highness here. It was really wonderful. Suddenly, cries for help came from outside. A woman was shouting for help, disturbing everyone inside. What was happening out there? When Qiu Xiaobei walked out, he saw a group of people beating and kicking Yiping. Yiping fell to the ground, begging them. Assistant Xiaobei immediately scolded them. When they saw the person behind Qiu Xiaobei, everyone dared not move rashly. Qiu Xiaobei went forward to help Yipping up and took him away for treatment. Fan Qinci asked with a gloomy face who the perpetrators were. Who allowed you to lay hands on him? Hearing this, they all looked at each other, no one daring to be the ringleader. Then two people said righteously, he often bullied servants in the palace. He's almost dead anyway. What's wrong with teaching him a lesson? It's just revenge now. Hearing this, Fan Qinci looked at them with contempt. Now is when people's hearts are unstable. Yet you take the lead in causing trouble right under my nose. Do you really think that once out of the palace, my deterrence is not enough? As soon as Fan Qinci finished speaking, the maids and eunuchs immediately knelt down and begged the crown prince for mercy. Fan Qinci didn't listen to any explanations. He just wanted to make an example of these two. I don't care what grievances you have, but as long as you're here, you absolutely cannot cause trouble. However, this kind of thing couldn't be suppressed. A few days later, someone went mad due to stress. A woman took a knife and started slashing at people. Even worse, some different voices emerged. They discussed, the crown prince came here just to win people's hearts. When we're burned to death, he can still go back. And we're just the poor wretches being used. By the 6th day, things got even more serious. Some people opposing the crown prince gathered together, preparing to force him to give them the antidote. The opponents of the crown prince stirred up trouble among the crowd. As long as we tie up the crown prince, we'll not only get the antidote, but can also threaten the people outside to let us out. Old G couldn't stand it anymore and came forward to stop them. We've all seen what the crown prince has done these days. If he can't produce the medicine right away, he must have his difficulties. As for you, you're all lazy good-for-nothings. Now you want to threaten the crown prince. The leader of the rebellion shouted, since they're so stubborn, let's rush in. Qiu Xiaobei came out from inside and scolded him viciously. How can you talk about his highness like that? The man dismissed him. Get out of the way quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The opponents of the crown prince were giving ideas from behind. Isn't he the crown prince's man? Let's grab him and threaten the crown prince. Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei realized he had underestimated them. Fan Qinci walked out from inside. He asked expressionlessly, did Qiu Xiaobei and the others bully you? He was a bit helpless. They haven't had the chance to bully me yet. The leader of the rebellion mocked Fan Qinci. The crown prince finally deigns to come out. Let's cut to the chase. Hand over the antidote. He suddenly stepped forward, looking down at Fan Qinci. At this moment, Fan Qinci was very calm. I promise to get you out within 10 days. But if you want to rob, you'll get nothing. Since you don't believe Fan Qinci from today on, you stay in the back courtyard. We'll stay in the front. Let's not interfere with each other and live in peace. Hearing this, the man felt he had gained an advantage. Well, since we've divided the territory, we should also get half of those things and medicines. When Fan Qinci agreed, those supporting him behind felt this method was untrustworthy. They shouldn't let them off so easily. They were robbers. Then Qiu Xiaobei raised his hand to signal, asking them all to calm down. You should trust his highness. He had his own plans for this matter. At this moment, Fan Qinci looked at those rebels. He never thought they would be so happy with this. Too bad they had no idea. He was really looking forward to the next few days. On the evening after the negotiation, the people in the back courtyard moved their clothes and medicines. Fan Qinci just sat there quietly watching them. When they finished moving the last items, the man leading the rebellion turned his head to look at him. As agreed, we won't take care of those who fall ill in our back courtyard. Afterwards, Fan Qinci ordered the people in the front courtyard to relax a bit. Qiu Xiaobei chimed in that things had improved a lot recently. Tonight, supplies are open. At this time, the people in the back courtyard gathered together. The man had a gloomy face. He just wanted everyone in the back courtyard to serve him well. That's how they could get supplies. Some people were dissatisfied. Then they stood up to question him. Didn't we agree earlier that everyone would get a share? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I want to go back to the front courtyard now. Suddenly, someone kicked him down from behind. You have no right to interrupt when the boss is speaking. The man leading the rebellion was very satisfied seeing this scene. He thought he was very proud, but it was all just his arrogance. I advise you all to behave, otherwise you'll end up the same way. That fence-sitter followed behind him, flattering him. After that, he ordered a few people to stay and guard them. The rest who are willing to serve me, come with me. Those left behind made the remaining people squat in the corner. They were completely bullying others. They even arrogantly said there would be no food tonight. Meanwhile, on the other side, there was singing and laughter. But their fate was to squat in the corner with empty stomachs. This was truly worlds apart. The people in the front courtyard sat around the bonfire. Some were joking and playing, some were singing and dancing. Qiu Xiaobei saw they were having a great time, so he said goodbye. When Qiu Xiaobei returned to the pharmacy, he looked at the herbs on the table and rubbed his wrist. At this time, Xiaoxi walked in from outside carrying a bowl of noodles. Qiu Xiaobei looked at the unevenly thick and thin noodles in the bowl, somewhat surprised. Who made this? How could they pull noodles like this? Xiaoxi saw that he wasn't touching his chopsticks at all. He hurriedly persuaded, "That person told me not to let you go hungry. He told me to watch over you." After eating, Qiu Xiaobei sensed something strange. So he probed, "Xiaoxi even made noodles for me by hand. It seems His Highness cares about me a lot." Xiaoxi didn't expect to let it slip. He hurriedly waved his hands explaining, "It wasn't made by His Highness. I didn't say anything about him." Seeing Xiaoxi getting nervous after being exposed, he quickly asked what his name was. But Xiaoxi got more and more nervous, afraid that His Highness would know he leaked the secret. Then Qiu Xiaobei patted his head. "I'll pretend I don't know about this. I won't let you fail your task." Xiaoxi didn't expect the eunuch to be so kind. After he finished speaking, he turned to eat the noodles sent by His Highness. Since it was sent by His Highness, this kindness couldn't be wasted. After he finished eating, he sighed that it was incredibly difficult to eat. He hoped His Highness would never cook personally again. This favor was too much for him to bear. Time passed quickly. The medicine developed by Qiu Xiaobei had been given to the patients, and under the effect of the medicine, they gradually improved. By the 9th day, the patients in the front courtyard had fully recovered one by one. All the people in the front courtyard gathered together. They excitedly shouted, "I'm fine now." Xiaoxi also excitedly came to his side. "We don't have to die. We can leave this place now, right, Qiu Xiaobei?" Qiu Xiaobei patiently replied, "Yes." He excitedly hugged Qiu Xiaobei. Seeing this scene, Fan Qinci was a bit puzzled. When did their relationship become so good? Qiu Xiaobei saw Fan Qinci's gloomy face and had second thoughts. Shouldn't this be a time for joy? Why does His Highness seem to be in a bad mood? After he walked in, he fearfully asked if he had done something wrong. Fan Qinci sneered, "You don't even know what mistake you made. That shows you have no remorse." Fan Qinci ordered Qiu Xiaobei to extend his hand. Qiu Xiaobei was surprised to hear this. "Is your Highness going to hit my palm with a ruler?" Fan Qinci looked at the motionless Qiu Xiaobei, feeling very irritated. Then he angrily scolded him to stretch out his hand. Hearing this, he slowly extended his hand. He didn't expect Fan Qinci to use a handkerchief to wipe his hand. He even reminded him not to let others touch him casually in the future. The crown prince was jealous. Qiu Xiaobei put his hands together, wanting to get Fan Qinci's praise. He had successfully made the antidote. "Don't you have anything to reward this servant with?" Then Fan Qinci took out a box and handed it to him. Qiu Xiaobei really didn't expect that the crown prince had already prepared a gift for him. When he opened the box and saw a pendant inside, he hurriedly took it out to wear it. Seeing him fumbling, Fan Qinci had to help him put it on. Fan Qinci noticed another pendant already on his neck. He didn't expect it was given by his mother. He said nothing and helped him put on the new one. Qiu Xiaobei knew His Highness didn't remove the other pendant, so he excitedly turned to look at him. At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei was very happy. Fan Qinci's lips curved slightly upward. Looking at this easily satisfied girl, his mood was also very happy. At this time, someone knocked and entered to report to the crown prince about the patients. They said they would hold another bonfire feast in the evening and hoped His Highness and Eunuch Bey would attend. Fan Qinci turned his head to look at Qiu Xiaobei beside him, slowly asking if he wanted to go see. Qiu Xiaobei nodded. He agreed. At this moment, outside was in chaos again. Two groups of people were confronting each other in the front courtyard. The people in the front courtyard were furious when they saw them. They dared to make such a request. The people in the back courtyard didn't think so. They felt this was what they deserved. "We agreed to split everything half and half. Why don't we get the antidote?" Fan Qinci sneered from behind. "Indeed, foolish people. They can't even remember what they agreed to." Hearing the commotion, everyone turned to look back. "You are simply ridiculous. When we divided the courtyards before, you asked for half of the current supplies. What was made afterwards naturally doesn't include your share." The people in the back courtyard were completely unreasonable. They never recognized their own mistakes. In the end, they came to the front courtyard, saying they must be given the antidote. The man leading the rebellion spoke disrespectfully to the crown prince, directly angering him. He ordered someone to stab him to death. This was also a warning to the people in the back courtyard. Fan Chinzi's face darkened. Do you still remember this front courtyard as my territory? Who gave you the courage to be so reckless in front of me? Seeing the person who spoke up for them die, everyone in the back courtyard was frightened. Some people learned their lesson from this warning, while some people still insisted on their principles. An old woman reached out and shouted, "Don't be too arrogant. If the front and back courtyards fight with heavy casualties, we won't have it easy, and you, the crown prince, won't be better off either." He thought too much about all this. Because all of Fan Chinzi's comfort was here, the front and back courtyards couldn't really fight. He couldn't believe there were so many people in the front courtyard. The old lady was still fanning the flames, stirring up the relationship between the back and front courtyards. "What are you standing there for? Go grab the crown prince. Only by catching him do we have a chance to live." Hearing the old woman's words, Qiu Xiaobei's face instantly darkened. She still dared to target his highness. Does she really not want to live anymore? After the man died, he became the leader and rebuked the people in the back courtyard. "Are you all deaf?" Unexpectedly, people from the back courtyard stood up to refute the old woman. Everyone in the back courtyard fell to their knees with a thud. They explained their previous mistakes. "As long as you can take us in, we'll do anything." Fan Chinzi looked at them expressionlessly. "No matter the reason, there's a price to pay for mistakes. But this time, I can give you one chance." Afterwards, they all glared viciously at the two troublemakers. Countless eyes stared at them, making them feel desperate at that moment. Fan Chinzi ordered his secret guards to remove everyone, then instructed them to keep tonight's event secret. The secret guards immediately went to work upon receiving the order. Qiu Xiaobei asked Fan Chinzi for the troublemakers. He wanted to avenge his highness. Qiu Xiaobei didn't expect him to agree so quickly. He stood there thinking for a moment, daring to lay hands on his highness. Did they think a beating would be the end of it? When they're in my hands, that's when hell begins. At this moment, a guard suddenly interrupted Qiu Xiaobei's thoughts. He came to report that a letter had arrived from the palace. The emperor already knew about the patients being cured. In 5 days, he would come to welcome the crown prince. Hearing these words, Fan Chinzi found it somewhat amusing. It seems some people can't sit still. They want to find my flaws and remove me from the crown prince position. 5 days later, upon hearing that the patients in the manor were saved, the emperor was overjoyed and decided to personally go to the manor to welcome the crown prince. Everyone in the manor was respectfully waiting for the emperor's arrival. At this time, the emperor was in a great mood. "You are all meritorious officials of our Fan dynasty. When we return, I will surely reward you well." However, the ministers behind him looked somewhat displeased. Then the imperial physician stepped forward and asked the crown prince, "We need to examine whether all the patients inside have recovered, including your highness and these few physicians." They checked everyone's pulse one by one. Qiu Xiaobei didn't expect the emperor to bring so many people from the Imperial Medical Institute. The emperor was truly cautious about his highness. At this time, Dr. Lin also let them check his pulse. Fortunately, they had made preparations in advance, changing Qiu Xiaobei's pregnancy pulse. His highness was indeed ingenious. When the imperial physicians finished their examination, they returned to report to the emperor. The crown prince and his attendants show no signs of infection. We will now enter the manor to check. The physician pointed to the newly built pavilion. "Your Majesty and the crown prince must be tired from this period. We don't know when we'll be out, so why don't you and the crown prince rest over there?" Fan Chinzi watched the emperor walk forward with a gloomy face. He turned his head and said to Qiu Xiaobei, "Go find 11. You don't need to follow me." After Qiu Xiaobei left, the crown prince also came to the pavilion. The emperor asked him why his little eunuch wasn't following him at this moment. At this point, Fan Chinzi sensed a hint of murderous intent. Hearing him say this, the emperor changed the subject. This time, being able to successfully cure the disease, Imperial physician Lin's contribution cannot be overlooked. And you are the greatest contributor. Fan Chinzi tightly gripped the chess piece in his hand. If mother could see father suppressing his anger, yet still performing the role of a kind father in front of others, she would probably find it somewhat amusing. As soon as these words were spoken, the emperor slammed the table in anger. Mentioning this makes me furious. So many people, and not one is useful. Nothing has been found, even now. The emperor's face grew increasingly grim. The 6 bureaus haven't found anything, yet the crown prince managed to cure the disease. The common people will surely think that I, as emperor, am not as capable as my own son. He slowly sighed, rubbing his heavy head. Who knows where the source of the disease actually is? Fan Chenxi consoled him. There's no need to worry. I will find a way to solve Father Emperor's troubles. Having a crown prince like you is my good fortune. Just then, the physicians finished examining the people in the manor and returned to report to the emperor, interrupting their conversation. After diagnosis, the physicians confirmed that all the patients in the manor had been cured. This time, the crown prince's contribution is truly invaluable. Hearing this, the emperor did not look pleased. Fan Chenxi noticed this and asked his father with a somber expression, "You don't seem very happy." As soon as he finished speaking, the emperor hurriedly explained that the crown prince was overthinking. Then the emperor issued an order. Since everything was fine, they would return to the palace. After inspecting the epidemic in the estate, they all went back. After returning to the palace, the emperor immediately ordered rewards for the Eastern Palace. The crown prince's reputation soared. Qiu Xiaobei looked at the emperor's rewards, very excited. Fan Chenxi beside her was confused, wondering why she was so happy over such small things. He held an item in his arms, turning to Fan Chenxi. "What your highness gave me, I dare not use. Now with the emperor's rewards, it will be much easier to manage things up and down." Then Fan Chenxi took her hand. Qiu Xiaobei leaned on him. "It's rare for you to come close willingly. Why aren't you being reserved today?" She looked up shyly, saying, "Your highness's blessing. This servant needs to relax a bit." Fan Chenxi stroked her chin. "I hope you'll think this way in the future too." Qiu Xiaobei heard someone knocking and wanted to get up from him, but Fan Chenxi held her down. "He's trustworthy. It's fine." The eunuch came in, surprised by the scene, but quickly recovered and spoke about official matters. "Your Highness, the Emperor has sent someone to request your presence in the study." After Qiu Xiaobei got down, she wanted to accompany Fan Chenxi to the imperial study, but he refused. "You should rest well today. I'll have Li Gonggong accompany me." These words struck like a bolt from the blue. Qiu Xiaobei couldn't help but overthink. Did I do something wrong? But Fan Chenxi didn't explain to her. Then Fan Chenxi tapped her forehead. "What I want least is for Zheng Di to set his eyes on you. Be good and wait here for me to return." The wait lasted until dark. Qiu Xiaobei was soaking in the bathtub. She kept worrying about Fan Chenxi. "It's been an hour and a half. Why hasn't His Highness returned?" Suddenly, Qiu Xiaobei sensed movement at the door, turning back in panic. But she saw no one. Was it her imagination? It turned out Crown Prince Fan Chenxi was outside Qiu Xiaobei's room. He then ordered Li Gonggong not to follow him. He would go in by himself. Fan Chenxi entered without a word. Suddenly, he saw something unfamiliar on the screen. The person behind the screen sensed the movement. He heard Qiu Xiaobei's panicked voice and told her it was him. Qiu Xiaobei turned to look at the skin on the screen. Did His Highness notice it? Qiu Xiaobei hurriedly pulled down the clothes on the screen. Fan Chenxi watched this scene. "I came back looking for you. Not finding you in the bedroom. I guess you might have returned to your room." She was frantically dressing behind the screen. At this moment, she had no time to put on her bra. She needed to find a place to hide it. After Qiu Xiaobei hid her bra, she realized she hadn't put on her pants. But Fan Chenxi had already arrived, and she had no time to put them on. She directly lay face down on the ground. This scene puzzled Fan Chenxi. "What are you doing?" Unexpectedly, she said she was getting dressed. Qiu Xiaobei, lying on the ground, looked at Fan Chenxi with shining eyes. "Your Highness, seeing me in such a mess, could you please turn around and let me tidy myself up?" Fan Chenxi gave her a thumbs up. "I won't mind your appearance. Why don't you just get up like this?" Qiu Xiaobei acted like a rascal, rolling around on the ground. In the end, Fan Chenxi couldn't resist her coquetry and reluctantly turned around and walked out. At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei sat on the ground, sulking. While Fan Chenxi was thinking, Qiu Xiaobei had already tidied up her clothes and walked out from behind the screen. "It's cramped here. Let's go back to the bedroom." Fan Chenxi stared at her cherry-like small mouth, his face suddenly turning red. Qiu Xiaobei noticed his unusual behavior. "What's wrong, Your Highness? Is there something wrong with me?" Then the two of them came to the Crown Prince's bedroom. They lay together on the bed. At this time, Qiu Xiaobei asked him, "What did the Emperor want with you just now?" Hearing Fan Chenxi's answer, Qiu Xiaobei smiled and said, "It seems everything is going according to Your Highness's plan." But Fan Chenxi didn't want to talk about this matter. When Fan Chenxi turned his head and saw Qiu Xiaobei 1 meter away from him, he asked puzzledly, "Why are you deliberately staying so far from me?" Fan Chenxi suddenly leaned down and stared at him. "Xiaobei, you wouldn't be hiding something from me, would you?" Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei froze in place. Qiu Xiaobei abruptly turned over. "Your Highness is overthinking. How dare I hide anything from you? It's late. Your Highness should rest early too." When Qiu Xiaobei was sound asleep, he was thinking about his bra in his mind. It can't be discovered by Fan Chenxi, otherwise his life would be in danger. In his dream, Fan Chenxi had a gloomy face, holding his bra in hand. "Qiu Xiaobei, you're clearly a woman. You've been deceiving me." Qiu Xiaobei suddenly sat up, turning to look at the sleeping man beside him. Recalling Fan Chenxi's expression just now, was he dreaming earlier? He slowly sighed, tears still in his eyes. With a terrified look, he lay back down in bed. That dream was too real. Sensing movement, Fan Chenxi slowly opened his eyes. But he revealed a mischievous smile, asking Qiu Xiaobei what he dreamed about. Qiu Xiaobei's mind was frantically thinking of an excuse. Fan Chenxi pressed down on Qiu Xiaobei. "The baby will be fine. I'll have Lin Zi check on you tomorrow. It's late. Go back to sleep quickly." Qiu Xiaobei lay on Fan Chenxi's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. "I absolutely can't let your Highness discover I'm a woman. I can't let that dream just now become reality." The next morning, Fan Chenxi came out asking Li Gonggong if Lin Zi had arrived. Li Gonggong lowered his head and replied that Lin Tai should be on his way. Then Fan Chenxi pushed open the door. Seeing Qiu Xiaobei still sound asleep on the bed, he thought, "He's such a little sleepyhead. How can he sleep so much?" Fan Chenxi reached out and poked Qiu Xiaobei's face. Unexpectedly, Qiu Xiaobei just turned over, mumbling that he wanted to sleep a bit more. Looking at Qiu Xiaobei, he thought, since he's sleeping so soundly, I can take this chance to check some things. Just as he was about to reach out to check, Lin Tai arrived. Lin Tai walked into the room and bowed to him. At this time, Fan Chenxi explained Qiu Xiaobei's symptoms to him. Last night, he seemed to have a stomachache. "See what's wrong." After taking his pulse, he wanted to examine Qiu Xiaobei's abdomen, but was stopped by Fan Chenxi. He just wanted to touch and observe his stomach, which would be more direct. Seeing the Crown Prince's reluctant face, Imperial Physician Lin said, "It's not necessary to examine the abdomen. What does your Highness suggest?" His Highness angrily said, "Check somewhere else." Then he lifted Qiu Xiaobei's eyelids. Crown Prince really cares about Bei Gonggong. Because Qiu Xiaobei is a girl, how could he let another man touch him? Just after checking Qiu Xiaobei's eye condition, he was stopped by Fan Chenxi again. Imperial Physician Lin felt his behavior today was unusual. He wanted to get angry, but he couldn't. At this moment, he stepped back, bowing to report to the Crown Prince. Bei Gonggong is in good health, nothing serious. Just avoid strenuous activities during pregnancy. After Imperial Physician Lin left, Fan Chenxi sat by the bed watching the still, sleeping Qiu Xiaobei. Is the baby in his belly already in late pregnancy now? 3 hours later, Qiu Xiaobei drowsily opened his eyes. He marveled in his heart. How could he sleep so soundly? He immediately raised many questions. He sat up, lifted the blanket, and saw he wasn't wearing a bra. It hit him like a bolt from the blue. "I didn't wear a bra last night. Has your Highness already discovered?" Qiu Xiaobei got up and adjusted his clothes. Although the clothes were a bit messy, fortunately he wasn't discovered. This was truly a blessing in disguise. At this moment, Fan Chenxi appeared behind him. He hurriedly grabbed the blanket to cover himself. "Your Highness, why are you here?" he replied helplessly. "Why can't I be here?" Fan Chenxi changed the subject. "Why are you so nervous? Did you do something you feel guilty about, so you're afraid seeing me?" Qiu Xiaobei didn't understand what he meant, but Qiu Xiaobei felt a bit panicked inside. What did his Highness mean by that? Was it not a dream before? Did he really know I'm a woman? He hurriedly tugged at Fan Chenxi's sleeve. "It's not what you think. I have my reasons." Fan Chenxi was curious to know what reasons could make him use a stomachache as an excuse to deceive him. Qiu Xiaobei slowly lowered his head, wanting to explain. But from beginning to end, he didn't know how to tell him, didn't know how to reveal his identity. Seeing that he was reluctant to reveal his reasons, Fan Chenxi's face instantly darkened. "Besides the stomachache, is there anything else you're hiding from me?" Then Qiu Xiaobei pretended to be foolish, clutching his stomach and rolling on the bed, crying in pain. "But Lin Zi just said she was fine, so what's wrong with her now?" Qiu Xiaobei quickly ran down from the bed. This servant's stomachache isn't due to pregnancy. This servant just needs to use the latrine, so this servant will go first. After he ran out, he sighed deeply. So Fan Chenxi doesn't know I'm a woman. That really scared me just now. I'd better hurry back and hide my things. A young palace maid suddenly appeared beside Qiu Xiaobei. Eunuch Bei, are you going back to your room? Qiu Xiaobei was startled by the young palace maid. His thoughts pulled back to reality. She hurriedly waved her hand to explain. I want to clean my room myself these days. You don't need to help me. If you have nothing to do, you can go rest. Seeing this, the young palace maid couldn't say anything more and turned to leave. No wonder His Highness ordered that no one should help you clean. His Highness really understands you. Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei could hardly believe it. This is His Highness's order? Does he know I'm hiding things in my room? Or did he deliberately arrange this? 5 days later, the crown prince was searching for the source of the strange disease in the palace. Everyone in the palace was discussing this disease. If the emperor couldn't find the source, could the crown prince really find it? At this time, Qiu Xiaobei was pushing the crown prince to Bixin Palace. Little Bai, are you really confident about finding the source here? But Qiu Xiaobei wanted to try first. Qiu Xiaobei pointed to the courtyard of Bixin Palace and ordered the guards to start digging there first, because he sensed that the Yin energy was very heavy there. The guards who received the order began to dig. Previously, when Qiu Xiaobei came to Bixin Palace alone, that woman's soul appeared in this room. They could only search nearby. Then Fan Chenxi ordered the guards to bring a chair. After the guards put down the chair, he reminded Qiu Xiaobei, you've been having frequent stomachaches lately. It's better to rest more. Qiu Xiaobei sat down after receiving the order. A moment later, the guards had dug up the entire courtyard, but they found nothing there. Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei was a bit surprised. At this time, Fan Chenxi also felt that this Bixin Palace was truly not simple. There must be some hidden passages. He turned his head, very confident in himself. Fan Chenxi said, you said there's a source of the epidemic here. If we can't find it now, it only means those corpses have been hidden. The crown prince suspected there might be a secret room or dungeon here. His Highness didn't doubt Qiu Xiaobei at all, nor was he afraid that Qiu Xiaobei might have guessed wrong. Seeing His Highness trust him so much, he decided not to let His Highness down. He took out a talisman paper to summon the spirits. Departed souls, if you want me to help you, please show the way. Then a talisman paper transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, pointing towards the direction of the secret passage. The end of that wisp of smoke was at that tree. Qiu Xiaobei walked towards that tree. Seeing this, Fan Chenxi hurriedly asked where he was going. Qiu Xiaobei actually just wanted to look around that tree. He reached out to touch the tree trunk. That wisp of smoke pointed to this tree. Could there be some secret in the tree? Suddenly, he discovered a mechanism on the tree. At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei pressed the mechanism. A staircase suddenly appeared on the ground. So this was the secret of Bixin Palace. The source of the epidemic might be in this secret passage. Fan Chenxi reached out to pat Qiu Xiaobei's head, like petting a little dog. He was in a very good mood and praised Xiaobei. Qiu Xiaobei even actively nuzzled against him. Then he turned and ordered the guards to find someone to go down and explore, and also to call Lindsay over, just in case. Suddenly, Qiu Xiaobei called out to the guard. Qiu Xiaobei took out a bottle of medicine and handed it to the guard. Please distribute this medicine to the people down there. I suspect there are a lot of corpses inside. The death medicine can prevent corpse poison. After he finished instructing, he turned and handed another bottle of medicine to Fan Chenxi. Your Highness, take this with you. If anything happens, the death medicine can buy time until I and Dr. Lin arrive. Fan Chenxi's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Usually you can't bear to leave my side, but now you're taking the initiative to leave me. Qiu Xiaobei awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. At this moment, a guard carrying a torch came out of the secret passage. He reported to Fan Chenxi that they found nothing unusual down there. Then everyone followed Fan Chenxi down. Suddenly, they discovered a stone door ahead. Fan Chenxi ordered someone to open it. 3 guards received the order and walked over. They pushed open the stone door together with force. When the door opened, a dry well appeared inside. Fan Chenxi clasped his hands, his face very gloomy. He sent people down to check what was in the well. At this moment, Fan Chenxi dared not imagine that Bixin Palace actually had such a place. The guard walked over and looked down into the dry well. He was shocked by what he saw. The dry well was actually full of corpses. At this moment, Fan Chenxi ordered the guards above to go down and bring out all the corpses. Qiu Xiaobei was also curious and walked directly towards the dry well. Dr. Lin stepped forward to ask the Crown Prince how he planned to deal with these corpses. Fan Chenxi, of course, wanted to investigate thoroughly, but it would be difficult to explain to the Emperor. But as long as the news about so many corpses here got out, he wouldn't be afraid of not investigating. He was only afraid that the Emperor would send some people to assist in the investigation. Qiu Xiaobei stood at the well mouth with a gloomy face. Suddenly a guard came over and reminded him that it was too dangerous. Let us handle the job of moving the corpses. Fan Chenxi heard all these words. He shouted angrily at Qiu Xiaobei. Are you seeking death? Come back quickly. Qiu Xiaobei hurriedly turned his head. I want to go down and take a look. Qiu Xiaobei ran over and knelt down. There's something down there that this servant really needs. But Fan Chenxi still wouldn't agree. What could be more important than your life? Fan Chenxi said with a gloomy face. What if I don't let you go? Qiu Xiaobei changed his usual demeanor and retorted to the Crown Prince. If your highness doesn't allow it, I can only disobey the order. Hearing this, Fan Chenxi held his aching forehead. Xiaobei, I don't want you to challenge my patience again. No matter what was said, Fan Chenxi wouldn't agree. Qiu Xiaobei's face also turned ugly. This won't work, but I can't rashly tell His Highness what I need. What if it makes His Highness happy for nothing? At this moment, he had no choice. Qiu Xiaobei jumped into the dry well without looking back. After this servant comes up, I'll ask for your highness's punishment. Fan Chenxi watched helplessly as Qiu Xiaobei jumped in. Then he turned his head and loudly scolded the guards beside him. What are you standing there for? Bring him up. Qiu Xiaobei jumped down from the well mouth and landed steadily on a coffin. At the bottom of the well, he felt the air was somewhat eerie, making one's back cold. In an instant, Qiu Xiaobei saw the Tiansang leaves on the ground. He walked over and wrapped them in a handkerchief. At this time, the guards jumped down and asked if he was all right. One of the guards answered Qiu Xiaobei's question. His Highness sent us to protect you. The Crown Prince was afraid something might happen to you at the bottom of the well. Fan Chenxi had been worried about him. Qiu Xiaobei stood up, looked at them with an awkward smile, and put away the Tiansang leaves. It's fine now. Let's go up together. As a guard was going up, he noticed a coffin to the side. There's nothing down here except the coffin. Didn't Eunuch Bei come down because of this coffin? At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei turned his head to look at the coffin. I suppose it was because those corpses were pressing on your coffin that you asked me for help, right? Up above, Fan Chenxi's face grew increasingly gloomy. The air up there was no better than down below. Lin Zi was trying to persuade him on the side. The eunuch is very clever. Nothing will happen to him. Just as Lin Tei finished speaking, Qiu Xiaobei climbed out from the bottom of the well. In his hand, he held the Tiansang leaves he had found down there for His Highness. He smiled and said, Crown Prince, I'm back. Fan Chenxi scolded him loudly. What exactly was down there that made you risk your life to go down? Then Qiu Xiaobei took out the Tiansang leaves to show him. This gradually calmed him down. Qiu Xiaobei looked at him. Fan Chenxi smiled. Once we find the other two herbs, we can make the medicine for your highness. Hearing these words, Fan Chenxi could hardly believe it. So the Tiansang leaves were in the well. He had risked his life jumping in there to save me. Lin Tei spoke up, easing the tense atmosphere. Your Highness, it's quite damp here. Your health is not good. You should leave first. Hearing this, he nodded in agreement. He agreed to leave. As they were leaving, Qiu Xiaobei seemed to hear a woman's voice. Could it be Consort Li? Didn't she want people to discover this place? Then Qiu Xiaobei begged Fan Chenxi if it was possible not to let people discover Consort Li's coffin at the bottom of the well. Fan Chenxi agreed, considering he had searched for medicine for him. Hearing this answer, Qiu Xiaobei suddenly froze. He was puzzled. Why didn't Fan Chenxi ask for the reason behind this request? Does he trust me that much? 3 days had passed since the discovery of the secret passage. At this time, Princess Fan Qingyue ran in. The eunuch behind her was desperately chasing after her. This is a forbidden area. The princess cannot enter. Fan Qingyue recalled the rumors she had accidentally overheard a few days ago. It was said that there was something extraordinary in Bixin Palace. Supposedly, a rare treasure in the world was hidden there. She ignored the warnings and ran into the secret passage alone. She believed the treasure mentioned in the rumors must be down there. Fan Xingyue was very curious about that rare treasure. When Fan Xingyue sensed the eeriness in the secret passage, the door in front of her suddenly opened. Fan Chenxi slowly walked out from inside. She was surprised to see Fan Chenxi. Fan Xingyue turned her head and noticed a pile of bags beside the crown prince. Then she pointed and asked, "And what are those things next to Royal Brother?" At this moment, Fan Chenxi's face turned sinister. He turned his head to look at the contents of the bags. However, Fan Chenxi didn't beat around the bush. These contained corpses. Hearing this, Fan Xingyue was immediately frightened. She somewhat regretted coming here. Meanwhile, Qiu Xiaobei was quite helpless. So this was His Highness's method. Fan Xingyue was shocked to hear the word corpses. Without another word, she turned around screaming help and ran away in embarrassment. Then Fan Chenxi crossed his arms and said expressionlessly, "This act is over. Qiu Xiaobei, we should go." At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei was applauding Fan Chenxi. "Your Highness, what a great scheme." Qiu Xiaobei pondered for a moment. The third princess is the most simple-minded. She will definitely spread the news of today's events. When that happens, the emperor will have to investigate these corpses whether he wants to or not. This is Fan Chenxi's plan using the princess. He turned his head to look at the motionless Qiu Xiaobei. Let's go back. A few days later, this matter became known to the emperor. On that day, Fan Xingyue had appeared in Bixin Palace for some unknown reason. The recent rumors had also spread from her palace. Fan Xingyue wanted to argue, but was rebuked by the emperor. "You shut up." The crown prince was there to investigate the epidemic. Seeing her father's anger, she quickly ran over, still wanting to explain. "Daughter heard rumors about Bixin Palace, so I went there. It was said there was a rare treasure." The emperor directly pushed away Fan Xingyue's hand. "At this point, I don't want to hear any of your explanations." In fact, the emperor had long felt that this matter was not simple. Then he ordered Fan Xingyue to be confined. Hearing this, Fan Xingyue immediately knelt down and begged for the emperor's forgiveness. But the emperor ignored him completely. He then handed over the matter of the corpse to the crown prince to investigate. But he still had reservations about the crown prince and didn't trust him at all. So he sent people to assist in the investigation. After Fan Chenxi was summoned by the emperor, Qiu Xiaobei had been waiting for him under a tree. When he saw Fan Chenxi return, he excitedly ran over. Qiu Xiaobei kept asking him what the emperor said when he summoned him. Fan Chenxi patiently told him that naturally the task was assigned to him. After hearing this, he clapped his hands happily. He was also happy for Fan Chenxi because what the emperor said exactly matched Fan Chenxi's expectations. Seeing Qiu Xiaobei's expression, Fan Chenxi smiled and said that except for the few supervisors he sent, everything else was within expectations. This was also thanks to Fan Xingyue. When Qiu Xiaobei heard that the emperor had sent supervisors, he looked somewhat panicked, afraid they would discover something. But Fan Chenxi had already found out. It was a secret room created by the assassin organization. Unless they found something else, they would never think that it was actually a tomb. Fan Chenxi told Qiu Xiaobei not to worry, he had his own plans. After saying this, Fan Chenxi took his hand. "Leave the matter of the corpse to me. As for you, your stomach hurts every few days. Why don't you rest well instead of running around?" Fan Chenxi turned and added another instruction. "You don't need to handle the affairs of Bixin Palace anymore. Leave it to me." Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei was very surprised. He angrily jumped up and down behind him. "Does your highness mean that I won't be involved in the investigation from now on?" Has Qiu Xiaobei fallen out of favor? 3 days later in the Eastern Palace, Qiu Xiaobei came to the pharmacy to have Imperial Physician Lin check his physical condition. There was nothing major wrong with his body. He just needed to rest regularly. Qiu Xiaobei sat bored next to Imperial Physician Lin, asking when His Highness would return. But Imperial Physician Lin said that group of supervisors wasn't easy to fool, so it might take a while. Imperial Physician Lin asked Qiu Xiaobei curiously, "If people knew that you worked hard to create the cure for the epidemic, your status would certainly be higher than it is now." He waved his hand dismissively. "I'm most afraid of becoming famous. This is fine as it is now. I can even occasionally sneak into His Highness's bed." Imperial Physician Lin, looking somewhat like an old father, patted his hand. "Can't you be more reserved? You're making yourself sound like a pet." But Qiu Xiaobei thought being His Highness's pet was quite good. He was just afraid His Highness wouldn't like him. He lay on the table feeling sad for a while. Fan Chenxi, who had walked in, heard these words. What if I did like you? What would you do then? Qiu Xiaobei looked over at the sound. At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei scurried over to His Highness. He excitedly shouted, "Your Highness, you're back!" Seeing this, Fan Qinci ordered everyone else to leave. When Fan Qinci saw Qiu Xiaobei running over like a little dog and kneeling in front of him, he smiled slightly. "You still haven't answered my question." Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei turned his head to look at the two people walking towards the door. "Your Highness isn't going to tease me again, is he?" He looked at Li Gongong's back with pleading eyes. Fan Qinci noticed Qiu Xiaobei's gaze and bent down to tease him. "The way you're looking at Li Gongong, is he more handsome than me?" Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei quickly turned his head back, staring at Fan Qinci with shining eyes. "No one is as handsome as your Highness. How could I look at anyone else?" Fan Qinci suddenly moved closer to him. "Then your gaze should always be on me." These words instantly made Qiu Xiaobei blush. But Qiu Xiaobei had forgotten Fan Qinci's earlier question. Then Fan Qinci reached out to caress his cheek. "If I liked you, what would you do?" He had thought Fan Qinci was going to kiss him and slowly closed his eyes. But at this moment, Fan Qinci pulled away from him. "Little Bai is really cute." At this point, Qiu Xiaobei was being teased by Fan Qinci. "The Crown Prince is indeed playing with me again." Looking at the very angry Qiu Xiaobei, he said, "Serve me as I retire for the night." At night, they returned to the Crown Prince's bedchamber. They lay down on the bed together, preparing to sleep. At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei suggested he should sleep on the couch. Hearing this, Fan Qinci was still teasing him. "It seems you want to keep watch by the bed." As soon as he finished speaking, Qiu Xiaobei instantly curled up under the blanket. After they fell asleep, two assassins climbed in through the window. They sneaked into the room quietly and blew out the candles. They headed straight for Fan Qinci. The two assassins approached the Crown Prince's bed. One of them drew a dagger. Just as they were about to assassinate the prince, they found no one inside. Outside, Li Gongong led the guards rushing to the Crown Prince's chambers, shouting that assassins were trying to kill the prince. They didn't see any trace of the assassins along the way. Seeing Li Gongong's panic state, Qiu Xiaobei quickly calmed him down. "The Crown Prince is fine. Li Gongong, don't worry too much." In fact, the Crown Prince had anticipated this, just didn't expect them to come so quickly. Qiu Xiaobei's words were entirely for Li Gongong's benefit. Li Gongong, seeing the Crown Prince's gloomy face, hurriedly asked if he wanted to pursue the assassins. But Li Gongong didn't expect the prince to remain unmoved. As Li Gongong walked out of the Crown Prince's chambers, a guard came to report. They couldn't find any trace of the assassins, but they didn't realize the assassins were right behind them. None of them noticed the assassins behind them. Li Gongong quietly instructed the guards, "Tighten security in the Eastern Palace. If there's a next time, no one can save you." The next day, the Crown Prince came to Bixin Palace. After Fan Qinci's secret agents investigated the assassins' news, one of them came out of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and entered the Imperial Household Department. Fan Qinci slightly lowered his head. "Those who assisted in this case were them. It seems quite a few from the 6 ministries are involved. Keep a close eye on everyone for me. Last night's 2 fish weren't big enough. There must be someone behind them." Just as he finished instructing Anwei, a voice came from not far away. Anwei quickly disappeared from sight. It turned out to be the people sent by the Emperor to supervise. As they walked, they mocked Fan Qinci. "The Emperor asked Your Highness to investigate the case, but Your Highness seems quite leisurely." Fan Qinci expressionlessly invited them. "The scenery here is nice. Would Minister Hai like to join?" Hai Long ignored him and directly asked how to deal with the corpses. "Burn the bodies after necessary examinations are done." As soon as he finished speaking, Qiu Xiaobei, led by guards, came to bring Fan Qinci lunch. Looking at the sumptuous lunch on the stone table, Hai Long spoke sarcastically. "Your Highness's body is delicate. Better eat quickly. The investigation can only be left to us common folk to toil over." Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei's face instantly darkened. In contrast, Fan Qinci remained expressionless. "Minister Hai, are you dissatisfied with me or with the position of Crown Prince?" Then Fan Qinci's face turned gloomy. He spoke without mincing words, directly rebuking Hai Long. "I see you're being very presumptuous. Are you so dissatisfied with me in your heart? Since Minister Hai can't eat, then pass down the order that from now on, there's no need to prepare meals for Minister Hai." At this moment, Fan Qinci was truly very angry. Hearing this, Hai Long panicked and tried to explain to the crown prince. I didn't mean that. Your Highness has misunderstood me. Please investigate clearly and restore my innocence. Fan Chenxi's face was also very unpleasant. He propped his head with his hand and stared fiercely at Hai Long. But I think Minister Hai meant exactly that. I haven't misunderstood you at all. Seeing Qiu Xiaobei laughing at him, Hai Long smashed the teacup on the stone table. Your Highness targets me so much, yet is so indulgent with Eunuch Bei. Unexpectedly, he was so bold as to dare warn Fan Chenxi. There have been rumors in the palace recently. I've had the fortune to hear a thing or two. It's about your Highness and Eunuch Bei. Then Hai Long moved closer to Fan Chenxi. Does your Highness want me to continue? Fan Chenxi remained very calm. He pretended not to understand what Minister Hai was saying. Seeing him unconcerned, Hai Long threatened him. The shady business between your Highness and Eunuch Bei. If I tell the Emperor about it, will your Highness still be able to keep this position? After hearing what Hai Long said, Fan Chenxi's face became even gloomier. The surrounding air was so cold it was chilling. Is Lord Hai Long threatening me? He slammed his hand on the table. Or are you dissatisfied with my status? Lord Hai is disrespecting his superior. Guards seize him. This aura frightened Hai Long. Then Hai Long was escorted out by Fan Chenxi's guards. It was only then that Hai Long came to his senses and begged the crown prince for mercy. This official was just eager to solve the case and spoke carelessly. After the guards dragged Hai Long away, Fan Chenxi asked Qiu Xiaobei to sit down and dine together. Among those dining together was also the imperial guard Yi Liyun. After Qiu Xiaobei sat down, he moved closer to Yi Liyun to inquire about the progress of the case. Yi Liyun was very puzzled by his behavior. This scene was also observed by Fan Chenxi. He muttered softly, asking things like, "Has anything unusual been found in the case?" Yi Liyun didn't answer, but instead asked him, "Why is Bei Gonggong so concerned about the investigation?" Having his intentions exposed, Qiu Xiaobei laughed awkwardly. "I'm not concerned about the investigation. I was just asking casually." Watching this scene, Fan Chenxi felt very depressed. The two of them were still chatting enthusiastically. "I think Bei Gonggong should ask His Highness about these questions." Qiu Xiaobei turned his head to look at the crown prince's eyes. He felt that His Highness's eyes looked like they wanted to eat someone at the moment. Moreover, the crown prince hadn't touched the food in front of him at all. Suddenly, Fan Chenxi broke the chopsticks in his hand. He glared at Qiu Xiaobei viciously. "My servant is almost sticking to someone else. How can I eat?" Qiu Xiaobei hurriedly ran over to massage Fan Chenxi's shoulders, coaxing him softly. "Isn't this servant just trying to get information? How about I feed you?" Seeing Fan Chenxi not responding, Qiu Xiaobei directly picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat, and fed it to Fan Chenxi. "Your Highness, please don't be angry. This servant knows he was wrong." Then Qiu Xiaobei handed the chopsticks to His Highness. "Please eat well. I'll go back now." His Highness is really becoming more and more like a child. Hearing that Qiu Xiaobei wanted to leave, Fan Chenxi was very surprised. He had to helplessly explain to His Highness, "This servant is just tired and wants to go back to rest." At this moment, he pointed at Qiu Xiaobei's belly, reminding him not to come personally to deliver meals next time. After he finished his instructions, he let Qiu Xiaobei go back to rest. On his way back, Qiu Xiaobei was blocked by Lord Hai Long. Hai Long mocked the crown prince's taste. Qiu Xiaobei still had some impression of him. Hai Long suddenly grabbed Qiu Xiaobei's chin. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even a eunuch can be so good-looking. His action made Qiu Xiaobei feel very disgusted. Then, Qiu Xiaobei angrily bowed to him. "Lord Hai Long, please step aside. This servant needs to return to the Eastern Palace to help His Highness with matters. I'll take my leave now." Just as Qiu Xiaobei was passing by Lord Hai Long slowly spoke, a seventh-rank official at the Prime Minister's door. "A servant from the Eastern Palace has quite an attitude. Isn't that something?" As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed Qiu Xiaobei. This made Qiu Xiaobei freeze in place. "My lord, do you want this servant to go back to Bixin Palace and report to His Highness?" Qiu Xiaobei answered him very firmly. "This servant only has this little ability. But this little ability is enough to persuade His Highness to punish you for your crime. Isn't it?" These words made Hai Long let go of his hand. He left with a gloomy face. Before leaving, he still threatened Qiu Xiaobei, "You'd better hide behind your master from now on." Looking in the direction Hai Long left, after his figure was no longer visible, Qiu Xiaobei finally let out a long sigh. He patted his chest. "That really scared me to death just now." In the evening, the crown prince was reviewing documents in a pavilion in the Eastern Palace. There were also guards serving him. The events at Bishin Palace during the day gave His Highness a headache, so he came to the pavilion to get some air. Fan Chenxi also guessed what happened at Bishin Palace. However, he wasn't in a hurry or panic, because he was waiting for the final big fish to be caught before this matter could be considered resolved. Suddenly, Qiu Xiaobei pushed a new wheelchair over, shouting, "Crown Prince, this servant will definitely make medicine that can cure you, but it will take a bit more time." Fan Chenxi looked at the wheelchair Qiu Xiaobei personally made for him, hardly believing it. Qiu Xiaobei was earnestly explaining to him, "The wheelchair has hidden compartments for storing things. This rod is hard to notice with the naked eye. For your safety, this servant also added a braking mechanism." Qiu Xiaobei was waiting for his praise. Fan Chenxi looked at the person in front of him, feeling very moved. He directly pulled him into an embrace. "Qiu Xiaobei has done so much for me. What I didn't know was..." Qiu Xiaobei slowly raised her head, looking at the man hugging her. "This is what a servant should do. I'm glad your highness likes it." At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei truly liked her very much. She reached out to pat Qiu Xiaobei's head. "Let me try your gift." Then Qiu Xiaobei helped him sit in the new wheelchair, so he pushed the crown prince back. On the way, Qiu Xiaobei asked if the crown prince had any findings today. "Would your highness like to tell me about it?" Fan Chenxi then told him about the day's events. "After you left, I had them burn all the corpses." At that time, Official Hai returned. Official Hai slammed the table and questioned Fan Chenxi why he burned the corpses. Fan Chenxi calmly replied, "What if so many corpses cause other infectious diseases? It's better to burn them." When he heard the corpses had already been burned, he was truly shocked. He had just rented protective equipment and returned, only to find the corpses already burned. Really feeling sorry for Official Hai Long's 50 taels of silver, Fan Chenxi's lips curved slightly upward. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Official Hai, are you suggesting we should have left the corpses for 2 more days for your sake?" After the story was finished, Qiu Xiaobei found it truly satisfying. "Trying to bully me, and then immediately getting dealt with by your highness. I really wish I could have seen his face at that moment." Seeing this, he said, "Next time, I'll definitely let you see his expression." Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei lay on Fan Chenxi's lap, coquettishly saying, "Your highness, you can't go back on your word." While Qiu Xiaobei was still thinking about how to prank Official Hai, Fan Chenxi suddenly leaned down close to him. This made Qiu Xiaobei's unfinished words come to an abrupt halt. Fan Chenxi looked at him affectionately, very curious in his heart. How does he manage to make me see only him? At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei shyly called out, "Your highness." Fan Chenxi, in the depths of his emotions, wanted to kiss. Just as Qiu Xiaobei was about to kiss, he suddenly came to his senses, rubbing his forehead, not knowing what he was doing. At this time, Fan Chenxi urged him to go to sleep quickly. Qiu Xiaobei was very frustrated at this moment. "If I had known, I would have pulled your highness down. After all, he was the one who initiated it. It couldn't be blamed on me." Fan Chenxi looked at Qiu Xiaobei beside him and sighed helplessly. Even if Xiaobei might be a woman, right now he's just my little eunuch. Then he reached out to pat Qiu Xiaobei's head. "If I had really kissed him just now, how would I arrange his position? And what about the child in his belly?" A few days later, in the early morning, Consort asked the abbot to bring a Buddha statue. After receiving the Buddha statue from the abbot's hands, she returned to her own palace. Just as Consort closed the door, the back door was opened from the outside. This scene startled Consort. She directly dropped the Buddha statue in her hands onto the ground. She looked back and saw it was the crown prince who had burst in with his guards. At this moment, Consort had no time to destroy the evidence. She froze in panic on the spot. At this time, the crown prince walked to the shattered Buddha statue, looking at the scattered money on the ground. "Consort, can you tell me, where did all this money come from?" Consort explained in panic. "This is all the small savings I've accumulated, and some profits from my family's business. It shouldn't be illegal for me to use my own family's money, right?" Then Fan Chenxi picked up a stack of banknotes from the ground. That stack surprisingly contained notes worth 100,000 and 1,000,000 taels. The total amount of this money was equivalent to a year's worth of the national treasury. At this moment, Consort was still quibbling. She thought the crown prince had no way to deal with her. But what she never expected was the abbot who had just met with her was captured by the crown prince. Fan Chenxi had Consort Da's account book in his hand. Please explain, how did your money end up specially packed inside a Buddha statue? And what do these markings in the ledger mean? Hearing these words, Consort Da collapsed to the ground. At this moment, she was powerless to explain. She could only resign herself to fate and follow the crown prince to see the emperor. When the emperor saw these accounts, he flew into a rage. He roared at Consort Da. Fan Chenxi, seeing this, reported to the emperor that this was evidence of corruption in the 6 inner ministries. Now that the person and evidence were both present, he requested the emperor to pass judgment. The emperor angrily slammed the account book on the table. He ordered the guards outside to arrest Consort Da. Finally, Fan Chenxi produced the list of corrupt officials. Please review this, Father Emperor. Consort Da looked at the radiant crown prince, then thought of her own useless son. Consort Da's face turned extremely gloomy. She suddenly pulled out a dagger from her body and lunged at Fan Chenxi. If she was going to die, she wanted to take the crown prince with her. The emperor was shocked. He shouted, "What are you standing there for? Quickly arrest her." After Consort Da was seized by the guards, she was still struggling desperately. At this point, the emperor was truly disappointed in these people. He then ordered the crown prince to take full control of the 6 inner ministries and thoroughly purge the corrupt officials below. Fan Chenxi, seeing the worried emperor, could only take his leave first. At this moment, the emperor had begun to trust the crown prince, while the other princes had all disappointed him too much. After the crown prince left the imperial study, a eunuch who had been waiting outside came to report. Lord Ning from the 6 inner ministries wanted to see His Highness. It was too late for Lord Ning to beg for mercy now. Then Fan Chenxi walked away directly. He didn't want to see Lord Ning at all. He told Lord Ning to speak to the emperor if he had any issues. The eunuch behind hurriedly said this matter was related to Eunuch Bei. In the evening, Fan Chenxi and Qiu Xiaobei sat around a table, playing Go. Qiu Xiaobei felt Go wasn't fun at all. He wanted the crown prince to play 5 in a row with him. At this moment, a guard walked in and handed Fan Chenxi a document. Qiu Xiaobei very consciously said, "Your Highness, you take care of your business first. This servant will go rest for a while." When Fan Chenxi finished dealing with the matter and returned, he saw Qiu Xiaobei sleeping on the Go board. What a little muddlehead. Sleeping like this? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? He reached out to touch his forehead. Qiu Xiaobei didn't wake up, so he picked him up. He still couldn't believe the person in his arms was a spy. After Fan Chenxi settled Qiu Xiaobei, he went to the prison. Looking at Lord Ning in the cell, he was surprised to find Lord Ning already sitting there. Hearing his voice, Lord Ning stood up and walked over. "I've been undercover in the 6 inner ministries for so many years, safe and sound. Now, thanks to your Highness, I can finally take a trip to prison." At this moment, Fan Chenxi didn't want to hear him ramble. Lord Ning directly stated his purpose. "This official wants to make a deal with your Highness. A deal about Eunuch Bei. As long as your Highness releases me." Before Lord Ning could finish, Fan Chenxi turned to leave. Lord Ning hurriedly called out to stop him. "Don't you want to know his identity?" Fan Chenxi glared at him viciously. "Your people have been plotting for 30 years. The spies planted in the palace are countless. Maybe Qiu Xiaobei is one of them." Fan Chenxi's expression grew increasingly gloomy. But Lord Ning still thought he had the upper hand. With a sinister expression, he threatened, "I have evidence that can prove Eunuch Bei's identity." Before he could finish speaking, Fan Chenxi had already become impatient. He activated his wheelchair and quickly left. Immediately after, a sharp sword slashed through the air, stabbing fiercely into Lord Ning's chest. Lord Ning fell to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. The nearby soldiers were somewhat troubled by this sight. Fan Chenxi carelessly said, "Someone who tried to assassinate me. How could I let him live?" The soldier suddenly turned his head, wanting to say something. His meaning seemed to be that he was a spy from the eunuch's office. Fan Chenxi didn't let him continue, interrupting directly. "Can the words of a spy be trusted? You don't need to be taught what should and shouldn't be said about today's events, do you?" Then he came to Qiu Xiaobei, holding the unconscious person in his arms. "No matter who you are or what identity you're hiding, no one can take my people away." He then turned to instruct the soldiers guarding outside. Fan Chenxi's face was very dark. "Take good care of him during this time. I will not allow anything to happen to him." Since the crown prince took over the 6 ministries, people in the palace had noticeably changed their attitude towards him. Everyone became much more respectful respectful and obedient. Fan Chenxi arrived at the imperial study. Soon after, a young palace maid came to deliver gifts, not knowing which consort's palace she was from. The guard directly reached out to stop her. At this time in the imperial study, the emperor saw the crown prince arrive. His attitude had changed greatly compared to before. He even smiled and said, "I called you here today to tell you some good news. The daughter of the Duke of Wei has recovered her health and wants to hold your wedding earlier. What do you think?" Hearing this, Fan Chenxi's thoughts gradually drifted away. A figure gradually appeared in his mind. It seemed she was right in front of him, smiling mischievously. But why did he think of Qiu Xiaobei when talking about this marriage? So he lowered his head and politely refused. "Miss Wei is lively and lovely. Wouldn't it be too unfair for her to marry me?" Hearing this, the emperor's face filled with anger. What's unfair? Being able to marry into the royal family is their blessing. Or is it that you're not satisfied with this marriage? Fan Chenxi didn't give him face and turned to leave. "The 6 ministries have been busy lately. Your son will take his leave first." The emperor angrily slammed the table. Fan Chenxi walked straight out of the imperial study, ordering the guards outside to return to the Eastern Palace now. Just as he approached the Eastern Palace, Qiu Xiaobei saw him. He excitedly stood not far away, waving at him, wanting to run over quickly. "How come you're back so early today?" The little one obediently came closer. Fan Chenxi couldn't help but gently pat his head. "I have nothing to do today. Didn't you always want to go out of the palace for a walk?" Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei's eyes immediately lit up. His whole person became excited. He quickly moved close to Fan Chenxi and planted a hard kiss on his cheek. Fan Chenxi's eyes widened instantly, but he quickly recovered and asked Qiu Xiaobei with a light laugh, "When do you want to leave the palace?" Qiu Xiaobei excitedly suggested, "How about today?" Remembering what just happened in the imperial study, the emperor had called out to him as he was about to leave, "Once the imperial astrologer calculates an auspicious date, I'll have someone notify you then." Hearing this, Fan Chenxi couldn't help but sigh. He wasn't given any chance to refuse at all. He could only comply obediently. Then everything will be as Father Emperor arranges. Fan Chenxi looked at the person opposite him with full of doting. "It's not often we get to go out of the palace. Whatever you want to eat or play, it's all up to you." Qiu Xiaobei immediately nodded very excitedly. "Your Highness is indeed the best." The two became so engrossed in their conversation that neither noticed the man behind them. The white-haired man leaned against the doorframe, watching the show. Master Fan is in quite a good mood today, able to take his beloved out for a stroll. Ing Shurong, the Vice Minister of Justice, suddenly made eye contact with Xiaobei. This girl dressed as a boy. Could she be the palace maid by his side? Fan Chenxi picked up the tea in his hand, took a light sip, then pointed to Qiu Xiaobei beside him. "This is an internal eunuch from my palace." Xiao Beizi and Shurong immediately exclaimed in surprise. It turned out to be a little eunuch. Then, seemingly remembering something, he quickly waved his hand. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I'm just a bit curious." The man quietly moved closer to the little eunuch and pointed with his long finger. "This is Yin Shurong, my childhood study companion. Now he's the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice." Our Qiu Xiaobei, of course, was very observant. He immediately gave a polite and respectful bow. Unexpectedly, in young Master Yin's eyes, this little eunuch seemed quite amusing. At this moment, the two noble men started speaking in riddles. Fan Chenxi asked how he had been lately. Young Master Yin said it was the same as usual, but recently there seemed to be quite a few happenings in the Fan family. Xiao Beizi suddenly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. So he informed the two that they could chat slowly, while he, as a servant, had something to attend to outside. Fan Chenxi immediately frowned in displeasure, his deep eyes showing a hint of anger. "You want to go out alone? Do you know what you're saying?" Xiao Beizi stammered as he walked to the man's side, then nervously clasped his hands together and whispered that he needed to go out to make money, promising to return quickly. He directly ordered 1 incense sticks time. Xiao Beizi's legs were about to fly, but he still didn't forget to say he would return quickly. He looked at the laughing man opposite him, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. "Have you seen enough?" But Yin Shurong wasn't afraid of him getting angry. He propped up his chin with some interest. After all, this was the first time seeing His Highness like this. Do you have feelings for him? Hearing this, Fan Chinzi's demeanor suddenly turned cold. His purple eyes narrowed slightly. My temper can get even better. Do you want to test it? Cold sweat quietly appeared on In Shirong's forehead, so he quickly changed the subject. We haven't seen each other for so long. Let me toast you a drink. By the way, let's talk about this times NEI Lucy. At this moment, a person was standing at the entrance of Zhang's mansion, earnestly calling after the departing figure. Xiao Beizi had his hands behind his back, completely in the manner of a big shot. Xiaobei suddenly turned back to remind the old man behind him. I know all about your situation. I can go in by myself. You just stay outside. Lord Zhang felt like he had taken 1,000,000 points of damage internally. If he really knew everything, it wouldn't matter. He's just a eunuch after all. At worst, he could be killed to eliminate future troubles. Xiao Beizi stood very calmly in the pitch-black room. Do you know the fate of mortals? Do you know the taste of hell? Before I make my move, I'm giving you a chance to speak up. A cold, eerie shout suddenly came from afar. He killed me. He killed our son. Shouldn't I take revenge? Xiao Beizi didn't care what he thought, but you shouldn't use this method. The eerie and ethereal voice floated around. Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Xiaobei directly looked up at him. Indeed, I don't dare. Suddenly, a swish sound rang out in the silent room. Xiao Beizi held a talisman between his fingers. Then let's see if he dares. Rather than killing him and going to hell, why not find evidence of his crimes and let the law decide his fate? He looked threateningly at the little ghost. What do you think? The ghost, with only a wisp of soul left, hesitated. Do you really have a way to resolve this? Xiao Beizi affirmed without hesitation. As long as you're willing to cooperate obediently. Outside the door, a young servant quietly asked the Lord, did Eunuch Bai really agree to help? Lord Zhang said this was a transaction. After all, last time he had helped him enter the inner temple chamber. Their conversation hadn't yet stopped when Xiao Beizi slowly walked out from inside. His expression hadn't changed much. It's resolved. Lord Zhang can rest assured. So his small steps didn't stop. He quickly passed by the two of them. He casually waved his hand behind him. If there's nothing else, this servant will take his leave first. The young servant gestured perceptively. Does this one need to be dealt with too? Lord Zhang said, he's just a eunuch. Since the matter is resolved, there's no need to keep him around. Xiao Beizi, who was about to be assassinated, was standing in the middle of the road, having lost his way. He only remembered that he seemed to have come from this direction before. But before he could figure it out, a sudden rush of hoofbeats came from behind. The coachman behind shouted for people to make way. Xiao Beizi was caught off guard and knocked to the ground. Nearby commoners whispered frantically, whose carriage was that so arrogant? But that coachman is from the Wei family. Nowadays, no one dares to mess with the Wei family. The marriage arrangement between the crown prince and Wei San's princess. Everyone knows now. The Wei family is about to rise to power. At this moment, inside a tea house, he had just reached the door of His Highness's room. Unexpectedly, he heard voices from inside. Go see what Xiao Beizi is doing. Why hasn't he returned yet? Xiaobei entered with a gloomy face. Then he ignored His Highness's questioning. It hasn't been an incense stick's time. This servant has returned just in time. A cold glint flashed in Fan Chinzi's deep eyes, disappearing in an instant. Why does he look like he's been bullied? Did he encounter some trouble? Xiao Beizi turned his head away, no longer looking at him. His tone became unbearably harsh. How can your highness be bothered with this servant's matters? He broke free from His Highness's grasp, his own soft hand pressed against his chest. After all, your highness is getting married. You won't need this servant anymore in the future. But he suddenly remembered he was a eunuch. What right did he have to care about whom his master married? However, he felt his heart truly aching. The crown prince raised his head indifferently. His purple eyes were captivating. Little Bei Gongong is right. This prince will soon marry Miss Wei San. He leaned forward with great interest, his delicate features suddenly magnified before him. Xiao Beizi didn't dare to meet his gaze. How can this servant be jealous? Fan Chinzi directly pulled the jealous little servant close and couldn't help teasing softly. It seems I need to make a big fuss. My little servant is upset with me. The man kept softly comforting the woman in his arms. Although the marriage with Wei San was arranged by Father Emperor, believe me, I will resolve it. No woman will appear in the Eastern Palace. This prince has you. That's enough. How could I care about anyone else? Hearing his gentle confession, Xiao Beizi's little face instantly turned red. Your Highness, This servant wants to return to the palace. Young Master Een stood aside, bidding farewell to the two. His tall figure seemed somewhat lonely. Bei Gongong, come play at my place more often when you're free. He leaned close to the little eunuch's ear again, smiling as he shared a little secret. Next time I'll let you try some other delicious things. The crown prince immediately pulled the person away, giving him no chance to respond. Een Shurong instantly broke into a smile. The crown prince even had such an adorable side. So he stood at the entrance of the restaurant, waving nonstop, recalling his pleasant and elegant voice. Bei Gongong, remember what I just told you. Qiu Xiaobei lifted the carriage curtain, smiling at the man. I'll come find you when I have the chance. For a moment, he didn't notice His Highness sulking. At this time, Fan Chenxi decided to strike first. So he looked at Xiao Beizi with a hint of inquiry. Do you think Yin Shurong is handsome? Xiao Beizi, upon hearing this, immediately put on a serious face. His big eyes became incredibly bright. In this servant's heart, no one is more handsome than your highness. His Highness immediately snorted disdainfully. The tear mole at the corner of his eye suddenly dimmed. But this prince saw how much you liked him. The alarm bells in Xiao Beizi's heart rang frantically. So he made a very affectionate gesture. Your Highness, this servant is yours. How could I like anyone else? At this moment, the usually steady carriage suddenly ran over a stone. A violent noise came from inside the carriage. Xiao Beizi was thrown to one side. The young guard nervously stopped the carriage and came in to check. But the situation inside made him somewhat flustered. Large beads of cold sweat kept falling. He hurriedly explained the reason to the crown prince. Bei Gongong was knocked down on the way back. This subordinate was too far away to protect him in time. However, I have already sent people to investigate. It should be the third princess's carriage. Upon hearing this, the crown prince's face suddenly darkened. He was constantly pondering something in his mind. His tone when instructing his subordinates also became very serious. Tell Imperial Physician Lin to return to the Eastern Palace. I want to see him. Little Beizi pitifully threw himself into His Highness's embrace. His small frame was even trembling a bit. Your Highness, don't be angry with this servant. This servant will get better soon. Fan Chenxi hugged the small woman in front of him again. His delicate chin approached her temple. His tone was unprecedentedly gentle. I will take you home now. After Fan Chenxi brought him back to the Eastern Palace, Imperial Physician Lin came to examine him. Eunuch Bei has no major issues. He needs to rest well for the next period of time. This official will take his leave now. After Imperial Physician Lin left, Fan Chenxi covered Qiu Xiaobei with a blanket. News came from the Emperor's side that the Empress Dowager wants to hold a 100 flowers banquet. The third princess is also on the invitation list. Fan Chenxi looked at the sleeping Qiu Xiaobei, raising his hand to signal the head eunuch to lower his voice. On the surface, it's a 100 flowers banquet, but in reality, it's to select a consort for the crown prince. How lonely indeed. At this moment, the head eunuch pushed Fan Chenxi out of the hall. At this 100 flowers banquet, besides the predetermined crown princess, they might also select 2 side consorts for the crown prince. Hearing these words, Fan Chenxi's expression remained calm. He didn't take them seriously at all. Those who are not afraid of death really want to push their daughters into my harem. Since that's the case, let a few more come to relieve boredom. This Eastern Palace is indeed a bit too quiet. Fan Chenxi instructed head eunuch Li. This matter must not be known to Qiu Xiaobei. Fan Chenxi brought medicine to the bedside. By this time, Qiu Xiaobei had already woken up. In fact, he had long known that the Empress Dowager wanted to select consorts for Fan Chenxi. But Qiu Xiaobei just couldn't accept it in his heart. He was about to reach out to stroke Qiu Xiaobei's head, but unexpectedly, Qiu Xiaobei slapped his hand away, sat up, and glared at him fiercely. Fan Chenxi, however, didn't mind. Seeing this, Fan Chenxi handed him the medicine. After taking the medicine, Qiu Xiaobei unceremoniously bit his arm. What consort selection? It's really infuriating. After Qiu Xiaobei released his bite, looking at the deep teeth marks on his arm. How could you let this servant bite you? Fan Chenxi comforted her. I think you didn't bite hard enough. Then he extended his hand to Qiu Xiaobei's face again, coaxing her patiently and gently. Have you calmed down? If not, you can take a bite at this hand too. Qiu Xiaobei slowly lowered his head, his face showing some worry. It's this servant's fault. This servant has offended your highness. This servant is just afraid that the women arranged by the emperor will be like side consort Zhou. As he spoke, his expression became more and more pitiful. A voice in his heart kept reminding him, "You're just a little eunuch. No matter how favored you are, you can't be jealous of other women." Seeing Qiu Xiaobei's silence, Fan Qinci reached out and poked his forehead. "I know you're angry. Didn't I promise that I wouldn't marry any of them?" After saying this, he began to play with Qiu Xiaobei's hair strands. Looking at him with deep affection, he said, "None of them will become my wife, because none of them are worthy." A few days later, it was time for the 100 Flowers banquet in the imperial palace. Talented ladies with outstanding appearances from various families came to attend the banquet. Guests were seated one after another, and the inner palace was very lively. The 5th prince and 4th prince were discussing on the side. Father Emperor is really good to second royal brother. He appointed the crown princess, and by the looks of it, even the side consorts might be selected at the 100 Flowers banquet. Qiu Xiaobei overheard all of this. His face instantly darkened. With a protective stance, he said, "Who says my prince is not capable? He's very capable, okay." Fan Qinci didn't notice his expression. He waved his hand and called for Xiao Shunzi. "The rabbit meat on my table is not bad. Send some to those young ladies over there." Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei finally came to his senses. Watching Xiao Shunzi carry the rabbit meat over, he felt very depressed in his heart. His Highness even rewarded those women with food. The 5th prince angrily fanned himself with a folding fan on the side. Those inexperienced women, getting so excited over such small favors. Can a useless person really become emperor? Qiu Xiaobei looked at the women gathered in front of her, feeling very surprised. Why did they suddenly come over? What did they want to do? The women stepped forward to bow to the crown prince. Seeing this, Qiu Xiaobei hurriedly blocked in front of Fan Qinci, shouting, "Sisters, what business do you have with my master?" They gently answered Qiu Xiaobei's question. "We've come to pay our respects to the crown prince." She stared at the women in front of her like a nurse. "Why are they all coming to compete with me for his highness?" Fan Qinci behind Qiu Xiaobei waved his hand. "The protagonists of this 100 Flowers banquet are you ladies. There's no need to be so formal. Let's forget about these tedious etiquettes for now. For the talent show later, I've also prepared some prizes. If you ladies are interested, you can go to the pavilion to prepare first." Qiu Xiaobei turned her head back angrily. Hearing these words, the women were all discussing among themselves. The crown prince's prepared prizes. Wouldn't that be equivalent to having the crown prince's token? It would surely make people look at them differently. The women bowed to the crown prince and took their leave. "Your Highness, then we'll go ahead first." Meanwhile, Qiu Xiaobei, standing to the side, had a gloomy expression, with anger in her heart that had nowhere to release. When all the talented women had left the bedchamber, Qiu Xiaobei angrily turned her head to stare at him. "You could have scared them away just by frowning, yet you gave them a chance to get close." She was still thinking in her heart. Fan Qinci wouldn't really take a liking to one of these beauties and make her a concubine in the Eastern Palace, would he? That's simply unforgivable. Then she turned and stormed off angrily. Qiu Xiaobei came to the pavilion. With nowhere to release her anger, she could only take it out on the flowers. She kept cursing Fan Qinci. "Let you give them prizes, let you talk to them." Just as she was about to pick another flower, she was interrupted by Fan Qinci's voice. "The flowers here are not to be picked casually. Anyone found picking them without permission will be punished." At the words "will be punished," Qiu Xiaobei hurriedly ran to Fan Qinci's side. But she only called out, "Your Highness," once, and moments later she couldn't say a complete sentence. But she still couldn't help it, and expressed all the grievances and dissatisfaction in her heart. "Have you forgotten about Zhou, Sifei's matter? Yet you still talked so much with them." Fan Qinci's lips curved into a mischievous smile. "That's exactly why I needed to talk more with them, because this way, I can see my little eunuch getting jealous." Hearing Fan Qinci say that she was jealous of those women, Qiu Xiaobei's face turned red with embarrassment. She turned her head away, refusing to admit it. "This servant is not jealous at all. I'm just worried about you." Suddenly Fan Qinci reached out and pinched her cheek, smiling as he looked at her. "You're right about everything. You're thinking for my sake, afraid that I might find someone." After Fan Qinci let go, Qiu Xiaobei rubbed her cheeks. Hearing Fan Qinxi's words, she was very angry. If you let me choose for you, of course I would choose myself. Looking at Qiu Xiaobei, standing there silently, Fan Qinxi couldn't bear to tease her anymore. You're so smart. Can't you really guess what I'm planning? At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei was puzzled, pondering his question. The emperor wants to choose a consort for me, and my resistance in this matter is useless. You really are a little fool. Hearing these words, Qiu Xiaobei finally understood what His Highness was doing. He wanted them to let their guard down, to hide his true intentions. Fan Qinxi naturally wouldn't let others manipulate him. After knowing Fan Qinxi's thoughts, Qiu Xiaobei smiled happily. So His Highness really didn't like them. Just as she was about to ask His Highness, they were interrupted by Wei Qing. They both turned their heads to look. Qiu Xiaobei was very surprised to see the third princess. Why did Wei Qing come to interrupt her and His Highness? Wei Qing ignored the chief eunuch's obstruction and ran straight towards the crown prince. Your Highness, so you were here. I've been looking for you for a while. She directly separated Fan Qinxi and Qiu Xiaobei. Fan Qinxi directly asked her if she had any business. Wei Qing happily replied, the written test at Ningchuan Pavilion is about to start. Won't your Highness come and take a look? Fan Qinxi listened to her invitation, but declined expressionlessly. I prefer tranquility, so I won't be going with the third princess. Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei chuckled secretly, seeing that he rejected Wei Qing, but Wei Qing seemed not to mind at all. She revealed her true purpose, saying she wanted His Highness to look at her words and give some comments. Fan Qinxi had a lazy appearance. His thoughts were not on Wei Qing at all. The third princess might be disappointed. This prince doesn't understand. Hearing these words, Wei Qing was certainly unhappy. Then he asked Fan Qinxi what he liked. Would you like Qinger to play the zither for you? Fan Qinxi rested his head on his hand impatiently. That won't be necessary, third princess. Now Fan Qinxi's mind was in chaos. Third princess, do you know why this prince is staying here? Because there are no extra people here to bother this prince's ears. Hearing Fan Qinxi's words, Wei Qing laughed awkwardly. It seems your Highness doesn't like Qing. What does it matter if I don't like you? The position of imperial consort can only be mine. At this moment, Fan Qinxi didn't want to hear her ramble anymore, so he ordered Qiu Xiaobei to push her away. Seeing the crown prince about to leave, Wei Qing threw caution to the wind. She shouted directly that the marriage between the crown prince and Qinger was already decided, that Qinger was willing to serve His Highness, and that the Wei family was willing to support His Highness. She should understand Qinger's meaning. After hearing this, Fan Qinxi immediately stopped in his tracks. With a gloomy face, he questioned her. If this prince marries you, I have to cling to you. Otherwise, your family will become enemies with this prince. Duke Wei is truly capable. This prince, the dignified crown prince, still has to watch the face of his bewitching daughter? He's really more impressive than Father Emperor. At these words, Wei Qing was terrified and immediately knelt down. Fan Qinxi didn't want to hear any of her explanations. He turned to Qiu Xiaobei and said, this place is no longer peaceful. Let's go play somewhere else. And now Qiu Xiaobei just wanted to go back. Qiu Xiaobei pushed Fan Qinxi along, occasionally turning his head to look at Wei Qing kneeling on the ground. Isn't it nice to deal with a love rival without having to personally take action? When he turned his head back, his mood wasn't as good as before. But even so, she is still the crown princess appointed by the emperor, while I'm just a little eunuch by his side. Qiu Xiaobei pushed the crown prince to the side of the head eunuch. The crown prince ordered to return to the palace. Meeting Wei Qing was truly annoying. They returned to the crown prince's chambers. The head eunuch brought in a basin of water from outside. Fan Qinxi told him to place it next to Qiu Xiaobei. The head eunuch turned and put it at his feet. Then Fan Qinxi ordered the head eunuch to withdraw. Fan Qinxi rolled up his sleeves, intending to personally wash Qiu Xiaobei's feet. Fan Qinxi came to his side without a word and reached out to help him take off his shoes. Didn't you say you were tired? Soaking your feet can relieve fatigue. You told this prince that. He still wanted to refuse, but was stopped by Fan Qinxi. He is the crown prince after all. The concept here is that the master is heaven. Qiu Xiaobei was moved to tears by Fan Qinxi's actions. Seeing Qiu Xiaobei constantly shedding tears, Fan Qinxi patiently comforted him. Later, answer. I'll have the kitchen bring you some milk to drink. What's lost must be replenished. The next morning, Qiu Xiaobei heard someone say that the third Princess Wei had arrived. He instantly woke up. The third Princess Wei has come to the mansion? I must go see. Qiu Xiaobei pushed open the door, revealing a mischievous smile. A chance encounter in the Imperial Garden wasn't enough. She's actually come to the door. If I don't teach her a lesson today, I'm not Bei Gonggong. He walked into the courtyard, swaying left and right, observing his surroundings. A little palace maid noticed his unusual behavior and asked, Bei Gonggong, what are you looking for? At this moment, Qiu Xiaobei noticed the broom in the little palace maid's hand. He darkened his face and reached out to the little palace maid. Give me the broom. I want to drive that woman out. Wei Qing had been arguing with the guards. She wanted the guards to help announce Duke Wei. The third princess has come to pay respects to His Highness. But for the guards, this was against protocol. Hearing the sound, Wei Qing turned her head to see Qiu Xiaobei walking towards them. Qiu Xiaobei said with a stern face, Men and women should be separate. You are not yet married to the crown prince. Third princess coming to visit the crown prince privately will damage your reputation if word gets out. I hope the third princess will reconsider. Hearing this, Wei Qing became furious. Qiu Xiaobei crossed his arms and argued with her. Third princess, you may not care about your own reputation, but our prince has instructed that no one is to disturb him. Wei Qing put her hands on her hips and gave Qiu Xiaobei a wicked smile. Bei Gonggong, height? How about a bet with this princess? Let's bet on whether your prince will see this princess or not. He looked at Wei Qing and whispered in the guard's ear. Could it be she wants to use Duke Wei's status to threaten His Highness again? My prince isn't afraid of him at all. After hearing what Wei Qing said, the guard went to report. Wei Qing looked at Qiu Xiaobei in front of her, smiling maliciously. Wait and see, Bei Gonggong. His Highness will definitely see me. Unexpectedly, after the guard came out, he let the third princess enter. Qiu Xiaobei, not believing his bad luck, kept following behind Wei Qing. Wei Qing turned her head to stop him from coming in. Thus, Qiu Xiaobei was left outside. His face instantly darkened. The guard conveyed His Highness's words. You should go back to your room and rest. Don't get involved in the third princess's matters. Afterwards, Qiu Xiaobei walked straight to his own room. If I can't get involved, then I won't. What's the big deal? I don't care what they do in there. Qiu Xiaobei walked back with a low mood. At this time, Li Gonggong came over and handed him a letter. It was a letter brought by a friend for Qiu Xiaobei. He opened the letter. After seeing its contents, he sighed. The letter was from Minister Zhang. Then, Qiu Xiaobei left the palace as instructed in the letter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wei Qing brought snacks to the desk. Fan Chenxi didn't let her finish speaking and directly interrupted. I don't need you to explain the meaning of what you said. Wei Qing, thinking herself clever, wanted His Highness to eat the snacks she brought before explaining the meaning of what she had said earlier. But Fan Chenxi wasn't appreciative at all. Seeing Fan Chenxi's angry expression, she slammed the table and shouted, What do you mean? I came with good intentions to tell you that Xiao Bei might be a spy. Knowing that you have such a dangerous person by your side, you should report it to the Emperor. Just as she finished saying these words, Fan Chenxi directly grabbed her neck. Fan Chenxi couldn't stand anyone speaking ill of Qiu Xiaobei. At this moment, his aura was very cold. It seems the third princess doesn't want to leave this room. He tightly gripped Wei Qing's neck, fiercely questioning her. Who told you Xiaobei is a spy? Wei Qing could only explain that she had heard it from someone. Hearing this, Fan Chenxi laughed coldly. You can hear about spies around me, but you can't hear about who I am? The rumors about me tearing flesh and drinking blood are all true. You'd better remember that. Fan Chenxi threw Wei Qing out. If there's a next time, you won't be so lucky. Wei Qing, thrown to the ground by Fan Chenxi, coughed violently. At this time, he kept reminding Wei Qing, if there's nothing else, the third princess can leave. Take your things with you. After the third princess left the bedchamber, her expression was fully visible to Li Gonggong standing nearby. Li Gonggong respectfully bowed to her. Third princess, take care. After the third princess left, Li Gonggong came to the bedchamber. He worriedly reminded the crown prince, Your Highness, treating the daughter of the Duke of Wei like this, aren't you afraid he might do something? Hearing this, Fan Chenxi snorted coldly. Everyone knows my reputation. If he dares to send his daughter here, he should have considered such consequences. Then Fan Chenxi turned his head to look at the head eunuch, his expression softening slightly. He asked about Xiaobei's condition. How is he? Is he still angry? Hearing the head eunuch's answer, Fan Chenxi became furious. runners. He slammed the table and shouted, "Didn't I tell you to watch him closely?" The head eunuch told the crown prince, "Xiaobei probably just went out for a walk." Fan Chenxi sighed, supporting his heavy head. He instructed to follow Xiaobei, not to stop what he wanted to do, and to report any situation immediately. He's a person with discretion. Even when angry, he wouldn't sneak out of the palace. There must be something going on. At this time, the head eunuch wanted to remind him that Xiaobei might really be a spy. Qiu Xiaobei arrived at the place Minister Zhang had arranged. He asked straightforwardly, "Why did you call me here today? What's the matter?" Minister Zhang smiled awkwardly at this. Zhang Qingli waved his hand. "Nothing can be hidden from you, Lord Bei. This is my friend's courtyard. It's said that the room in front is haunted." Qiu Xiaobei looked at that room. He didn't feel any evil presence and thought it should be easy to solve. He then accepted the gift Zhang Qingli had prepared for him. So Qiu Xiaobei went into that room, while Zhang Qingli stood outside, calculating his own little scheme. "Lord Bei, I'll wait outside for your good news." Suddenly, the door of that room was closed from the outside by Zhang Qingli. Moreover, he locked the door. Hearing the sound of the door being locked, Qiu Xiaobei rushed over and knocked on the door furiously. The people outside shouted at him, "I'll give you another big gift. Just accept it." At this moment, a man approached from behind Xiaobei and knocked him out with one strike. It was unexpected. In this room, so many people were lying in ambush for Xiaobei. With his last bit of strength, Xiaobei clutched the pendant that Fan Chenxi had given him. When Xiaobei woke up, he found himself in a pitch-black prison cell. He rubbed his aching neck, feeling scared in this unfamiliar environment. Xiaobei saw an old man outside. Seeing him as a lifeline, he ran forward shouting, "Old man," wanting to ask him where this place was. The old man turned his head upon hearing the voice, but saw an unfamiliar face. This face made the old man think it was a ghost. Xiaobei was confused by the old man's hurried departure. He stood in the prison cell, watching the old man's retreating figure. "Where exactly is this place? How did I get in here? What happened before I passed out?" Someone in the adjacent cell told him this was the Ministry of Justice's secret prison. Hearing the words secret prison, Xiaobei was shocked. At this time, Xiaobei's face had been disguised to look unfamiliar. That man slightly lowered his head, warning Xiaobei that once you enter this place, you can never leave in this lifetime. But Xiaobei was somewhat defiant. At this time, Fan Chenxi also received news of Xiaobei's disappearance. He angrily smashed the teacup on the ground. He hadn't expected Xiaobei to disappear right after leaving the palace. Fan Chenxi's face was extremely gloomy at this moment. The surrounding air was chillingly cold. "Indeed, with skill. Remember what you said when you entered the palace? First-class talent." The man kneeling on the ground hurriedly begged for mercy. But Fan Chenxi couldn't be bothered. He directly ordered the guards to drag him away and beat him, just leave him barely alive. Fan Chenxi rested his head on his hand, very worried about Xiaobei's safety. "He'll be fine. He's so clever and quick-witted. He must be all right." He immediately ordered everyone to go out and search. The next morning, Xiaobei was taken out of the secret prison by the Yamen runners. Xiaobei was still struggling. "Let me go. You've got the wrong person." The disparity in strength made it impossible for Xiaobei to escape. Oldswa said, "We were all brought here to be disguised as criminals, to take the blame for others. Don't they know who I am?" Xiaobei was brought to the court by the Yamen runners. The person kneeling before the Minister of Justice was called Tong Shupei. "You murdered the Chun family's daughter and then dumped the body in the river. Do you plead guilty?" He found the name Tong Shupei very unfamiliar. He directly shouted angrily in court, "I'm not Tong Shupei. I'm from the palace. I'm the little eunuch by the crown prince's side." Hearing this, the Minister of Justice slammed the table. "How dare you, Tong Shupei? With both witness testimony and physical evidence, are you still trying to quibble? Come, make him sign and seal it." Xiaobei was forced to sign and seal the paper, admitting to Tong Shupei's crime. The Minister of Justice directly announced, "Tong Shupei has brutally murdered an innocent person. The crime is unforgivable. The sentence is immediate execution by beheading." He was gagged by the Yamen runners but still struggled desperately. The Yamen runner said grimly in his ear, "You are now Tong Shupei. The one who signed and sealed is you." At this moment, he saw the person in front of him was Yin Shurong, the crown prince's good friend. Xiao Beizi saw him as a lifeline and struggled desperately in the Yamen runner's hands. Just as he passed by Yin Shurong suddenly paused his steps. But Yin Shurong didn't recognize Xiao Beizi because his appearance had been altered. Yin Shurong still stood in place, watching the slowly departing figure. He didn't know who this was, but he felt a very familiar sensation. On his way to the Ministry of Justice, Yin Shurong encountered Xiao Beizi being held down, but didn't recognize him at all. Instead, he asked the nearby Yamen runner who this person was. The Yamen runner nervously stepped forward to bow, lowering his head to report that this was the murderer Tong Shupei, just sentenced to beheading. Xiao Beizi shook his head beside them, but his mouth was gagged. Yin Shurong thoughtfully stroked his chin, asking if the evidence was conclusive. In matters of life and death, one must investigate thoroughly. He didn't notice anything unusual at all. The Yamen runner put on a calm facade. Sir, the verdict has already been passed. I'm afraid it can't be changed now. He's so small, we'll take him back to the cell first. Xiao Beizi felt somewhat anxious at that moment. He had no choice but to take a risky move. When passing by Yin Shurong, he secretly slipped something into his hand. He was feeling a bit strange, so he looked at what was in his palm. It was a round jade ring of emerald green. Yin Shurong quickly recognized this object. He couldn't help but wonder, why would His Highness's jade pendant appear in his hand? But Xiao Xiaobei was still pushed into the prison. He was forced to huddle in the corner. The jailers kept cursing angrily as they entered. You are Tong Supei now. Just behave yourself. You might still die peacefully. In another cell was an old man. Seeing this scene, he felt some pity. He kindly pleaded for Xiao Xiaobei. Please have mercy on him. He's just a weak woman. But before he could finish, the jailer impatiently stepped forward and viciously whipped him. You old man, mind your own business. Otherwise, you'll be next. Then the jailer walked to the side, grinning viciously at Xiao Xiaobei. He stretched the whip in his hand threateningly. Now it's your turn. The jailer lashed out fiercely with the whip. Xiao Xiaobei was already prepared. He threw out the talisman in his hand, blocking the strike. But the next second, an incredible scene appeared. The jailer kept whipping the wall, still cursing angrily. You're quite skilled. Kill him quickly. The old man saw this scene and was shocked. They seemed to have gone mad. He must have used something to make them see illusions. It's truly unbelievable. The jailers were seeing illusions. The two of them stood there fiercely, hands on hips, pointing at Xiao Xiaobei in their eyes. Enjoy your last 2 days. Seeing the two jailers leave, the old man asked the person next to him in disbelief. Who are you really? Xiao Xiaobei calmly spoke. Want to team up with me? That green jade pendant was handed over to the crown prince by Yin Shurong. Fan Chenxi held the jade pendant in his hand, looking haggard and worried, lost in thought. The head eunuch looked at the crown prince with concern. You've been staring at this jade for an hour. He couldn't help but wonder if there was something special about this jade. Fan Chenxi examined the jade with a dark expression. This is what I gave to Xiao Beizi. But Yin Shurong said it was given to him by a death row inmate today. He couldn't help but cough, his health condition not good. The head eunuch worriedly patted his back. Don't worry about this jade now. Your health is more important. You haven't slept for days because of Xiao Beizi. Isn't that a bit too much? But Fan Chenxi suddenly spoke. How long have you been with me? Li Gonggong was stunned for a moment. The crown prince slowly spoke his true feelings. After all these years, I thought I would spend this life in loneliness. But then he came. For the first time, I felt that these hands stained with blood could also be warmed, so I want her to stay by my side. Fan Chenxi gripped the jade pendant tightly, as if trying to hold on to Xiao Xiaobei. Though his face was tired, his eyes were frighteningly bright. Nothing could stop him, including himself. Soon it was the day of the execution. Xiao Xiaobei knelt in the middle of the high platform. The crowd gradually gathered around. They bustled around, pointing and commenting. This child doesn't look like a good person. Such a beast who kills and dumps bodies. Beheading is too light. This kind of person should be slowly sliced to death. Xiao Xiaobei lowered his head, listening to their words. The sun shone on his back, making him yawn from drowsiness. He kept complaining in his heart. When will His Highness come? My throat is hoarse, and I can't even shout my innocence. Xiao Xiaobei looked around. This is too boring. By normal logic, he should have arrived by now. Did Yin Shurong not give him the jade pendant? An official reminded, Inspector, it's time. The inspector threw down the token. As it hit the ground, he shouted to those below that the time had come. The executioner firmly pressed his head down. The blade was about to fall on his neck. His expression showed fear. "If you don't come soon, I'll have to find your next snake." At this moment, the executioner spat out a mouthful of wine from his mouth, spraying it on the blade. He stared fiercely at Xiao Xiaobei. Suddenly, someone shouted to spare the life under the blade. Hearing this voice, the executioner abruptly stopped his motion. In the end, he didn't bring the blade down. The eunuch shouted that the crown prince had arrived. Xiao Xiaobei excitedly raised his head. He thought happily in his heart that his highness had finally come. Hearing this, the commoners and officials all respectfully kowtowed towards the crown prince, shouting in unison, "We pay our respects to the crown prince." The execution supervisor's face instantly darkened. How did the crown prince come? He stuttered, looking very afraid. The official was still reminding him that the execution time was about to pass. At this point, the execution supervisor angrily pushed away the official beside him. He couldn't help but curse furiously. Who cares about the time now? The execution is postponed. He hurriedly approached and asked in a low voice, "I didn't know the crown prince was coming today. Does your highness have any instructions for this official?" Fan Chenxi looked down at him and said, "This prince received news. It said that the criminal division has been taking bribes and secretly replacing prisoners. Even the criminals to be executed today are all fake." Xiao Xiaobei frowned, listening with a serious expression. The execution supervisor was terrified. He immediately fell to his knees, constantly begging for mercy. "I beg the crown prince to see clearly. This is absolutely not true." Fan Chenxi ignored him. He just spoke expressionlessly. 3 years ago, there was a case where the son of the vice minister of justice killed several people. Does the official still remember? Unexpectedly, the crown prince had investigated this far. The supervisor was even more afraid in his heart, but he still made excuses. This official remembers him. That person was captured early on. He's now imprisoned in jail. Fan Chenxi didn't believe his nonsense. He snorted coldly. Seeing that he still wouldn't give up, he directly ordered his subordinates to bring the person up. The execution supervisor was instantly terrified. On the other side, a commander came forward to untie Xiao Xiaobei's ropes. "Don't worry, Eunuch Bei. His Highness has prepared everything." Soon the ropes were untied. But because they had been tied for too long, Xiao Xiaobei's wrists were full of marks. They were all rubbed red and bleeding. He couldn't help but rub his sore wrists. Looking at those people in the distance, he praised in his heart, "His Highness is really capable. He investigated to this extent so quickly." Those people who had their appearances altered were brought before the crowd by the soldiers one by one. They lifted the masks on their heads. The commoners began to discuss among themselves. There was a commotion in the crowd. They said in surprise, "That person is the eldest son of the Gu family. Isn't that the one who knocked someone down while riding a horse and was imprisoned in the criminal division? How is he here?" The soldier lifted another person's mask. The commoners let out another gasp of surprise. "This person is exactly the same as the Tong Shu pin on the execution platform. What's going on?" The execution supervisor had already been scared into kneeling down, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing that the matter had been settled, Fan Chenxi casually lifted the carriage curtain. He looked down at the people below. Then he spoke expressionlessly. "Why don't you tell this prince again now? What exactly is going on?" Hearing this, the supervisor was too scared to raise his head. But at this time, another group of people arrived. They looked very flustered in their hurry. Fan Chenxi couldn't help but mock them. The minister came so quickly. The minister knelt on the ground, hurriedly bowing to apologize. "This subject has come to report. Several criminals have escaped from the criminal division prison. Please punish this subject, Your Highness." Fan Chenxi found his words amusing. "What report? Even the executed prisoners are here. What else does the minister want to explain?" The minister was so scared that cold sweat kept rolling down his cheeks. At this point, he was still trying to make excuses for himself. These few people must only look similar to the death row inmates. Fan Chenxi laughed coldly twice. He raised his hand to signal the commander beside him to go to a nearby platform. He didn't forget to mock the minister. "You're quite clever, trying to retreat to gain ground." Seeing the crown prince's sedan chair leaving, the minister anxiously tried to catch up, shouting explanations behind him. "Your Highness, I didn't mean it that way." Fan Chenxi, sitting in the high position, directly interrupted his defense. "Shouldn't we talk about evidence? I'm punishing you now." If you don't accept it, the common people might not accept it either. He spoke with a graceful demeanor. Let's do this then. Since you say the leak came from the Ministry of Justice prison, let's search the prison. What does the minister think? The minister suddenly raised his head and said very calmly, If your highness wants to search this official, there's absolutely no objection. Unexpectedly, he wasn't afraid at all. Without evidence, he wouldn't admit it. But everything was under Fan Chenxi's control. He just arranged for his subordinates to hear it. Go search now. Qiu Xiaobei watched this scene from below, her eyes full of admiration. She couldn't help but think, His Highness is truly His Highness. He's so cool. At this moment, two Yamen runners suddenly came and grabbed her, about to leave. Qiu Xiaobei was terrified, not knowing where these people were taking her. But she couldn't break free from them no matter how hard she tried. Fan Chenxi saw this scene. He couldn't help but sigh helplessly and shouted, Assistant, bring her here. Qiu Xiaobei was released and suddenly rushed towards Fan Chenxi. Her expression was very aggrieved, with tears falling drop by drop. Fan Chenxi caught her and held her in his arms, patting her head. With a calm expression, he asked if she had played enough. Qiu Xiaobei couldn't speak, just kept shaking her head. So Fan Chenxi misunderstood her head shaking as not having played enough. But what Qiu Xiaobei was thinking was, I don't want to go anywhere, I just want to stay by your side. When he didn't hear her speak for a while, Fan Chenxi poked her with a finger and asked in a displeased tone, Why aren't you talking? You've been out for 2 days, and now you're acting like this. But Qiu Xiaobei just covered her throat, kept shaking her head, and couldn't speak, only making woo-woo sounds. Fan Chenxi then noticed something was wrong and reached out to ask, What's wrong with your throat? Qiu Xiaobei remembered the drug component in yesterday's meal, enough to make a person mute. So she tentatively reached out, wanting to grab Fan Chenxi's hand. She opened his palm and wrote on it stroke by stroke, drugged by someone. Fan Chenxi lowered his head and looked at her with concern. Qiu Xiaobei was thinking, Don't be angry anymore. Fan Chenxi quickly noticed her wrist was injured. He asked with a serious expression, What happened? These people truly don't take me seriously. They even dare to hurt you. At this time, a soldier outside reported, The Ministry of Justice has discovered a secret prison with many prisoners not in the records. Darren has brought them all here. A large group of prisoners arrived at the execution ground. The minister felt like the sky was falling. Only now did he start to panic. How was such a secret prison discovered? Fan Chenxi looked at those people, having already guessed his next move. Are you going to tell me now that these people and the real prisoners are all twins? That they look so alike it confused your old eyes? The minister refused to admit it. This official is also puzzled. Seeing he wouldn't confess, Fan Chenxi laughed coldly. The minister still held hope, thinking these people had their appearances altered. No one could tell. As long as he insisted on not admitting it, the crown prince couldn't do anything to him. Seeing this, Qiu Xiaobei took out a package from her sleeve, thinking, I should cure my throat first. She took out a pill from it and swallowed it. Then she unfolded the package and spread it on the ground, thinking these herbs would be useful later. Fan Chenxi signaled that she could start now. He looked at the minister again. Open your eyes wide and watch carefully. So Qiu Xiaobei picked up the package of herbs and walked towards the outside of the sedan chair. She rubbed her face a few times. At first, the common people were confused, not knowing what this was about. They discussed among themselves. But unexpectedly, the next second, Qiu Xiaobei tore off the mask on her face. The commoners couldn't help but be amazed at this sight. So it was a human skin mask attached to someone. Could those prisoners be the same? They instantly understood. Fan Chenxi looked down at the minister, speaking with a stern expression. Do you have anything else to say? Seeing the minister's panicked look, he still refused to give up hope in his heart. Cold sweat kept dripping down his face. He kept staring at Qiu Xiaobei. How did this person know how to remove the disguise? It's over now. Qiu Xiaobei didn't care what he was thinking. He walked to the prisoners and told them to apply these herbs to their faces. It would remove the human skin masks. The commoners were even more shocked to see this. They didn't expect all these prisoners to be disguised. It was terrifying. Anyone could assume another's identity at will. Fan Chenxi looked at the trembling people below and made his final decision. He ordered the Minister of Justice to be taken to the inner court to await the emperor's judgment. Qiu Xiaobei was the first to kneel down, bowing his head respectfully and saying, Your Highness is wise. Seeing this, the other commoners followed suit, shouting in unison, Your Highness is wise. Fan Chenxi beckoned to someone beside him, gesturing for him to come over. But Qiu Xiaobei was unwilling to sit. It was already improper to be on the carriage, let alone now that this servant's body was dirty. But Fan Chenxi didn't give him a chance to refuse. Instead, he reached out and swiftly pulled him into his arms, holding him. In a low voice, he soothed, "Go to sleep." Qiu Xiaobei looked up in surprise, confused. Fan Chenxi gently stroked his head. "You're already foolish enough to be tricked. If you don't sleep more, you'll become so foolish you won't even recognize your master." Hearing this, Qiu Xiaobei immediately beamed with joy, suddenly burying himself in the other's embrace. "No matter how foolish this servant becomes, he will always recognize your highness." Fan Chenxi's face was solemn. He thought longingly, "When will I be able to hold you openly like this? That day shouldn't be far off, right?" They returned to the palace. Fan Chenxi went to the imperial study to meet the emperor. "The Minister of Justice is now imprisoned, awaiting your judgment." The emperor angrily slammed the table. But because he was too angry, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and cough violently, his face showing great pain. He spoke intermittently. "Are they trying to overthrow us?" Seeing him like this, Fan Chenxi dutifully asked, "Are you all right?" The eunuch behind the emperor kept patting his back, looking very worried. The emperor rubbed his forehead with a headache, his face looking very unwell. "The matter of the Ministry of Justice, I leave it entirely to you to handle. Don't let me down." After Fan Chenxi agreed, he prepared to leave. Even though the emperor was coughing so badly, he hadn't forgotten to mention, "The wedding date for you and Duke Wei's daughter has been chosen." Hearing these words, Fan Chenxi's face darkened. He made excuses. "Your son's official duties are too busy. I'm afraid I don't have time to marry." Hearing this, the emperor became so angry he couldn't stop panting. He glared at Fan Chenxi with wide eyes, angrily pointing his finger straight at him. "Are you defying me?" Fan Chenxi's expression remained calm. "Your son does not like Wei Qing, and for someone I don't like, I don't know what I might do. I hope Father Emperor will reconsider." His face was dark as he threatened the emperor. Hearing this, the emperor was furious. He suddenly threw the memorial at his feet. "Very well. Now, even you don't take me seriously." After saying this, he couldn't help but cough violently again. The eunuch hurriedly comforted him. "Don't make yourself ill with anger." He shouted towards the outside, "Hurry and bring in the medicine." He also helplessly complained, "And Crown Prince, with His Majesty's current health, couldn't you be more agreeable?" Fan Chenxi only told him to take care of his health before turning to leave. The emperor clutched his chest in anger. "All unfilial sons. I know my own body. If I were to pass away, I would never hand my empire over to these unfilial sons." At this time in the Eastern Palace, Qiu Xiaobei had just woken up from a nice nap. He sat up and couldn't help but yawn, asking the nearby Imperial Physician Lin where the Crown Prince had gone. Imperial Physician Lin told him that His Highness had gone to the palace. Qiu Xiaobei curiously looked at the medicine bottle in his hand, which was labeled first-grade pill, and asked what it was. He picked up the medicine bottle and couldn't help but sigh. This was the pill he had made to treat His Highness's leg condition. Unfortunately, due to his limited medical skills, he couldn't cure His Highness. Seeing him sighing constantly, Qiu Xiaobei cautiously spoke up. "I've found a way to completely cure His Highness's leg." Upon hearing this, Imperial Physician Lin accidentally dropped and shattered the medicine bottle in panic. He quickly moved closer. Seeing him so excited, Qiu Xiaobei said, "I've been working on developing a medicine to help His Highness recover. It's just that there's been some progress recently." Hearing this, Imperial Physician Lin could barely contain his excitement. He pulled him, wanted to go now, but Qiu Xiaobei stopped him. Imperial Physician Lin was too excited. Just then, news came that Fan Chenxi had returned. He hurriedly got up, wanting to go and greet him. Then tell the Crown Prince this good news. Seeing him so excited, Qiu Xiaobei quickly grabbed his hand, not letting him leave. Imperial Physician Lin turned his head in surprise, asking confusedly, "What are you doing?" Qiu Xiaobei's expression was unprecedentedly serious, but his tone was full of pleading. "Imperial Physician Lin, please do me a favor. Don't tell His Highness about this yet." He sat back on the bed, lowering his head dejectedly. "Otherwise, it's not fully developed yet. I don't want the Crown Prince to have hope and then be disappointed later." Imperial Physician Lin also clearly understood this reasoning, so he nodded repeatedly in agreement. At this moment, Fan Chenxi also pushed the door open and came in. The first thing he asked was how Qiu Xiaobei was feeling. Hearing the question, Imperial Physician Lin hurriedly bowed and answered, "Bei Gongong is fine now." "I prepared some medicine, and he'll be better after taking a few doses." Fan Chenxi nodded and dismissed everyone. But he hadn't stayed long when Li Gongong came to report. He said, "Little Seven has arrived." Fan Chenxi had no choice but to go over now. Qiu Xiaobei looked at him with a pitiful expression. "Won't your highness stay with me a little longer?" Fan Chenxi comfortingly patted his head. "Be good and rest a bit more." Fan Chenxi went outside to comfort him. After reporting the situation, he found that his highness wasn't surprised at all. His highness had long suspected that the emperor was ill. Hearing the secret guard ask this, Fan Chenxi didn't deny it. He just explained, "A person like him, yet today he showed such a weak appearance in front of me." Recalling the emperor's constant coughing during the day, his illness must be quite serious. The secret guard tentatively inquired about his intentions. Fan Chenxi just laughed lightly. "Just keep an eye on things in the palace." The secret guard quickly agreed. Before leaving, he hesitantly spoke up, "I have an idea, but I don't know if I should mention it." He was a bit afraid, but still spoke up. "Why does your highness seek far when the near is at hand? Wouldn't an alliance with the Wei Guogong family be most beneficial for your highness?" Hearing this, Fan Chenxi turned his head with a displeased expression. "Are you telling me how to do things?" The secret guard quickly lowered his head and apologized. "I spoke out of turn. I dare not." He frowned slightly, his face very gloomy. "If I have to rely on alliances to achieve my goals, then I, as the crown prince, would truly be utterly useless." The secret guard immediately fell to his knees in fear. "I know my mistake." Fan Chenxi didn't dwell on it further and just waved his hand to dismiss him. After everyone had left, he rubbed his brow in frustration, thinking that many plans would have to be moved up. Looking at the person inside the room, he couldn't help but sigh. He moved his wheelchair to the bedside, reaching out to touch Qiu Xiaobei. In his sleep, the person was actually calling out "Your Highness" softly. Qiu Xiaobei unconsciously nuzzled his fingers, mumbling, "Your Highness, I won't forget you." Fan Chenxi leaned in close to her and gently kissed her forehead. With a serious expression, he promised, "One day, I will let you appear openly. Then you can stand by my side as a woman." The next day in the Eastern Palace Pharmacy, Xiao Beizi rested his chin on his hand worriedly. Looking at the herbs on the table, he couldn't help but sigh. Just then, Dr. Lin suddenly jumped out and shouted. He was startled. Xiao Beizi laughed in surprise and asked Dr. Lin why he had come. Dr. Lin said he was worried staying by himself, so he came over to check. He asked Xiao Beizi how the prince's medicine was coming along and if there was anything he could help with. Xiao Beizi spread his hands, looking very worried. "We're still missing ice grass, but that thing is so rare, it's impossible to find anywhere. This is too difficult." Dr. Lin was confused hearing this. "Can't you just ask the prince for help?" Xiao Beizi naturally knew this. At the mention of it, he became even more dejected, but he hadn't seen His Majesty for several days now. There was no good solution at the moment. Hearing this, Dr. Lin paced back and forth, thinking. Suddenly, Dr. Lin excitedly shouted, "I remember where there is some. It's at the Duke of Wei's mansion." Xiao Beizi was very surprised to hear this. His eyes widened in shock. The ministers in the court were whispering among themselves. Why hasn't the emperor appeared yet? Has something happened? This had never happened before. At this moment, a eunuch appeared at the front of the court. His shrill voice rang out, "Gentlemen, His Majesty is unwell today. Everyone may disperse." But the emperor had never missed morning court before. How could a simple illness cause this? Fan Chenxi, however, didn't think so. His subordinate had already come to report. The young guard whispered in the prince's ear, "The emperor is already terminally ill. Last night, he was somehow poisoned again. It's feared he won't live more than a few days." The crown prince's pupils suddenly dilated, his delicate eyebrows furrowing in displeasure. "Has the person behind the poisoning been found?" The young guard shook his head nervously. Although they hadn't found out who administered the poison, the internal poison was very rare. Dr. Lin believed it might be Bailey San. The crown prince suddenly fell into deep thought. If it was Bailey San, the expert who could make it must have an unusual relationship with the Duke of Wei. At this time, an angry roar came from the Duke of Wei's mansion. The Duke stood to the side, quietly comforting. "Qing'er, trust your father. No matter who becomes emperor in the future, the position of Empress can only be yours." Just as Qing'er was about to flatly refuse her father, unexpectedly Little C came from outside to announce that the crown prince had arrived, saying he was here to see the young miss. Qing'er, of course, looked at her father with hopeful eyes. The Duke of Wei sighed helplessly. "We'll discuss this matter later. Go see what he wants." Fan Chenxi admired the green leaves. Behind him, Xiao Si respectfully reported, "Your Highness, the young miss invites you to her boudoir." Qing'er raised her head with great joy. "Your Highness came to the mansion specially. Is there something important?" Fan Chenxi got straight to the point. "A few days ago, Father Emperor brought up our marriage." She immediately covered her mouth nervously, her fair face tinged with a blush. "Has your Highness decided to marry me?" The Crown Prince said he had refused, but he thought that his objection alone was useless, so he hoped Miss Wei could cooperate. Miss Wei stood up abruptly, her expression becoming even more proud. "Aren't you worried that without the Duke of Wei's help, your position as Crown Prince will be unstable? The fifth prince intends to marry into my Wei family. Your Highness, aren't you really worried? Aren't you afraid I'll be snatched away?" Then, she leaned close to the prince's ear and asked softly, "Have you considered it? If your Highness is willing, Qing'er and the Wei family will forever be yours alone." Meanwhile, in the back garden of the Duke of Wei's mansion, a young maid was struggling to climb over a high wall. It turned out to be Xiao Beizi disguised as a maid. He scratched his head in confusion. Dr. Lin said the ice grass should be in the Duke's mansion. But where is this treasure room? But to avoid drawing attention, he quickly hid behind the wall with his small frame. He waited until Xiao Si and others had passed by. Only then would he not be discovered by those with ulterior motives. A young maid approached with a suspicious look. She stared at Xiao Bei's back and coldly asked, "What are you sneaking around here for?" Xiao Bei immediately broke out in a cold sweat from nervousness. His small hand quietly soothed his chest. "Sister, I'm new here. I just got lost earlier." The young maid didn't doubt his identity. She handed the tray in her hands to Xiao Bei. "Since you're new, just follow me then." So she turned to leave. Xiao Bei sneakily followed behind her. Maybe he could find some clues about the treasure room. The young maid didn't refuse his following, so she led him to the door of Miss Wei's room. The two of them entered very respectfully. Xiao Bei put down the tray in his hands. Wei Qing suddenly pointed to the pastries. "Would your Highness like to try some? These are all made by Qing'er herself." Fan Chenxi wasn't interested upon hearing this, but he recognized the young maid in front of him at a glance. "I've never been fond of sweets." Wei Qing saw him staring at her young maid. Her eyes suddenly widened. "Why are you still standing there? Get out!" Xiao Bei stood motionless to the side. His bright big eyes looked very disappointed. What was His Highness doing in her room? The young maid didn't care about his fate, but out of kindness, she still pulled him along. The two quickly left this den of tigers and wolves. She pointed at the dazed Xiao Bei and scolded loudly. "Didn't you hear the young miss? Do you want to die? Don't drag me into it." Wei Qing tried to calm herself down. She quietly explained, "The maids in the mansion are ignorant. I hope your Highness won't laugh at them." "Has your Highness considered it?" Fan Chenxi's thoughts had already drifted away with Xiao Bei. Hearing this, he just gave a faint laugh. "I think those who come to add flowers to brocade are useless. I have matters to attend to, so I won't stay long." Wei Qing angrily slammed the table. Her eyes overflowed with extreme displeasure. "When your position as Crown Prince is taken away, I'll make sure you beg to marry me." The Crown Prince sat solemnly in the courtyard. A young guard suddenly appeared, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, shall we return to the palace now?" He extended his long, powerful fingers, casually pointing to the bushes opposite. "Bring him to me." Xiao Bei immediately wanted to sneak away, but unfortunately, the guard's martial arts were too superior. He frantically waved his hands. "How can you treat a weak woman like this?" Xiao Bei smoothed out his clothes. After all, he was in a woman's disguise now. He must not let His Highness recognize him. What does the Crown Prince want with this servant? He quietly extended a finger, beckoning towards him. His magnetic voice commanded, "Come here." Xiao Bei couldn't break free from the man's restraint. For a moment, the scene became somewhat ambiguous. The young guard looked away embarrassedly, thinking His Highness was truly in a dream now. He teasingly leaned close to Xiao Bei's ear. "It seems being a little eunuch really wronged you. A palace maid suits you better, right, Xiao Beizi?" Xiao Beizi hurriedly stepped back a few paces, waving his hands. "Your Highness, don't joke with this servant." He immediately asked, "So you came here to experience being a woman?" At this moment, our Xiao Beizi righteously refuted. His little face turned crimson with anger. "No, this servant came to find ice grass." He then realized he had let it slip. He quickly covered his little mouth, not daring to make a sound. The Crown Prince looked at him with an ambiguous smile. Unexpectedly, he didn't expose him. Then he turned around nimbly. "I'll have someone help you find the item." Now come back with me. Xiao Beizi hesitated, about to refuse. The crown prince's voice came from ahead. If you don't want to walk, then stay here. He followed without any resistance. Then he quickly climbed into the carriage. Only His Highness's gaze felt strange. He couldn't let him keep staring at him like this. So he raised his head, intending to change the subject. What was Your Highness doing at the Wei Mansion? The man directly countered with a question. What does Xiao Beizi think I was doing there? Xiao Beizi answered without blinking. Your Highness must have gone to see Miss Wei, right? Fan Chenxi pinched Xiao Beizi's delicate cheek and replied cheerfully, Of course not. I went there to investigate something. And Wei Qing is the best breakthrough point. The Emperor's poisoning is related to the Wei family, so I went to probe. Although I didn't find the poison, I learned some other things. The Wei family has no reason to poison the Emperor, so the poisoning must be related to Fan Chenxi. The Crown Prince explained with certainty. Xiao Beizi widened his eyes in surprise. The Duke of Wei has allied with the Fifth Prince? Won't Your Highness be in danger then? Fan Chenxi didn't show much reaction. He spoke in an extremely calm tone, uttering a threat. If they want to seize the throne of Defan, they'll have to see if I agree. They began to plot in the carriage. For a moment, all the civil and military officials were calculated. Xiao Beizi secretly vowed, This servant promises to perform well. The Crown Prince certainly believed his vow. But there was one thing that worried him greatly. As for the poison, I'll leave that to Xiao Beizi. Xiao Beizi patted his chest solemnly, assuring His Highness with utmost certainty. After all, deception was his specialty. The man was instantly pleased by him. His eyes showed a hint of tenderness. My Xiao Beizi is truly capable. However, in the following days, the Emperor didn't appear at the morning court. The ministers were worried and wanted to have an audience, but all their requests were rejected. Until this day, when the death bell of the palace rang. The Emperor had passed away. This made everyone in the world feel very regretful. The head eunuch took out the late Emperor's edict and read it slowly, word by word. The Fifth Prince Fan Chenxi, virtuous and talented, with a heart for the empire. If I pass away, choose a day for him to ascend the throne. But a cold voice from afar spread throughout. Suddenly, the entire court fell silent. A mere servant dares to dream of ascending the throne. What do you think? The Fifth Prince Fan Chenxi's face suddenly turned extremely gloomy. I am the Emperor. Aren't you afraid I'll take your life? Crown Prince, are you trying to rebel? Upon hearing this, the man let out a cold laugh. His eyes narrowed menacingly. Xiao Beizi, bring out the poison for them to see. Xiao Beizi took out a small vial. This is the poison that killed the Emperor, and it was found in the Duke of Wei's mansion. Suddenly, the court officials began to whisper among themselves. So the Emperor was murdered? The Duke of Wei is so bold. Could he be colluding with the Fifth Prince to usurp the throne? Fan Chenxi angrily shouted for the court officials to be quiet. When Father Emperor was seriously ill, I was by his side taking care of him. How could I have poisoned him? Xiao Beizi then stated, Only the Wei family has access to Good Ding Hong. At this point, he was so framed and confused that he blurted out about using by Li San, stating that Good Ding Hong had nothing to do with him. Xiao Beizi and all the court officials fell silent. Then he exaggeratedly covered his mouth. So you used by Li San? Suddenly, the Duke of Wei pointed at the Fifth Prince, his eyes filled with coldness. Someone who betrays their father is not fit to be emperor. Fan Chenxi's tear mole at the corner of his eye was captivating. His sexy thin lips curled slightly. Duke of Wei, isn't it a bit too late to try to please me now? In an instant, soldiers surrounded them. The crown prince, sitting in a wheelchair, issued an order. Arrest all those who killed the late emperor for me. The Duke of Wei was forcibly pressed down. His mind was still constantly pondering. Then suddenly, he had a moment of realization. So the crown prince had been prepared all along. At this moment, an elderly civil official was the first to kneel down. The country cannot be without a ruler for a day. Please, Your Highness, take charge of the situation. Let the new emperor ascend the throne for the foundation of our great Fan dynasty. 5 days later, the Eastern Palace was desolate. The cold wind blew away one leaf after another. Xiao Beizi sat worriedly on the side. How could he possibly see His Highness? Since His Highness became the new emperor 5 days ago and took over various affairs, he had never returned to the Eastern Palace. And for me to see him even once was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Xiao Beizi carried tea towards His Highness's study, but the official blocked the door and wouldn't let him in. Xiao Beizi expressed his strong dissatisfaction. "You dared to prevent me from seeing His Highness? Do I have to use that move?" So in the next half hour, Xiao Beizi came back dressed gorgeously. Unexpectedly, he was using the beauty strategy, but the guard standing outside the door was completely unmoved. His expression became even more devoid of gentleness. He directly threw him out. "Idle people, leave quickly." Xiao Beizi's reminiscence stopped here. His inner sorrow grew a bit heavier. How could he possibly see His Highness? Li Gongong stood by, serving the emperor, but he had to say a few more words. Xiao Beizi has been coming for 5 days in a row. Today he was chased away again. Fan Chenxi put down his brush upon hearing this. Even his delicate face showed some disappointment. Li Gongong carefully guessed the emperor's thoughts. "Does your majesty want me to call Xiao Beizi back?" He suddenly rubbed his forehead helplessly and sighed lightly. "If I keep him by my side now, he will only be Xiao Beizi for this lifetime." He took out a small wooden box from the side, pretending to be very calm as he handed it to Li Gongong. "Give this to Xiao Beizi. Tell him not to come anymore." Outside the Eastern Palace, the trees were stirred by a gentle breeze. Xiao Beizi's surprised voice drifted over. "Did His Highness really say that?" Li Gongong stated that His Highness was now the emperor and must not be addressed incorrectly. Xiao Beizi sorrowfully held the small wooden box in his hands. "Does His Highness really not want me anymore?" So he opened the small wooden box in front of the eunuch. Li Gongong was suddenly surprised. "So it's this thing. A few days ago, the emperor used the life of that Wei family girl to threaten Duke Wei for something. It must be this." Xiao Beizi randomly flipped through the ice grass in his hand. "He chases me away, yet gives me the ice grass. Your Highness, what do you want me to do?" Xiao Beizi suddenly stopped him. "Does His Highness really not want me anymore?" Li Gongong Siga. "You must not disappoint His Majesty's intentions." His hair was gently blown by the breeze, with a faint smile on his lips. "Please inform His Highness that this servant will leave after curing his legs. I won't delay the coronation ceremony in a few days." At the top of the coronation ceremony, the national flag of Defan was erected. Li Gongong stood above, announcing the imperial edict. But just a few hours earlier in the Eastern Palace's pharmacy, Xiao Beizi held a small medicine in his hand. "Today is His Highness's coronation ceremony. I must give him this medicine quickly." He hurriedly opened the door and rushed out. Unexpectedly, several young maids were standing outside the door. They said they had come to dress up the young lady by the emperor's order. The court officials of the Defan Empire all knelt respectfully on the ground. Their hearts were full of submission to the emperor. No one could muster any thoughts of resistance. Fan Chenxi's deep eyes suddenly lit up. A smile spread across his brow. "On this auspicious day, I want to add more joy for all the officials." Li Gongong immediately understood the emperor's gaze, so he quickly took out the scroll in his hand. "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, Qiu family's young daughter, of exceptional virtue and wisdom, is hereby appointed as empress. Accept this imperial edict." Xiao Beizi, surrounded by maids, walked forward, wearing a luxurious golden phoenix ornament on his head. Inwardly, she was completely shocked. How could I, an old eunuch, become the empress? The court officials had objections, but dared not contradict. They all craned their necks to look. The emperor appointed her as empress on the day of his ascension. This woman must be extraordinary. Xiao Beizi secretly felt a little gleeful. "It seems no one here recognizes me. So His Highness didn't want me to see him in order to let me appear with a new identity?" Fan Chenxi extended his slender finger, gently beckoning to the woman opposite. His voice seemed coated with a layer of tenderness. "Xiao Bei, come here." Xiao Bei was already deeply entranced by the man's beauty, so she walked forward with a blushing face. The man's deep voice slowly sounded. "Will you be my empress from now on?" Xiao Bei's eyes were brimming with tears. Her heart was filled with immense gratitude. So His Highness knew all along that I was a woman. But their tender moment was always bound to be interrupted by unexpected events. His Highness suddenly felt dizzy. He hadn't yet had time to explain anything. The strange feeling in his body seemed to intensify. Then he collapsed heavily. The weakness of his body left him unconscious. On the day of the enthronement ceremony, the emperor unexpectedly suffered a strange affliction. On the first night after Fan Chenxi lost consciousness, he dreamed of his beloved Xiao Beizi. She easily leaned on his arm, constantly asking when he would marry her. In his subconscious, it was almost entirely filled with Xiao Bei's image. Therefore, in reality, he felt somewhat lost, but his mouth kept calling for Xiao Bei. Her hands were quietly placed on her chest. The energy within her body slowly surged out. After all, only this way could she change Xiao Bei's fate. Xiao Bei sat by the bed, constantly worrying. So much time had passed, yet His Highness hadn't woken up. She hoped the medicine she had just fed His Highness would work. Just as she was thinking about His Highness, this handsome man suddenly opened his eyes. His sexy thin lips called out, "Xiao Bei Chio." Xiao Bei's eyes immediately brightened. But before she could say anything, she was suddenly embraced by the man. He said he remembered everything. His gaze was deep and tender. "So we've known each other for so long." Xiao Bei was surprised for a moment. "You really remember everything?" Fan Chenxi held her tightly in his arms. His broad, strong hand stroked her back. "Xiao Bei, thank you for coming to find me. We won't be separated again this time." At this moment, the bride wearing a red veil was a bit dazed. For a moment, she forgot that she needed to keep walking forward. The mother-in-law beside her was a bit confused. "Why has the Empress stopped?" "The Emperor is waiting ahead." They quickly stood hand in hand together. Xiao Bei's body quietly leaned closer to the man's chest. His Highness lowered his eyes very gently and said, "From now on, call me Chenxi." They held a grand wedding ceremony. The world watched, and the people blessed them. Until the moment the couple bowed to each other, Xiao Bei suddenly realized that she was finally together with Chenxi. Fan Chenxi's slender fingers caressed her cheek. The tear mole at the corner of his eye was even more enchanting. "Are you so happy to marry me?" Xiao Bei nodded vigorously. "Chenxi, I feel so blessed." He suddenly picked up his delicate wife. His strong and powerful arms held her tightly, not letting go. Xiao Bei felt somewhat shy. Her little face was almost buried in the man's chest. Fan Chenxi completely disregarded the surrounding court officials. In his eyes, there seemed to be only Xiao Bei. As he walked down the red carpet, he didn't forget to casually address the crowd. "We are taking the Empress back to the palace. You may disperse."